Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Prince... No, he's not here right now. Excuse me. There'll be along probably later. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Malcolmson, seconded by Ms. Laverdiere, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration Act, Balanced Representation. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, New Democrats again propose legislation to require that the Government of Canada have balanced appointments, men and women, on federal Crown Corporation boards. Last week, I met with the Nanaimo Port Authority, a fantastic, dynamic, professional board with more women than men, but sadly, this is the exception in Canada. Women make up only 27% of federal appointments to Crown Corporation boards in this country, and that is not acceptable. These agencies are missing out on the professionalism, the advice, and the wisdom of Canadian women. And so we are proposing concrete action to ensure the equality of men and women on Crown Corporation boards. This bill carries forward the work of former MP Anne-Marie Day and the member for London Fanshawe, who proposed this legislation in the previous session. It was voted down by the Conservatives 2 years ago. Canada's government should use the power that it has to recognize women's contributions to the economy. And Crown Corporation boards should be gender balanced. Actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Ms. Malcolmson, seconded by Madame Laverdiere, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Tiens.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Député de Saanich Gulf Island.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour this morning to present two petitions. The first on the issue on GMOs, genetically modified organisms.
Genetically modified products and in those products that contain genetically modified ingredients. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, comes from primarily petitioners within my own riding of Saanich Gulf Islands. They call on this House to take action to ban the possession, trade, and sale in shark fins. As members of this House will know, the trade in shark fins poses a monstrous threat to the survival of many shark species in our oceans. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, I member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the great pleasure in presenting a petition duly signed by Canadian citizens drawing the attention to the House on the following matters. The petitioners request that Parliament formally endorse and adopt United Nations Resolution ARES/655 as unanimously declared by the United Nations General Assembly on October 20th, 2010, and by means of its powers vested in our Canadian House of Commons, officially declared the first week of every future February as World Interfaith Harmony Week of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions inscrites au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House.
I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Request for emergency debates. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.2 to seek leave to propose an emergency debate on Canada's response to the Zika virus in the Western Hemisphere. An emergency debate is required in order to allow parliamentarians to address national and international implications of the outbreak of the mosquito-borne Zika virus its potential linkage to the birth defect known as microcephaly, and the implications for the Public Health Agency of Canada, the Department of Global Affairs, and Canadian Blood Services. Canadian travellers are at risk of contracting the virus while travelling in Zika endemic regions. In fact, several cases of Zika infection have already been confirmed in Canada, Mr. Speaker. According to the World Health Organization, the Zika virus has spread explosively through the Americas, affecting over 23 countries so far. The WHO estimates that some 4 million cases of Zika infection are expected to occur and have labeled this outbreak a, quote, public health emergency of global concern, end quote. Recent reports have emerged of the possibility of the sexual transmission of the virus in the United States, and out of concern for blood safety, blood supply authorities in the U.S. and Canada have now stopped accepting blood donations from travelers returning from Zika endemic regions. Mr. Speaker, yesterday Hawaii declared a public state of emergency over the outbreak of dengue fever, the same mosquito that carries the Zika virus. With the 2016 Olympics scheduled this summer in Brazil, which will attract many athletes and travelers, including a large contingent from Canada, the health implications for Canadians are real and urgent. Mr. Speaker, Canadians still lack information about the nature of the risks posed by the Zika virus and the availability of health services, particularly for pregnant women and women considering pregnancy. In early February, a pregnant Canadian woman was denied a Zika test in Ontario following her return from Brazil and was forced to go public with her case in order to receive the testing she required. This case underscores the need for the Canadian health care system to respond effectively to the Zika outbreak, more effectively. With millions of cases expected in the Americas over the next year, the Canadian government must be prepared to respond effectively to keep Canadians safe. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I call your attention to the emergency debate requested in September 2014 on the Ebola outbreak, which was granted by the former Speaker of the House of Commons, the Honourable Andrew Scheer. Similar to Ebola, the Zika outbreak requires parliamentarians to respond through a timely and constructive debate to determine the best way forward to keep Canadians safe. As always, I thank you for your careful consideration of this application and apologize for mentioning the name of the previous speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member both for the request and for the apology for mentioning the name of this previous speaker. In fact, I didn't notice at the time, so I'm glad he raised that. However, I do not find, I appreciate him raising this question. I do not find that it meets the exigencies of the standing order at this time. Demande de débat d'urgence.
Request for emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 52, I would call on you to hold an emergency debate on the potential loss of two of the drivers of the Quebec economy, that is, Rona and Bombardier, and the urgent measures that need to be taken to avoid damage to the economy and employment in Quebec. We know that the companies have a number of branches and franchisees, and that 50% of the suppliers are in Quebec and 84% of the suppliers are in Canada, and so there are certainly implications for employment. We know that the minister can either accept or reject the sale or can set conditions. And that can be done in keeping with international obligations and agreements. The government can provide assistance to Bombardier. We know that one family has most of the shares, and if that majority is lost, then we know that the company might be taken over by a foreign company. We know also that Bombardier is the #1 player in the aerospace industry in Quebec, has a lot of jobs in Quebec in the sector, and there would be impacts as well for other companies like CAE and Bell Helicopter. So we feel that we need to help the minister who may be unsure of how to proceed on these two cases, and with a debate we could help provide guidance. We would therefore call on the Speaker to grant this request. We can't participate in the debates in the same way as other members because the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party don't have the same rights. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the honourable member for his request. I cannot, unfortunately, given the requirements of the rules, grant that request at this time. We will now move to orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills comments, resuming consideration on Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act.
The honourable member for Foothills has 9 minutes remaining in questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, over a week ago, I listened very intently to the member's speech, and I've been waiting to ask him a question over the constituency week, and I know he had a good one like I did. I wanted to get his comments on the fact that under the Conservative government, when we first came into office in 2006, our first bill was the Federal Accountability Act to change the way that Ottawa worked, to reduce the influence of lobbyists, to bring accountability to Canadians. And yet we see with the Liberal government, their first bill is to reduce accountability, roll back accountability for unions, take away secret ballots for union members. Over 80% of union members support the provisions that were brought in under our government, support secret ballots for certification and decertification, support more transparency for the finances of their unions. So perhaps you could just talk about the differences in philosophy between our party, which is on the side of the worker, and their party, which is on the side of the big union bosses.
The honourable member from Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. And that's exactly right, and something that I spoke about in my speech. And this is not just with this bill, but this is a trend that we're seeing from this new Liberal government. The first act of business for the new Minister of Aboriginal Affairs or Indigenous Affairs is to ignore the First Nations Transparency Act. The second one for the new Minister for Democratic Reform is to tell Canadians that we don't think it's right to have a referendum when we change such an important part of our democratic foundation. And now the first order of business for the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development and Labour is to gut legislation that brings accountability and transparency to unions. It seems like piece by piece, this new government's mandate is to dismantle our democracy, including the opportunity for union members. As my colleague said, the vast majority of them support accountability and transparency, and they want to have a secret ballot. They want to make sure that they can vote with their conscience when they are certifying and decertifying as a union. And to see that this new government and their plan here, and we're seeing it in almost every ministry along the line, is to reduce accountability and transparency, and I find that very disconcerting.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the members who just arrived in the House of Commons, it's fascinating to see the revisionist history that you'll get from the Conservatives, that they're on the side of the working people, that they're on the side of transparency. I couldn't think of anything more bizarre. I'd actually think they were kidding us, but it is this kind of undermining of public confidence that this party has specialized in. I'd like to ask the honourable member, you know, their idea of privacy is maximum privacy for their friends, maximum accountability for the public, whereas it really should be maximum accountability for politicians and privacy for individuals. And I mention that because we had the Brent Rathgeber bill, a Conservative bill last time, which is a very good bill about bringing accountability into Ottawa. And they gutted that bill. And they gutted a bill that would have disclosed the salaries of the people who worked for the party. And it gutted the bill that would have disclosed the kind of money that was being paid out. So Brent thought that $188,000 was threshold, that should be made public. They cut it so that only people making over $444,000 a year had to disclose that. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, they beat up on the unions, they beat up on First Nation leadership, but they protected their friends for the last 8 years. Why the hypocrisy?
The honourable member from Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting that my colleague is talking about the public trust, and yet when the Bill C-4 vote comes up, I'm sure he's going to vote for it. So he's going to be voting against secret ballots for unions. And how does he see that that is not something that is in the public trust? I think he is saying that the public, the union members, should not have the ability to a secret ballot. And that is something that I just can't believe. And we heard that a lot in the NDP speeches and the Liberal speeches, that somehow a secret ballot is undemocratic, is somehow adding additional bureaucracy and red tape to this process. I'd like to ask my member, what field does he feel a secret ballot is undemocratic? And that is really disconcerting, like I said, that this seems to be the path that our other parties in this House seem to want to go down.
Honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, the first questioner and the person providing the answer was wrong when they made the statement that the first order of business was, in fact, Bill C-4. Let's be very clear. The Government of Canada and the Prime Minister's first order of business at this House was to give tax breaks to Canadians. That was the first order of business. This particular bill that we're talking about today is rectifying a wrong. The government, through the back door of private members' legislation, passed 2 Labour bills which offended, Madam Speaker, not only Labour movement, but also many businesses throughout the country, from coast to coast to coast. My question to the member is, focusing strictly on the legislation, would he not agree that the previous Conservative government was wrong in using the back door of private members' hour in order to try to build, instead of trying to build a consensus between Labour and the different stakeholders in changing legislation, intentionally they used the back door of private members' hour to try to have more confrontation in an area where there should be more harmony. That was the former government's record.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and really appreciate my colleague's question. First, if he actually listened to anything that's going on today, and maybe last Friday, my comment was the first piece of legislation brought forward by the Employment Minister is this bill that guts accountability and transparency in union. I didn't say anything about your government, and, well, we can get into that discussion, how great you've done in that first 100 days, but we'd be here a long time. And then to talk about backdoor, is it horrible to ensure that your members of Parliament have an opportunity to speak their mind, to speak for the issues of their constituents? That was very clear on how the party across the aisle feels about that, and we brought forward a motion to support Energy East when all 4 of the Liberal Alberta MPs voted against that. So that shows you on this side of the House, we empower our MPs to speak their mind, where on that one, not so much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on this, the hypocrisy of the Conservatives here with regards to secret ballot. I'll remind the member that I don't know if he did vote that day, but the rest of his members, or many of them did, on a secret ballot to actually elect the Speaker. So I find it rather interesting, the hypocrisy of secret balloting that he's noting, but he either was a participatory in it or his colleagues were, so I'd like to know a yes or no answer. Did you participate, and what do you think about your colleagues participating in a secret ballot?
The honourable member for Foothills.
I don't know if he's saying a secret ballot is bad, but certainly in any forum that I feel, a secret ballot is, cornerstone of our democracy, a hallmark of our democracy. I think, if you look at any level of government, municipal, provincial, federal, they're elected by a secret ballot. So why would this be the one time that we say, well, it's good for everything else in Canadian political landscape, except for unions? That's the one spot where we should not allow them to have a secret ballot because for some reason that's undemocratic. I would like that member to explain to me somehow how he finds a secret ballot for unions to be undemocratic.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? On a le temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is a very simple one. The bills that were tabled by the Conservatives were tabled by members who were not ministers. Is the member in favour of having Liberals who are backbenchers table bills, or does he figure these are from the back door?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable member for the question. Exactly. I think this is an opportunity for members of Parliament, no matter where you sit in this House, to have an opportunity to speak. I don't think it should be just ministers who have an opportunity to bring forward bills. The whole idea is we are speaking for our residents, our constituents, and we have that voice. We should be able to exercise it.
Resuming the debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Humble River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased on this snowy Tuesday morning to have an opportunity to voice my concerns about some of the legislation that was passed by the previous government that clearly is part of the things that we are going to have to turn around and fix. But firstly, the reason is that Bill C-4 is sound legislation that has been written in collaboration. And I emphasize that word because it's so important when we are producing legislation that it be done in collaboration with the people that are going to be affected. That was not done in the previous government. It was done through a private member's bill, not through a government introducing a piece of legislation the proper way when that's what they really want to achieve. It's done through the back door, and I'm sure we'll see lots of that attempted again, except that this time they're on that side and we're the government now. Labour stakeholders are important for us to be talking when we're putting legislation together. So now we have the intention of reversing several destructive policies left over from the previous Conservative regime. Specifically, Bill C-4 will repeal C-377, Conservative legislation that promised to upset existing labour relations and did just that, ignored the fact that union financial disclosure that they continually talk about is already addressed in the Canadian Labour Code and many provincial labour statutes, fails to recognize that Bill C-377 is discriminatory against unions and ignores other types of organizations. You know, it's one of those pick and choose, which is very typical of the previous government, such as professional associations. Why weren't they part of that? They also received favorable treatment under taxation law, but nobody said anything about the professional associations, and promised to invade the privacy of labour organizations and their members. Obviously, the underlying intention of Bill C-377 and Bill C-525, the other legislation that's being repealed by C-4, was to attack organized labour. And I'm pleased to say, thank goodness, that assault is over, which brings me to the second point. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Bill C-4 marks the end of the federal government's intentional confrontation with labour. Most who follow these matters will readily admit that Bill C-377 and Bill 525, both brought in by the previous Conservative government, were part of a hostile attitude towards labour and labour supporters. Bill C-4 now will help set that relationship back on a positive path, something that will improve working conditions, advance productivity, help create jobs, and help to continue to build this great country of ours. Of course, creating jobs, promoting innovation, and improving productivity were key planks in our Liberal platform. Moreover, our government recognizes the important role unions play in protecting the rights of Canadian workers and in helping the middle class grow and to prosper. And I'm pleased to add my support to this approach. We are committed on this side of the House to fair and balanced federal labour policy. And one of those steps is what we are doing today by repealing Bill C-377 and C-525. You see, Bill C-377 had nothing to do with efficiency. Lots of talk about that, but it had nothing to do with efficiency. It actually created new and unnecessary red tape for unions. This happened because the government imposed new demands on workers, even though the Canada Labour Code and many provincial labour statutes already ensure financial accountability from unions. This costly byproduct of a vindictive and anti-labour government put unions at a disadvantage during collective bargaining, hindering productivity at the very front end of the process. Then, just to make things worse, Bill C-525 made it more difficult for employees to unionize and easier for a bargaining agent to be decertified. This negativity, which was a continued rant on unions, took a toll on labor and the environment in which they have to function. Bill C-4 is part of our government's plan to ensure Canada's labor laws best serve employees and, very importantly, employers, which by extension also serve Canadians. Put another way, when labor is successful, our economy can prosper in ways that ensure that prosperity is felt by each and every Canadian, not just a select few at the top of the corporate ladder. It's also worth noting that Bill C-4 does more than just stop the federal government's attack on labor. It also responds to very serious concerns expressed by experts all across Canada. For example, the Alberta Union of Public Employees launched a constitutional challenge against Bill C-377. While the court proceedings have been temporarily suspended, given this government's stated intervention to repeal the bill, the underlying concerns remain valid. Privacy concerns were also raised by the Canadian Bar Association and the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. The CBA suggested that the bill may be subject to legal challenges on those very grounds. So despite all of this, the previous government plunged forward with their ideologically driven legislative agenda, indifferent to all of the pain and suffering and difficulties it was creating in our economy and in our country. And this is just a small snapshot of the trouble prompted by the passage of Bill C-377. 7 provinces, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island, are all on the record as opposing Bill C-377. That's right, 7 provinces respecting bastions of manufacturing, resource extraction, hospitality and tourism, and countless other sectors that are vital to GDP maintenance and growth, all calling on the previous federal government to stop the assault against labor. So just stop and think about the fact that 7 of our 10 provinces were actively opposing this, and the Conservative government didn't care. It didn't matter to them. They had their own ideology, and that's what they were working with. Specifically, these 7 premiers have raised concerns that Bill C-377 encroached upon their jurisdiction over labor issues. They also criticized the bill for potentially destabilizing their labor relations environment, particularly as regards collective bargaining processes. These premiers know that kicking labor does nothing to advance job creation or industrial growth or relationships. 3 of the provinces, Ontario, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, also criticized C-377 for eroding privacy rights of union members and expressed concerns it would create an unnecessary burden on labor organizations. Again, the premiers understand the added dangers of more red tape. But Bill C-377 was not the only problem with the Conservatives' labor agenda. Sadly, for a government that pretended, and I say pretended, to have a strong fiscal management style, much was lacking in their approach. It could be argued that multiple recessions, waning consumer confidence, and shaky job numbers all bore witness to clear Conservative fiscal failures. Bill C-525 was equally problematic for many stakeholders. A number of labor organizations, CLC, Unifor, Airline Pilots, Canadian Union of Public Employees, Public Service Alliance of Canada, all expressed opposition to C-525, arguing that the card check certification model is quicker, more efficient, and more likely to be free of employer interference. But good governance wasn't the goal of Bill C-377 or C-525, which is why Liberals in the Senate and the House oppose the legislation. Of course, debate is healthy and it's something that we want to see happen, especially when it comes to any measure that impacts on such a large segment of our society. Unfortunately, the process used to pass Bill C-525 didn't really allow for debate to come to the surface. So you see, the previous Conservative government introduced their agenda in Bill C-525 via private member's bill, rather than government legislation. If the government is serious about doing something, it introduces their own legislation. They don't do it through a back door or through a private member's bill. So this may seem like a nuance, but the tactic isn't without compromise and consequences. You see, government legislation, as I said, is introduced after public consultation and outreach. A private member's bill comes with no such effort, and it shows in the diminished quality of the statute. Bill C-377 and C-525 are faulty, and they are hurting the economy. Bill C-4 repeals them because we need to make sure that Labour has the tools it needs as well for success. All labour organizations in Canada, including even the smallest locals and national unions, labour councils, federations of labour, and other umbrella organizations, as well as intermediate organizations, were left out of the process by the previous government. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says over 18,000 labour entities would be affected by the implementation of Bill C-377 and C-525. Yet the government of the day locked them all out of the process. That is wrong. Bill C-4, Madam Speaker, will make things right again. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague's comments. The comments that struck me the most strange were her repeated reference to the back door, referring to members of Parliament using private members' legislation to advance a cause that is important. Madam Speaker, I've had the privilege and honour of having 2 pieces of private members' legislation passed in this House in the last 10 years, and at no time did I or any of the people supporting my initiatives consider the method I used a back door. Right. I think it's very demeaning to every member in this House to consider private members' legislation a back door. This is actually the basis of our democracy in Canada. And to have these repeated references by this member and the member previous referring to this as the back door, I think is a real disservice. But, Madam Speaker, more to the point of C4 and what C4 is actually doing in terms of repealing some of the initiatives that our government has done. In terms of accountability, we know just recently through the election that there were a number of times when the Liberal government actually unions paid their members to come to announcements. And, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that most of the union members were aware of that. And the bills that we put forward to enact more transparency would have addressed that. And, Madam Speaker, I would like to know why this member would think that it's not important for union members to actually know how their dollars are being spent. Thank you.
The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me begin by recognizing the great work that my colleague on the other side of the House did with those particular bills that he was referring to, which I believe were supported by almost everybody in the House. There's a very big difference in introducing those kinds of private members' bill that he did versus something that is going to affect labour movement throughout a country. There's a very big difference. Private members' bills, for those who are new here, is a very wonderful tool to be able to advance issues that you care very much about. But changing the rules of labour legislation across the country are not the kind of things that get done through private members' bills. And, you know, all of the people that I know, I happen to have Local 183 in my riding, major labour union, and I talk to many, many of the rank and file folks, not just the leadership at the top, about these issues. They understand what 377 and 525 was going to do, and they were totally opposed to it. They want to make sure that they have their rights and opportunities to continue to enjoy pensions, the great health care benefits they have, the wonderful things that their families get to enjoy as a result of their participation in a very active, strong union. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Regina Louvain.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member for Humber River Black Creek made an excellent point that some of the anti-worker legislation passed by the former Conservative government interfered with provincial jurisdiction over labour relations. I wonder, though, whether the member could explain if the Liberal Party's newfound respect for the provinces and for working people extends to the field of pensions. During the election campaign, the Liberal Party talked about improving the Canada Pension Plan. And when the Minister of Finance met with the provinces, he found that almost all of them were in favor of doing so. Only the right-wing governments of Brad Wall and Christy Clark objected. And yet, the Honourable Finance Minister seems to have let the Canada Pension Plan fall by the wayside. So I wonder if the member for Humber River Black Creek could sort of recommit to actually improving Canada Pension Plan benefits for working people in our great country.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the House, and thank you very much for your question, and in particular your interest in the whole issue of pensions. When I was on the other side of the House, I was the critic at one point for the issue of pensions and did a lot of work on that issue, and it's an important issue for Canadians, and we want to make sure that they have pensions, and that one of the concerns at that time was the issue of bankruptcy and insolvency and what happens to companies who have unfunded liabilities. There's a lot of complexities in the pension file, but it's extremely important that we take action. Given the fact that we've only been in government just over 100 days and we've already done an amazing amount of things through the leadership of our Prime Minister, I think he should just wait, be patient. Changes to the Canada Pension Plan, I think, are something that needs to happen, and I do hope that that happens, and I'm quite confident that in the future you will see a variety of changes to our pension plans that will make it better for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. One of the questions and comments that we continually hear across the aisle with the official opposition is that there is no broad support by the membership for unions. And I can tell you, and I can assure this House, that I have not received one phone call, one email, or any correspondence with regards to them being against Bill C-4. And I would like to ask my honourable colleague if she can comment on that, if she's been receiving many correspondence from her constituents regarding people being against Bill C-4.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I'll answer the question pretty briefly. No, I haven't. What I did receive from another major carpenters union, Local 27 in Toronto, was their concerns about what this was going to do to the membership and the undermining of unions. And if you look at all of that and then you tie back into the previous question on the provinces, building a country and advancing a country is about working together. That means we have to work together with our provinces. So whether we're talking about labour issues or we're talking about pension issues, our relationship with our provinces now, with our new government, is on a very positive upswing, versus the fact that the previous government rarely ever met with any of the provincial leaders, and certainly the Prime Minister didn't have ministers' meetings and so on. Those are really important opportunities for us to be able to share knowledge and information with each other, but in able to advance Canada's agenda, you need to have the provinces on side, and they were not on side with 377.
Questions on comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my riding of Sarnia-Lambton has a very large construction union workforce, one of the best in North America, certainly top-notch in safety and quality and productivity. And during the campaign, I spoke to very many of the members, the union workers, as well as the leadership, and I did not have the same experience as the member across the aisle. They understood the importance of transparency and accountability that were coming from Bill 377 and 525, and their concerns were more about minor modifications that they wanted to see in terms of the onerous paperwork that they were complaining about for items over 5,000, and also the political participation documentation. On 525, their only objection was that they wanted to make sure when people showed up to vote that only the people that showed up to vote had their votes counted as a percentage. So I would say that in terms of the worker support, they understood that there was something good in these bills to protect their rights in transparency and accountability. And this government is eliminating it without providing any other mechanism to address those concerns. So my question for the member is, what mechanisms are you going to put in place to ensure transparency and accountability?
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
The C4 will repeal 377 and 525, and it will turn around ultimately and strengthen the relationship with our labor unions across this great country of ours. And, you know, the words transparency and accountability, you know, we heard that for 10 or 12 years, all about transparent accountability and how the government was going to be so transparent and accountable. Well, you know, at the end of the day, it was a major disappointment because the government of the day, the Conservative government, was the complete opposite of transparent and accountability. And I say that as a Canadian, it was a huge disappointment. It's a lot of talk, but what do you deliver? The exact opposite.
A very brief question we have time for. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's fascinating here the Conservatives tell us that they're friends of the workers. It's sort of like the crocodile inviting you down to the riverbank to have a luncheon with them. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, we saw the attack on labour, we saw the attack on environmental groups, we saw the attack on any organization that was seen as even a potential threat to the ideology of this government. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the attack that they launched against charities from Oxfam to Penn to Birdwatchers, I think is something that is absolutely unconscionable that was allowed to happen in this country. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague her thoughts on the matter.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek, a very brief answer, please.
It's always amazing because, you know, sometimes we forget just how much damage was being done by the previous government. Attacking our charities who are out there actively trying to raise money for a variety of causes and to make a difference in this country, and then they had to turn around and be attacked, investigated, fear for their life if they ever criticized the government. I can't tell you how many groups came to see me that wouldn't dare go. They were so afraid of saying anything in case the Conservative government would come after them, whether it was CRA or in other cases. That's not the Canada we want, and I'm really glad that we're moving on to a new Canada here with our new Prime Minister.
I'd like to advise that the 20 minutes time for speeches have expired, so we move on to the 10-minute speeches. I'd like to recognize the honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a question for the Liberal government. Since they were elected in October of last year, the new Prime Minister has promised more accountability, more transparency, and more openness. And yet, even though he put this in the mandate letters for his ministers, and in fact, he said, and I quote, "We have also committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government." Madam Speaker, why is it that this, one of their first pieces of legislation, in fact, will gut transparency and accountability that was created by legislation that we as a Conservative government brought in? Repealing Bills 377 and 525 sends a very clear message. The Liberals care more about thanking union bosses who help them get elected than they care about the hardworking union members themselves. These union members are the ones whose dues were spent without consultation. Union leaders need to be held accountable, and they need to tell their members and the public how their tax-advantaged income is spent. Now, as we know, our Conservative government was a strong supporter of accountability. Our Conservative government introduced the Federal Accountability Act and other legislation designed to increase transparency in government agencies and Crown corporations. Bill C-377 was simply about transparency requirements that fall upon entities that enjoy public trust and will allow Canada to catch up with other advanced economies when it comes to financial disclosure. Now, it's important to note that the union funding model itself delivers over $4.5 billion annually to labour organizations in Canada. If you work in a unionized workplace, you're required by law to pay dues. If you refuse, you're fired. Now, this financial power alone should be reason enough to require enhanced transparency, and I'll say a little more about that shortly. Madam Speaker, the workers are forced to make contributions, including those in my riding of Haldimand, Norfolk. They deserve to know how their money is being spent, as do members of the general public who subsidize this revenue through the tax system. Now, it should come as no surprise that a Nanos poll found that 86% of unionized Canadians support greater transparency for labour organizations. And a 2013 Leger survey said that 83% of all working Canadians want our union leaders to follow the example set by other nations' union leaders who joined with government to achieve public disclosure. Now, many of Canada's labour unions politically supported Bill 377. This is what Mark Rumi, a member of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, had to say, and I quote, "Many of my colleagues and I believe our union would be stronger if we had truly open, easy access to our union's financial statements. If there's nothing to hide, then we should be able to get detailed financial statements, which we have fought for years." End of quote. If you're looking for support for these measures, you don't need to look any further than the former head of the AFL-CIO, of course, one of the largest labor organization in the United States, George Meany, who testified at the U.S. Senate Union Disclosure hearing, said, and I'll quote him, "All of these transparency bills are based on the goldfish bowl theory, the concept that reporting and public disclosure of union finances will either eliminate or tend to discourage the abuses the AFL-CIO firmly believes this theory to be sound." Madam Speaker, even a former Liberal cabinet minister, Jean Lapierre, voiced his support for Bill C-377, stating, and I quote, "Frankly, I agree with that bill because I think now every organization has to be transparent. The unions, a lot of times, have acted like they were private clubs. And so I think everybody should go to more transparency, and I think that the initiative is welcomed by the membership and also by the public at large, because why would you hide your financial statements if you get all those tax credits and what have you? So no, I think it's long overdue." End quote. Canadian labour organizations receive over $400 million every year in tax benefits, as union dues are tax deductible and all revenues are tax exempt. Now, these tax exempt funds, drawn from mandatory dues, are funneled into a wide range of causes, many of which have nothing to do with the collective bargaining process. Canadians have the right to know how their tax dollars are being used to influence public policy alone, since, unlike charities, no constraints are put on the political activities of labour organizations. Sadly, unions are able to force employees for the funding of political parties and lobbying activities that they don't even support. For example, the president of the Communications, Energy and Paper Workers Union of Canada stated, after the vote to merge his union with the CAW, and I quote, "Can you imagine what it will mean to the CEP, the CAW, when we're the first unionized party that governs the country?" End quote. Well, I think Canadians deserve to know how the so-called super unions plan to use the hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal to achieve that end. Labour organizations, quite frankly, enjoy a more privileged position in our society and economy than any other entity, yet they have no public reporting requirements. Unlike charities, unlike publicly traded companies, federal, provincial, and municipal governments, unlike government agencies, boards, crown corporations, unlike First Nations bands, foundations, political parties, and MPs, senators, and MLA offices. Madam Speaker, C4 also sets out to repeal C525, which was passed by our Conservative government. Bill C525 required the holding of a secret ballot for the creation and for the abolition of trade unions. Now, according to 4 surveys by Labour Watch, support for secret ballots ranged from 86 to 92% amongst currently unionized Canadians. The proposed abolishment of the secret ballot is an attack on the democratic process. All members of Parliament are elected by secret ballot. So why take this away from unionized workers? How can the Prime Minister say that it is undemocratic when he and his entire caucus were elected by secret ballot. The sad reality is, for many union members, that professional union organizers exert unacceptable pressure on employees, give false information, and will even resort to fraudulently signing cards on behalf of the employee in order to get a signed card. Only secret ballot votes can counter such tactics. How can the Liberal government argue that this is what the majority of unions, of what union workers want? John Farrell, Executive Director of the Federally Regulated Employers, Transportation and Communications, told the Senate, and I quote, "A secret ballot vote is the essence of a true democratic choice and is entirely consistent with Canadian democratic principles," end quote. So what's the problem? What is the issue? They want to be legitimized. So why are the Liberals taking this away? Without any credible rationale, or really any legitimate discussion with union members, the Liberal government is gutting two significant pieces of legislation that were a victory, Madam Speaker, for union members.
For workers, exactly.
Perhaps the motive for Bill C-4 is quite simple. This is an opportunity to repay union leadership that helped get the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, an NDP MLA in Manitoba, elected. Madam Speaker, Bill C-4 goes against the principles of transparency and accountability. It goes against the fundamental principle of democracy, a secret ballot. Madam Speaker, C-4 goes against the wishes of the hard-working union members themselves. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I will be joining my Conservative colleagues in voting against C-4.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for her speech. But I'd like to know why it's okay for members of Parliament here to basically have a secret ballot for the Speaker, but her suggestion that the Liberals were elected on a secret ballot, I don't know that's an inference to having voters have to declare their political choice at the end of the day when they go to the ballot box, or for it to be known, because all of us had that privilege in terms of the secret ballot, so people didn't feel intimidated or didn't have to disclose their political choice at the end of the day. But we do that here. One of our colleagues passed a resolution in the House of Commons that we actually have a secret vote for the Speaker. And I would also ask, why are they opposed to actually making public the Board of Internal Economy? The Board of Internal Economy hides in a shroud of secrecy that the public should know. Why isn't it proper to have minutes and recording of those actual deliberations open to the public?
The honourable member from Haldimand, for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, as you well know, every one of us in this chamber was elected by secret ballot. Our constituents go into a voting booth, they go into the voting depot, they go behind a cardboard frame so that no one can see their vote. There are measures taken so that the ballot is folded and put into the ballot box without anyone else knowing how that person voted. That's one of the fundamental principles of our democratic society. In fact, Madam Speaker, when we voted for the Speaker, we did that with a secret ballot. That was deemed acceptable. That was deemed, in fact, required here to preserve the anonymity of our vote. Mr. Speaker, what we're saying is, please, we've given that right to union members. We're asking the Liberal government not to take it away.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened with interest to the presentation from the honourable member from Haldimand, Norfolk. And I noticed in her speech there's a lot of talk about transparency and accountability with respect to about why the opposition is opposing the passage of C-4, Bill C-4. My question really, though, at the end of the day, is if this was such an important initiative when that member was the government, why did they not ultimately, rather than allowing it to move forward by way of private members' legislation, have the matter brought in as a government bill or as government bills, where there would have been greater consultation with labor groups, with workers, with all of the kinds of things that they were talking about, rather than using it under the cover of two private members' pieces of legislation?
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm intrigued this morning by conflicting statements by the Liberal government members. First of all, just bringing forward this bill contradicts everything that the new Prime Minister has been touting about more openness, more transparency, more clarity, more accountability. And they're saying, no, take that away. Take away that transparency and clarity that was given to union members. But also, they're saying that they're denigrating the private members' bills. Right. Now, under our government, more private members' bills were passed than ever before in Canadian history because we respect the members' rights to bring forward those private members' bills. We also had more free votes within our party than any other party ever had, allowing our members to represent the wishes of their constituents. Now, I noticed that the Prime Minister has announced certain controversial legislation coming forward will be heavily whipped on the Liberal side. He, again, who said that there would be more free votes, as long as, perhaps, they agreed with him.
Exactly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Perth, Wellington. Oh, is it? Oh, sorry, I got the wrong one. Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for helping me to understand a little bit more clearly, because I found the debate around this issue very confusing. We repeatedly hear from the other side that for some reason that there's something sinister or wrong with private members who are democratically elected passing a bill, and somehow something wrong or something unfair to workers to leave them alone with their conscience when they make a decision. And I thank you for clarifying some of this, because it's been a very confusing discussion around these issues.
A very brief answer from the member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think it's important that we recognize what is happening with C4. The Liberal government, despite its claims to want more openness and transparency, clarity and accountability, is stripping union members of what they wanted. Roughly 85% want financial disclosure. Up to 90% want to be able to have a secret ballot. Why on earth would the Liberal government take away that freedom, that accountability that they claim that they want?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and have this opportunity to speak in support of Bill C4 that was introduced by the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, that repeals legislative changes made in the previous Parliament by Bill C-377 and Bill C-525. In the broadest strokes, Madam Speaker, this particular bill ultimately aims to restore balance and a fair approach in dealing with labour relations here in Canada. It seeks to restore the balance between employers, workers, and, I would note, the government. This is ultimately what I found the most offensive part of the previous two private members' legislation that had been introduced in the previous Parliament and passed in the 41st Parliament, was the notion of actually making sure that there was a broad consultative process, something that, from my perspective, because it was introduced by way of private members' legislation, would not have afforded the same kind of opportunity that a piece of government legislation would have done had it been introduced by the government itself, where the minister responsible, the Minister for Employment, would have been responsible for a broad consultative process with workers, with labour unions, and other interested parties, and instead was done under something under private members' legislation. Now, I just listened to some of the commentary earlier that somehow our concern that it was done by private members' legislation somehow demeans the value of that particular legislation. That is not the case. There is appropriate times and ways in which private members' legislation should be brought forth. But there is no guarantee, for example, under private members' legislation, that there would be the same opportunity of a broad consultative approach that can be done by way of a government bill. And so for us, the reason for bringing forth Bill C4, not only was it a campaign platform commitment, but more importantly, it's about making sure that we do things in a way that broadly consults all Canadians. And so from my perspective, I really view both bills, the former bills C-377 and C-525, as really being legislation that seemed to be solutions in search of an actual problem, when there really wasn't a fundamental problem. The other issue I wanted to also raise, too, was that the fundamental outcome of actually putting forth this piece of legislation was really to create a thaw, not a thaw, to actually cause a freeze in the nature of labor relations here in Canada. And at its core, from my perspective, this approach that was dealt with by the previous government is fundamentally flawed. If we are to ultimately effectively move our economy forward, we have to bring everybody together rather than the approach of the previous government that sought to divide people. And that, I think, again, was really at the fundamental heart of those two pieces of private members' legislation. As a result, Madam Speaker, I would like to use my time today to discuss a little bit about the details of these particular two pieces of legislation, why they're being repealed by this government, and what its ultimate impact might be on unions and on workers. And in turn, this will give, I think, Canadians a sense of the benefit of repealing this legislation that we are proposing under Bill C4. Let me begin with Bill C-377. This was a piece of, as I mentioned, private members' legislation that was introduced by the former member Russ Hebert, the former member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale. And as I understood, the purpose of this bill was to essentially force labor organizations and labor trusts to provide detailed financial information and other information to the Canada Revenue Agency. That would include things like disclosure on issues like salary, time spent working on political and lobbying activities, and so forth. From my perspective, the issue wasn't so much the disclosure of that, it's the fact that it only was going to apply to labor unions in this piece of private members' legislation. This is not information that was being required more broadly to other organizations, such as professional organizations. They were not being asked to have the same standard of disclosure. And so from my perspective, that was not, that is somewhat problematic. And while it might not seem, as it framed by the members of the official opposition, that public disclosure is not unreasonable, if you really dig down deeper at the particular issue, you'll see that there are some serious and substantive ramifications with their particular approach. First off, it creates an extra level of unnecessary, and ironically, from the government that was seeking to reduce red tape, it actually created a more bureaucratic process. And it would particularly be odious on unions, particularly that are of a smaller size. The kind of regulatory requirements that would have been imposed upon them to comply with the requirements under Bill C-377. As well, the Canada Revenue Agency would also have to share this burden, and it would have also and multiplied the amount of work that the CRA would have ultimately had to do. And as a result, that cost burden would have been ultimately borne by all taxpayers. From my perspective as well also, the proposed changes were also unnecessary because they are already financially accountable to their members under the Canada Labour Code. Provinces also raised in many instances, I believe 7 jurisdictions, had indicated their concern that this was also an encroachment on provincial jurisdiction. And many of them felt that this particular legislation was ultimately potentially ultra-virus of the provincial sphere, which again I find ironic coming from that particular party that talks so much about the importance of preserving the rights of provinces. This is already being regulated. So from my perspective, C-377 imposed large financial and administrative burdens on labor organizations and labor trusts that were not ultimately required for others. So while the administrative burden was significant and the reporting requirements are significant, it would also have a chilling effect, from my perspective, on the collective bargaining process. And it would also potentially have given an unfair advantage to employers at the bargaining table because of the requirements of financial disclosure. For example, because of the nature of those disclosures, unions would have potentially their strike funds, the information about that available to employers. That same reciprocity does not exist for unions, knowing, for example, the capacity of the employer to deal with a strike situation. And so as a result, the employer would have the advantage of knowing how long a union member might be able to be sustained in a strike position. So from my perspective, it was not ultimately a function of an even application of so-called transparency coming from Bill C-377. This brings me to Bill C-525. This was, of course, a private member's bill that was introduced by the current member for Red Deer Lacombe. And the bill basically attempted to make changes to the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Public Service Labour Relations Act, which ultimately affected the capacity of how unions are certified and decertified. Basically, in a nutshell, from my perspective, that particular piece of legislation was an attempt to make it more difficult for unions to ultimately get certification. It wasn't just from my perspective problematic for unions. It also imposed some serious burdens on others as well. For example, there were real potential implications to a number of agencies, including the Canada Industrial Relations Board and, of course, the Public Service Labour Relations Board, Labour's Relations and Employment Board. These boards would have had to bear the additional administrative cost and logistical responsibilities in holding representation votes. And under these changes, rather than under the CIRB's previous requirement to certify a union of dealing with it in roughly 20% of the cases, unless where less than a majority of workers had signed union cards, this would have ultimately meant a five-fold increase in work. And from my perspective, these bills were not ultimately a contribution to labor relations in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, I want to summarize that from my perspective, at the end of the day, these two pieces of legislation did more, or would have done more harm, or has done more harm to the nature of labor relations here in Canada, and they need to be repealed. And I welcome the debate on this particular subject.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Foothills.
I want to thank my colleague, who I respect a great deal, for his speech, but I'm really pleased that he explained a lot of why the Liberals have put forward C4 in his speech, and he clarified a lot of the confusion, and his speech is pretty clear. Accountability and transparency is great as long as it's easy. As soon as it's a burden on the CRA or the unions, we're going to pull back on that. So that explains a lot about the Liberals' platform moving forward in the last 100 days. But I would like to ask my colleague, he talked about this is going to help move the economy forward if we eliminate transparency and accountability, secret ballots, and those kinds of things. I'd like to ask my colleague, how does he feel eliminating a democratic process of secret ballots is somehow going to help unions and help them move the economy forward?
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
I thank my friend from Foothills for his question, and of course, I share a common commitment with my friend, as we both had the privilege of entering this place at the same time. Look, again, for me, the fundamental issue with respect to transparency and accountability was, in fact, the nature in which this legislation was ultimately brought forward. It did not allow for a broad consultation. It ultimately had the impact of actually chilling or making more difficult the nature of Canada labor relations. And when we're not all pulling together, unions, employers, and workers and government, at the end of the day, we're going in opposite directions, and that is not how we ultimately bring the Canadian economy forward. And so I would submit to them that if this was an important issue of openness and transparency, that they should have taken a fulsome approach of consulting with all of the affected partners in this particular situation, so that they could have had that appropriate input, and so that everyone could buy on to their scheme.
Kamata, questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member for his speech. I know that in my time in the riding, as I was knocking on doors during the campaign and after becoming the member for that area, I've heard again and again from unions speaking about their concerns, wanting to see these bills removed. So I'm very happy to be standing here today saying I will support moving in this right direction. However, there's still more work to be done. So, for promised labour policy reform, will the Liberal government commit to reinstating a fair minimum wage in federally regulated sectors? I'd like to hear the member's thoughts on this.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
And I want to thank my honourable friend from North Island Powell River for her question. With respect to the particular question that she asked, I'm glad that the third party will be supporting our position on Bill C-4. I think this is an important a situation where, again, we felt that the approach of the previous government was inappropriate, and that we need to have a restart in terms of our relationship with organized labor. With respect to her substantive question with respect to the minimum wage, I think the member knows well this party's position as we supported the motion that had been put forth by the NDP with respect to the specific element of her question that she had just posed.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be back here in the House after one constituency week. I had the opportunity to speak with individuals and families who have been negatively affected by bills brought in by the previous government.
Last week, talking with individuals and families in Oromocto, family members of civilian employees at Canada's largest military training base, Gagetown, who are very pleased with the movement of this government to reset relations with unions and governments across the country. I had the chance to talk with researchers working at our National Research Council, and had the chance to talk as well with local firefighters, all happy to see the movement of the government. I wonder if the member from Scarborough Agincourt, my colleague, could speak to some of the conversations he had about the fairness with which this bill seeks to address throughout his constituency.
A very brief answer from the member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Fredericton for his intervention and his commentary. Look, at the end of the day, I, for example, during my constituency break, had the opportunity to sit down with employers who recognize at the end of the day that it is important that they have a good working relationship with their labor unions. And I think of a specific auto parts manufacturer that is struggling to actually ensure that they can work proactively to get their goods ultimately to market. So it's important that we create the conditions that ultimately lead to strong employer-employee relations, as opposed to creating the kind of divisive policies that we saw from the other side.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to rise in this House to speak in support of Bill C-4, and with it the repealing of Bill 377 and Bill 525. C-4 is an important step forward and yet another example of this government following through on our promises. But before I begin, Madam Speaker, I wanted to acknowledge that this is my first time rising in the House to speak in a debate since being elected by the great people of Newmarket Aurora. And I want to thank the voters who placed their trust in me to represent them here in Ottawa. I also want to thank the hundreds of volunteers who came out and supported our campaign during the election. As a longtime resident of my community, I'm truly honored by this. I particularly want to thank my wife, Andrea, and our two sons, without whom the campaign's success would not have been possible. I look forward to working with all members in this House in an effort to accomplish great things for our great country. Now, Madam Speaker, there is an important topic in front of us today, and that is Bill C-4. This government recognizes the important role that unions play in protecting the rights of Canadian workers and in helping ensure a strong and prosperous middle class. Bill C-4 is an integral step to ensuring Canada's labour laws best foster a positive and productive working relationship between employees and employers, an approach that strives for balance. If we look to Bills C-377 and C-525, the so-called Employees Voting Rights Act, it is clear that balance was not the objective. What is also clear is that a number of legitimate concerns were raised by stakeholders, which were ultimately ignored by the previous government. While the previous government rushed to pass these bills just before the election for partisan gain and, to be frank, as a tool to punish unions, Bill C-4 will go a long way to restoring the fairness and balance that was lost under the previous bills. Not only did that legislation diminish and weaken Canada's labour movement, but those laws were also counterproductive to ensuring a positive work environment. They were political gimmicks used for partisan gain and nothing more. They addressed no pressing problem, no great evil, and in fact merely duplicated much of the legislation found in the Canada Labour Code and provincial regulation. We campaigned, and rightfully so, on repealing these hyper-partisan acts, and today we are closer to doing so. From the beginning, it was clear that Bill C-377 would create an unnecessary advantage for unions during collective bargaining, while C-525 would make it more challenging to unionize and much easier for bargaining agents to be decertified. This meant that union members already facing challenging conditions when going through the collective bargaining process would have to tackle even more red tape and more uncertainty. This government wants to eliminate the unnecessary red tape and allow Canadians access to the kind of productive, positive working relationship between employees and employers that unions strive for and Canadians deserve. Through Bill C-4, we will accomplish this. After the introduction of Bill C-377 by the last government, a number of high-profile organizations were vocal about their opposition to it, including the Canadian Bar Association, the association representing police unions, and the Federal Privacy Commissioner, to name a few. These organizations argued that Bill C-377 is ultimately an invasion of privacy for the significant number of people falling under its broad reporting requirements. Through several well-crafted and thoughtful, albeit ignored submissions, the Canadian Bar Association warned that this bill interferes with the internal administration and operations of a union, which is likely prohibited under the constitutional protection of freedom of association. Many provincial governments and employees agree, and the Alberta Union of Public Employees had launched a constitutional challenge against the legislation. Beyond the likely unconstitutionality of the bill, it also would be impractical to administer, including the high cost this would place on the Canada Revenue Agency to process the increased volume of disclosure. It's also easy to increase regulation or create more red tape, but the cost, whether it be to the organization or in this case to the government agency, can be significant and shouldn't be overlooked. And this is yet another reason to repeal this bill. While the Conservatives wanted to increase the number of hoops for unions and their members to jump through, this government is included to eliminating them. To say these bills were not a highly partisan move by the previous government would be false. All we need to do is look back over 2 years ago when on June 26, 2013, a Friday afternoon, just days before the summer recess, 16 Conservative senators broke ranks and voted to gut Bill C-377 and send the amended legislation back to this place. Parliament was prorogued before members of the House could deal with it, sending it back to the Senate without any changes. It took another 2 years before the long reach of the former PMO finally managed to accomplish what it set out to do in the first place, and the law came into force. Aside from the large number of organizations who were quite vocal in their condemnation of Bill C-377, a number of provinces, 7 to be exact, also stood in opposition to it. These provinces already implement strong and important requirements for financial disclosure among their unions. Duplicating these measures not only encroaches on the jurisdiction of these provinces, but also creates undue adversity for unions. Above and beyond these duplications, Bill C-377 also goes a step further and requires labour organizations to disclose more information required than any other organization. This unfair treatment ultimately would have severe consequences on how unions operate in serving their members. Our government wants to protect the role of the union on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who rely on them. Unions are a legitimate part of the Canadian economy and its social fabric. Bill C-4 recognizes the concerns that were raised months and in some cases years ago, and addresses them by allowing the provinces to continue their work in their jurisdiction. Bill C-4 will also ensure that labour issues are free of the potential breaches of individual privacy rights that were so obviously threatened by Bill C-377. The provinces play an important role in securing the transparency and accountability of unions, and through the imposition of Bill C-377, labour units are thrust into unfair circumstances that make it challenging and sometimes impossible to be compliant. Bill C-4 will clean up the mess that Bill C-377 left behind. It will restore balance to existing relations between unions and employers. It will get rid of the duplication of reporting requirements. It will remove the discriminatory nature of Bill C-377, and it will uphold the privacy of all parties. This government has also been steadfast in its position on how best to rebalance the rights of workers and employers in Canada. C-4 will be a welcome relief to the past government's backdoor nature exemplified by Bill C-525, the private member's bill that had no stakeholder consultation whatsoever, yet will wield significant impact. C-525 impact spreads deep, from the way unions conform to how they operate and ultimately whether or not they can decertify. Bill C-525 put in place a requirement for a majority secret ballot vote by employees before any bargaining unit can be certified or decertified, a clear and obvious attack on unions by the previous government. By changing these thresholds under C-525, not only did the previous government make it harder for bargaining agents to be certified, it made it easier for a bargaining agent to be decertified. Bill C-4 will go a long way to reestablishing a positive working relationship between employees and employers to allow for a more efficient, quicker process. Through the repeal of Bill C-525, I am proud to say that the certification process will be more efficient and more likely to be free of employer interference. This government will work hard for the rights of workers and employers across Canada, and Bill C-4 is the first step in rectifying the partisan attacks on hardworking Canadians by the past government. Madam Speaker, I am pleased I had the opportunity to discuss such an important bill that affects over 18,000 labour entities in Canada, including locals found in my riding of Newmarket Aurora. This government stood before Canadians last October and made a commitment to voters that if the Liberal Party formed government, Bill C-377 and Bill C-525 would be repealed. Well, here we are, Madam Speaker, a little over 100 days later doing exactly that. This is a government that believes in bargaining in good faith and that unions play an important and legitimate role in the success of our economy. I'm proud to have this opportunity in the House defending those rights and look forward to a productive and respectful working relationship with labour unions moving forward. I urge all members to do the right thing and support Bill C-4. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member opposite for his election and for a wonderful speech. Taxpayers, though, are supporting $500 million per year of credits related to union dues. Professional organizations and charities who are given those kind of tax breaks are providing financial transparency due to the requirements that they already have in place. Does the member not think that taxpayers have a right to know where the $500 million a year tax breaks for union dues go? And if he does think they have a right to know, why is he taking that right away?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you for that question, and I want to also thank the member for welcoming me to the House and congratulating me on my speech. Of course, that's an important issue, and of course people have a right to know where taxpayer money goes. The point is, the legitimacy, the transparency, the openness is already there. This bill, the old bills, create no new mechanism. Reporting requirements are already there. All we're doing is making it harder for unions to operate and making it less likely that they'll be able to thrive in this economy. That's the purpose of these bills that we're repealing, and I'm happy to support Bill C4, and at the same time, we're supporting openness and transparency. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Timmins, James.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I've been hearing this strange talk from the Conservatives about accountability and transparency, a government that was the most secretive in Canadian history. And when we saw Bill C-377 go through, it was denounced by the Privacy Commissioner as an attack on the right to privacy. Now, Conservatives are all into rights of privacy when it comes to their friends, but we have a bill that was challenged for breaching the Constitution, breaching provincial laws, interfering with the rights to organize, and also attacked by the Privacy Commissioner. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks it is that the Conservatives, in their vendetta against their political enemies, would have put the important issue of the constitutional right to privacy, have thrown that out the window just so that they could get at their political enemies, and still think that they could stand up in this House and somehow credibly say that they were on the side of accountability and trust.
The honourable member from Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you for that question from my member opposite, and from the member opposite. And I do actually share his sense of irony in hearing the new Conservative position about openness and transparency. And, you know, this breach of privacy actually comes as a bit of a surprise coming from the Conservative benches. The same government that, as you recall, rid Canada of the long-form census because it breached privacy in their opinion. So I don't understand why they protect privacy rights on one hand and on the other. And I also don't necessarily know why they didn't have lawyers advising them. This would clearly be a constitutional breach. On the privacy front, also on the right to freedom of association. In fact, part of me thinks they probably knew that this would be challenged, but we're doing it for a political gimmick, for partisan gain, to make sure that and the member from Louis St. Laurent, I know, would agree that this was an attack on unions, and I know he appreciated that attack, and that's perhaps why he, through you, Mr. Speaker, the member from Louis St. Laurent, maybe failed to recognize that attack on the unions. But in any event, this was meant to be an attack on the unions. That's what it was. The constitutionality of it was, I don't think, considered properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
A member from Newmarket Aurora. Interesting. I'm hoping they're having a free vote on this. They talked about transparency and accountability, and yet they don't have any free votes anymore. The other topics, quite honestly, well, it is going to build, and I don't think they can afford. You're collecting $5.4 billion a year in fees, getting close to $500 million in taxable benefit. And they don't want to have a vote like what we have to do to get elected here, as we do to get to the Senate, to the Speaker. I'm just wondering, what part of the accountability are you missing when actually it is all about accountability and showing the taxpayers where the taxpayers' dollars are actually being spent?
Before the answer, I just want to remind the member that I'm not missing any accountability, and that when he's addressing, he needs to address the chair and not the member. So, very brief answer for the member from the member for Newmarket Aurora, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I will happily answer the member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. The accountability is there; it's already there. This is again not a real argument, and the accountability mechanisms in C377 go above and beyond anything that's reasonably necessary. I wonder why he thinks union members should have more accountability than members of parliament when it comes to reporting their expenses. And as for a free vote, whether this was a free vote or not, I'm happy to vote for C4, and I welcome all the members opposite to have a free vote and join me in supporting C4 and helping unions prosper in our great economy. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member from Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak against Bill C4, which rolls back the rights of hardworking union members, while also repealing transparency legislation that finally allowed some sunshine to be let into the financial ledgers of OPAC unions. Now I want to say that I respect the Minister of Employment, as I have had the pleasure of getting to know her over the past 16 years and enjoyed the time we spent together in the Manitoba legislature. I remember that my honourable friend and her NDP colleagues at the time in 2000 introduced a similar bill and rammed it through the Manitoba legislature, a bill that massively favoured the interests of union elites and took away the ability of union members to stop their union dues paying for their own union bosses' local or political agendas. I'd also noted her comments in this House about how Bill C4 can improve Canada's economy, and I only pray that her now Liberal government doesn't increase Canada's debt by over 500%, as her former NDP colleagues have done in Manitoba since her days in government. It's also interesting to note that at that time, former Liberal MP John Gerard and the leader of the Manitoba Liberal Party not only spoke against this legislation, but he voted against it as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, today I want to talk about three things. First of all, the flawed motivation the Liberals have for introducing this legislation at this time, and the importance of a secret ballot as a pillar of our democratic institutions. And thirdly, the principle of fairness for certification and decertification. The timing of this legislation leads me to believe that this new Liberal government is on manoeuvres. The fact that even the Liberal minister who introduced this legislation admitted that this bill was quickly tabled leads me to believe that ulterior motives are behind it. I think it's too easy to just assume that this legislation is a reward for all the unions that backed the Liberals in the last election. Madam Deputy Speaker, not even this Liberal government would change the law to remove mandatory secret ballots for union workers as a quick thank you to the unions who actively and publicly supported them, but whom also spent thousands upon thousands, if not millions of dollars of workers' dollars attacking the Conservative Party. The big issue here is not C4 itself. It's not even C5, the bill the Liberals introduced next to settle their union debts. We have to look at the big picture here, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, pardon me. It's not just that the Liberals owe some of their election victory to the thousands of workers' dollars the unions spend against us, it's that the Liberals are using the rights of workers across the country as a bargaining chip, literally. The lightning speed of this bill's introduction can only be explained by the looming spectre of collective bargaining the Liberals are coming with their own public service unions, pardon me, Madam Deputy Speaker. Quite simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are trading the rights of hardworking Canadians for the hope of a smoother ride at their own negotiating table. It leads me to ask, do the Liberals care about union rank and file, or only about making their own lives easier? It's clear that the Liberals are introducing this legislation to their own ends, and not to solve a problem that actually exists. This leads me to my second point, the importance of the secret ballot as a democratic principle. Each honourable member in this chamber is here today because the residents of their riding chose to give them the most personal thing they possess, their vote. We have no higher duty in our role as members than to safeguard the democratic principles that hold our country together. The secret ballot is the highest pillar of this process. It seems absurd to me that a member of this House could get up and argue that we need less voter protection, that we need less transparency, that we need less democracy. It seems absurd to me that a member of this House could get up and argue that we need more secrecy, that we need more union intimidation, and that we need more power for big union bosses. The Liberals are creating a problem that does not exist.
That's right.
Nobody is banging down my door, nobody's calling my office, and nobody's emailing me saying they want workers to be stripped of their right to a secret ballot. Even the National President of the Public Service Alliance of Canada, Robin Benson, said so much herself when she testified in committee in 2013, and I quote, "Contrary to what you may have heard, PSAC has no issue with voting by secret ballot. We do it regularly to elect our officers, ratify collective agreements, and vote for strike action as examples." End quote. The old card check system allowed for a workplace to be unionized without letting all employees have their say. In fact, unionization could proceed with a significant portion of the workers having no idea unionization is even going on. As many of my honourable colleagues will know from their experience in electoral campaigns, candidates often spend their time going door to door, asking for support of their friends and neighbours. Most say yes, sometimes because they mean it, sometimes because they just want you to get off the porch, or do not feel comfortable saying no to your face. It's a good thing that candidates can't force people to vote at the door when they are canvassing. Otherwise, the potential for voter identification, or intimidation, would be disturbing indeed. It's a good thing we have a secret ballot vote later to decide on who the MP will be. The former card check system, without a mandatory secret ballot, was ripe for intimidation, intentional or not. In this system, workers could be pressured by unions or their colleagues in the signing of a union card. Colleagues, I ask you to imagine what it feels like in a workplace full of tension, where a worker is on the fence about joining a union, but is bombarded by peer pressure from all sides. The only true way to safeguard the rights of these workers is to let them express their true wishes through a vote. And the only way to do this properly is through a secret ballot. This notion enjoys widespread support across Canada, and 5 of 10 Canadian provinces have mandatory secret ballot vote legislation. The Liberals have absolutely no good reason to get rid of this vital check. Finally, let me now turn to one specific detail of the bill, that which deals with the number of votes it takes to certify or decertify a union. Before Bill C-525, it took the signatures of 35% of the bargaining unit to trigger the process to certify a union, while it took 50% to decertify it. Bill C-525 is grounded in the core principle of creating an equal and fair playing field for supporters and opponents of unionization. We believed that it should be up to the workers to decide, not the employers and not the union bosses. This was achieved by setting the bar for both certification and decertification processes at 40%, a wholly reasonable number to trigger a vote, which necessarily involves wide-ranging consultation. Now, the Liberals are trying to narrow the circle of people that unions and employees need to involve to make decisions, ultimately making the process less democratic. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is all about narrowing the democratic legitimacy of unions and scaling back the rights of workers to select their representatives and to determine their own fates. It is truly an affront to democracy for elected members of this chamber to demand that other institutions in their country be made less democratic, that they be made more exclusive. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the representative of the residents of Brandon-Souris, I cannot support this legislation. This legislation that is clearly designed to settle Liberal debts to unions from their last election campaign, to strip workers of their right to a secret ballot, and to create an uneven playing field for workers to determine their own fate. I encourage all members of this House to vote against this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny.
Oui, Repentigny. Repentigny, c'est bien ça? Oui, c'est bien ça.
It's Repentigny? Yes. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, Liberal colleagues pointed out that the argument of transparency for 377 was a false pretext. The unions already have the legal obligation to provide detailed accounts of their finances. And under C77, none of the other professional associations are being asked for, like the Conseil des Patronats, the Chambers of Commerce. They're not being asked for transparency. So it's a double standard. Under C525, a similar piece of legislation was adopted in the U.S., and unionization went from 35 to 11%. Union workers represent the middle class. They are public servants, bus drivers, nurses, etc. in the middle class. So why are the Conservatives so opposed to the middle class?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my colleague for her comment and for her question, and she makes the very point that these workers are middle-class Canadian citizens, and they work hard every day. And so why shouldn't they have the democratic right to have the right to a secret ballot, to be in unionization? I don't know what they're afraid of when 40% is all we were asking for in that bill to have a union. But for the mechanisms that she's in favor of, to walk in and have a card signing process, you may end up with a majority, or not the majority, but you may end up with, say, over 50% of the individuals who are signing up or could end up in a union, not even having known that the unionization process was going on. And that is what we see as unfair in this whole process.
Mata, questions and comments? The honourable member from from Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really enjoyed my comments from my colleague from Brandon Souris, and I acknowledge the great work he's doing on this file. You know, I was back in writing this weekend, and I was talking to my neighbor, and he was talking about what the union did to intimidate him during one of the provincial elections in Saskatchewan, and how the union bosses came in and intimidated him and said, basically, you needed to vote for this certain party, and that was your obligation as a union member to vote for that party. So you look at that intimidation that was going on a provincial election. Now let's put it into a ballot vote. Let's put it into the situation where they're going to certify or decertify a union. Can you imagine the intimidation that would be in that room in an open ballot? Can you imagine the intimidation that they would put on their members if the election was an open ballot? So I asked my colleague, in the scenario of a closed ballot or a secret ballot, what is the issue? That is how most democracies operate today. Why can't the unions operate in that same fashion?
The honourable member from Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Prince Albert for that question. It's very, very important. It's the hub of what we're talking about here in this debate on Bill C4 that's been brought forward by a member from Kildonan as well. It's very, very true. The intimidation that I spoke about in my own remarks here is exactly why you need to have a secret ballot. Under the old mechanisms, there was a 35% sign-up, gave you a union, but a 50%, you had to have 50% to decertify a union. So by my colleague bringing in Bill C-525 that I spoke to, was one of the first bills that I had the opportunity to speak to in this House, we leveled that at 40% either way. And that's still not even requiring a half. So I think it's a very fair piece of legislation that was on the books, and that's why I make the comment and the point here that the Liberals are trying to fix something that isn't broken.
Kamata, questions and comments? L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We support the proposed changes by the government that are in response to the anti-union bills put forth by the Conservatives. I represent a riding that, over the course of its history, has seen companies, industries close down, and now the jobs are increasingly less stable, part-time jobs. I'd like to ask my colleague if he realizes that bills or anti-union attempts are anti-labor, anti-worker measures.
Thuris, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. But again, it makes the point that when you have a 35% sign up to have a union and a 50% to decertify, what was wrong with sawing that off at 40% to have a union or to decertify it, Madam Deputy Speaker? I'm not surprised that my colleague that just asked the question from the Democratic Party agrees with this bill brought forward by the former NDP minister in Manitoba, who's now the Liberal Minister of Employment in Canada, because it looks like to me that the Liberal government is trying to outflank the NDP on the left with this kind of legislation, and it's certainly not fair to the workers in seeking a union certification.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Merci, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very much to all my colleagues who have spoken on this thus far. This is what the exercise that we get into, what's called not so much the part of legislation outlining a vision that we have, but untangling what has been tangled before. And therefore, we find ourselves now in this position where we take back two particular bills. I'm not going to specifically go after the issue of the private members' bills and how they're being used, whether for nefarious reasons or not. Personally, I respect private members' bills no matter what they are. They are from the member itself. There is a reason why that exists. That being said, however, I would like to attack these particular bills based on the policy of it and how it is unfair in this particular context. C-377, C-525 were bills that I did not support from the beginning, and therefore I would look at this by saying that we need to undo what has been done in order to proceed any further. As we've stated before, now Bill C-4, this particular bill does just that. So both bills passed without the extensive consultation process traditionally used for labor relations law reform. Now this is what we call the tripartite way of doing things. We have the government, we have the union, organized labor, and of course we have the employers, all of which need to be consulted on something very important as this because it affects so many Canadians across this country. Many of the changes to labor relations legislation have always been preceded by this. Now, just as by way of example, I have two examples here how this was done, and I'd like to bring them into the House because it illustrates a way things should be done using what we call that tripartite process. 1995, the Sims Task Force, no relation. It did extensive public consultations on Part 1 of the Canada Labour Code that included labour, employers, and government stakeholders. It's Seeking a Balance was the name of the report, and it formed the basis of major changes that came into effect in 1999. Now, going back to 1978, that's the second example I'd like to use, the Woods Task Force, another tripartite consultative process. It was used to bring about change to the federal industrial relations system. But what we see here is not so much in these particular illustrations and of the bills, C-377 and C-525. So therefore, now, in this particular case, I'm not sure of all the work that the particular members did on this particular situation, but I would assume that the opposition that was faced during the committee process, both here in the House and in the Senate, illustrates that a lot of consultation did not take place in this particular manner. So, that being said, I want to get to the part where it talks about some of the other non-labor practices of the former government. And, of course, in many situations, they went against many of the unions, organized labor, and as a result of that, caused a very poison atmosphere we found over the past little while. Whenever you heard the government talk about big union bosses and the like, it created a stir amongst organized labor, amongst many governments, both provincial and, of course, here in Ottawa. Required to provide information on the time spent by officers on political lobbying. These are some of the rules that they brought in. Information then would be made publicly available on the CRA's website, Canada Revenue Agency, that is. Unions now are obliged to provide their financial statements to their own members for free and when they are asked for it. So these are some of the, it's almost like in a situation where they put themselves where they wanted to create a solution to a problem that did not exist. And the problem with that is that they had created it without the consultation, the right amount of consultation, in my opinion, and as a result, neglected to see what some of the steps had been taken over the past 20, 25 years by organized labor, by employers, and the associations that they are represented by. So I want to talk also about, in this case, 377, and I'll pick on that one right now specifically. It was directed solely at labor organizations. We that was quite evident during the evidence that was given here in the House and in both committees, both in the House and in the Senate. They were also directed at labor trusts, not at any other professional associations, by the way, but they benefit from similar treatment under the Income Tax Act, but yet they were not specifically told to be more transparent as well. Fortunately, as honourable colleagues will recall, the Minister of National Revenue has waived Bill C-377 currently reporting requirements for 2016, knowing that we intend to work to repeal the bill. So let me go back to the debate that took place for just a moment before we get into C-4. When 377 went to the Senate, a colleague of ours by the name of Hugh Segal at the time, he was a conservative senator, vociferously was against this bill, and to the point where he had brought amendments that were accepted at that time. So I'm going to read an editorial that he did after leaving and retiring from the Senate. He wrote an editorial about how he was against 377 and its fundamental principles. And I just want to quote from his editorial. He says, the Canadian Bar Association questioned its constitutionality when it comes to 377, as it sought to circumvent normal provincial jurisdiction over labour relations and trade unions by imposing Canada Revenue Agency reporting requirements via the federal statute. So there, he has talked about the raised constitutional crisis in this particular situation. You can question this, its constitutionality, as defined by the powers directed by the provincial governments and, of course, the federal governments, which are laid out quite clearly. Former Conservative Senator Hugh Segal goes on to say there was also the issue raised by many witnesses before the committee that reporting relationships for small expenditures being imposed on unions and union locals were not being imposed on other corporate or charitable not-for-profit groups. We saw that in the House of Commons testimony as well, when they talked about how the same onus was not put on other associations to divulge or make transparent their contributions and the activities that they do and who they receive them from, which really would have created a balance. The imbalance during labor negotiations was also talked about and mentioned in Hugh Segal's article about how providing all the information these local labor organizations do would be divulged to the point where it would put them at a distinct disadvantage in certain negotiations. So I want to thank him for doing that, because I thought in earnest, he had put together some very viable, because let's face it, like every bill of this size, there are good points, there are bad points. What Conservative Senator Hugh Segal attempted to do was to make amendments. I shouldn't say attempted, he actually did them, made the amendments, accepted by members of the Senate, then it was sent back here to the House to address once more with the fixes in place. The House was prorogued. So therefore, when you have a prorogation in the House, because I know everybody's just waiting to hear how this sort of works, right? Because it's that type of day. With bated breath, yes, indeed. Well, what happens then is when prorogation takes place, the bill resets. It goes back to its original form. The original form then went back to the Senate. The bill went back to the Senate, but Hugh Segal was not there, unfortunately. And therefore, it was passed through in its original form, which is the reason why we're here today, which is the reason why we are talking about C-4 in this manner. Now, in many cases, I want to talk about one of the situations my NDP colleague brought up earlier when it comes to transparency. I remember when a gentleman, he was an independent member of Parliament, Brent Rathgeber, many probably remember him. He had a private member's bill that talked about transparency, disclosure of salaries, so on and so forth. He specifically went after a couple elements within the public discussion. He went after the CBC and, of course, disclosing salaries and so on and so forth. There were some problems with the bill, of course, when it comes to them being quasi-competitive in the private sector. But he also talked about divulging, making transparent salaries of people in government, including, and this is what he was talking about in his speech, he wanted the salaries of the people who worked in the PMO, the Prime Minister's office of the day, the Conservative Prime Minister. So what the Conservatives did was they amended it so that Mr. Rathgeber's bill said anybody making around $150,000 or more, they were divulged. It was based on the Sunshine List, which exists in Ontario. So anybody making more than $150,000. So the Conservatives amended it so that anybody making more than $400,000 a year would only be disclosed. Anybody making less than that, oh, no, that was not disclosed. I mean, as we say back home, you're too cute by a half, sir. And what they were trying to do is they were trying to protect of their own. So it's funny you have massive disclosure demanded from labor organizations. But when it comes to the Conservative Prime Minister's office, it wasn't quite the same standard. So that's why we're here today. I support C4 for that reason. It untangles, despite the strong efforts from the two members who brought forward private members' bills, which is something that we uphold here as an honorable thing, each and every individual member. But I disagree with it, and therefore, C4 is what I would strongly urge all of us to vote in favor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it was interesting to hear the honourable member go on a little bit of a tangent about sunshine lists and disclosing salaries in the PMO. Interesting arguments to be made on both sides of that. I just want to clarify, if he is in favour of the current Prime Minister's office disclosing in a sunshine list in the format he's talked about, will the Liberal government bring forward sunshine list legislation that he is praising in his remarks?
The honourable member from Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
I'm personally always in favor of transparency. Never turn it down. Anybody who works around here we should have full disclosure on this. That's me. That's me personally. I do believe in that. As a matter of fact, what I was referring to, Mr. Rathgaber's bill, I point this way because that's where he used to sit. Honourable member, very smart man, and he worked very hard. And he had a bill. What he tried to do was to put more disclosure in certain aspects of governance. What he did was he pointed out the hypocrisy that tends to run in this place, albeit small or large, about what was happening at that time. Demanding transparency of one group includes transparency for all. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the comments made by my colleague about supporting workers and helping them improve their working conditions. Now, I have a lot of respect for all of those who work to improve the common good. I think we need to send a clear message and serve as a model. Now, my question is, right now, the Public Service is negotiating, and is he going to call on the government to restore sick benefits and create better working conditions for them?
Notre Dame.
Well, I appreciate the question. Obviously, the debate that she's talking about right now, the discussions, we'll let them unfold. My opinion is I've always had a deep respect for public sector workers. I have always had that respect for them and the remuneration they get paid and anything dealing with the benefits they receive. Yes, I do. It is a negotiation between the government and the union. I realize that. I'll leave that to what it is right now, speak about it later when the time comes to vote on that particular legislation. What I'm focused on right now is C4 to untangle the mess, and I thank her for her comments about that. She does support C4, and I appreciate it for all the reasons we do about the injustices that takes place in these particular provisions contained within C377 and 525. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his very astute comments. And I appreciate when we get the history of this place, because for those of us who are new, sometimes it's very elucidating. And one of the things I most appreciated about his remarks were the balance that he was talking about between labor, corporations, government. There's not all that's right or all that's wrong on either side. And I don't like when people say, we're doing this because we're pro-labor, or we did this because you were against labor. We all have to find a proper balance. So I'd like the honourable member, if he could, to expand on where he sees a proper balance would be.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his astute comments as well, as we trade around all kinds of compliments to each other. So in the spirit of this massive love-in that we embarked in, where, yes, we're talking about the love-in as well when it comes to these particular tripartite negotiations, and that's what he talked about. The business, the employers, we talked about the organized labor, and of course we also talked about government. What I don't like, and he points out in his comments is that what we want to avoid what happened last time about sweeping generalizations about who we are as groups. You know, there are people out there that have a thing that I've heard it many times. You know, people say, well, I don't really like unions, or I am all for unions. We have to have the conversation where we look at the wonderful things that they do and we accentuate those wonderful things. If we have disagreements, we bring them here to the House. As my other honourable colleague pointed out with the situation about sick leave, it's a valid point that you know there are going to be disagreements. We have to look at the books as they are, the fiscal balance that we hope to achieve, and that is why we cannot use sweeping generalizations anymore about terms like big union bosses or corporate bosses of the like. My goodness. All you have to, if we go that way, we'll all sound like Donald Trump, and wouldn't that be a bad thing?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's hard to follow up with a reference of Donald Trump in this chamber, so I'm going to leave it at that because it shouldn't, hopefully not rise again. I would like to refer to Bill C-377 and C-525 as the Conservatives often attach names to, and basically they were known as bills to create two straw men. It was really an attempt to create an issue that hasn't really been existing and was seeking a solution to a problem that didn't exist. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because the reality is that unions and corporations are barred from political donations in this country. That was something that the former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien brought into this House, one that I supported and my colleagues supported, and I think it has been a good way going forward, and it's also been replicated by even NDP provincial governments as making sure that ordinary voters and ordinary citizens could have as much impact on the voting process in terms of donations as larger corporations, medium-sized corporations, big unions, small unions. So that is out the window with regards to that. And another good change that I saw in this chamber was the limitations that were put on some of the lobby activity that took place related to those donations. Because I often saw through TPP grants, that's a former program, where the government of the day, being either the Conservatives but also the Liberals, and mostly in the past with the Liberals, would have large grant donations go to companies under the TPP program, and those companies would then spend hundreds of millions of dollars in donations back to the actual company. So the company made the donations back to the party. And that had been a bad practice in my point to it. And another bad practice was the funds that members of Parliament were allowed to keep in secrecy that were different than the riding association. So in the past, a number of different MPs were able to accumulate funds independently. So that has changed as well too. So that makes those contributions from political donations, be it union donations, be it corporate donation, has gone. And those are good credible movements that was made by the former Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien. And I give him credit for that, because I think this place is a better place and more reflective of the people. Now, with regards to the tone that we've heard on the issue of union bosses, this is nothing more than passive-aggressive attacks on their institutions and individual Canadians that actually are democratically elected to their positions through their membership and the membership reviews. In fact, Madam Speaker, what happens in the union, it could go to the point where if they collectively bargain for an agreement and the membership turns it down, they could then remove the leadership for the collective bargaining because the membership has chose that down. And sometimes that's even done voluntarily, where the leadership recognizes that they have missed the point from the workers. So most recently that we saw this take place with Ontario, where our public servants that were related to correctional facilities turned down an agreement and that told the message to the union negotiators, including the executive, is that they wanted a greater accountability to, and they weren't doing enough to do their job to win their support. So there are processes in place that take very regular activity that is open and accountable. And union members, that as well, can get their annual reports And I'll tell you about these big union bosses just yesterday, these so-called big union bosses. I'm very grateful, Rob from CUPE Local 82 and Dino from Local Unifor 444, and what they did is we had a skate and donate program. So CUPE Local 82 with Rob, their members took Family Day off and volunteered to help raise money for a local women's shelter and our downtown mission. And I was fortunate to get 2 children bicycles from Unifor Local 444, and I can tell you I had no complaints whatsoever from even, there was non-union, union, and other people from the not-for-profit sector. We raised, tripled our donations to raise money for those organizations, these food banks, and we also brought in triple the amount of food that took place. So those are the big union bosses that you have, in the realm of things, and they contribute so much on a regular basis to social justice cause, everything from refugees to a number of different programs, food banks that are out there. And I think we've been out of that context because it's very public. They will hold press conferences. So Local 200 donates to 40,000 to 8 children's groups. Okay, so this is in the Windsor Star. It's in the public. All their membership from Local 200, they're Ford workers. They're very, very good. They've had to struggle with this economy, and because of their quality of work, and we have not lost more jobs because we've seen failed practice of this government in the past, and also this former government on the Conservative side with regards to the auto industry. It shrank from number 2 in the world in assembly to actually number 8. But despite that, we actually have investment taking place because the unions are actually good workers, and they run health and safety programs. They run a series of programs to make sure injury reduction is reduced at the workplace. They bargain for those rights to increase the productivity of the workers. And because of that, without any government investment at all, Fiat has invested into Windsor Chrysler Assembly Plant, and they are now hiring 1,000 workers to actually increase production for the new minivan, which is known now as the Pacifica. And it's a different model, and this arguably, this plant, despite the economic conditions, is the #1 probably manufacturing facility since World War II. It's been operating right now for over 10 years on 3 shifts, and it has been making money for the company, rescuing it at different times, and also the unions have been donating money on a regular basis. So Local 200, so the money that went there, and the members know this because it's in the paper, it's publicized, as they gave to the Autism Society of Windsor Essex, the Bulimia, Anorexia Nervosa Association, the Windsor Essex Children's Aid Child Abuse Prevention Council, Computers for Kids, Children Leukemia Foundations, Canadian Mental Health Association, GriefWorks Children's Program, Jumpstart, and Sunshine Foundation Dreams for Kids. So this goes not only just in the Windsor Star and paper, but it also goes out to the general media through TV and TV and radio. And so the union members know exactly what's taking place because they're touched in with their membership. And so we've had long-standing representation from their executives, but they've had to win their workers over. And that's done mostly through their confidence in their collective bargaining agreement and, again, through their actions out in the public. And there's hundreds of thousands of dollars locally in my community, and I'm proud to say I have a union town. And I think the hypocrisy that I find, Madam Speaker, that's about this, is when we talk about the secret votes. So let's set the record straight here, is that they are not allowed secret votes, but it's okay for members of Parliament here to have a secret vote to elect the Speaker. That's okay. No problem with that. We can actually have a committee called the Board of Internal Economy where we hunker down behind closed doors and nothing gets out public. And that's okay. Sure, you know what? We get a different rules. When I was a city councillor, I'm sorry, that's been a while ago, but as a city councillor, we could only go in camera, meaning behind closed doors, and throw everybody out, including the public and the media, for issues related to property, personnel, and conflict of interest. Very specific rules. But here, what I've seen in my years over here, if somebody sneezes, we can go into in camera. It's a ridiculous process that's taken place that actually shuts the doors to accountability. And the taping that still continues is you can't actually access that information and go up public later on, but you can still access it, listen to it for yourself or whatever, but you still can't talk about it. So it's outrageous, Madam Speaker, that we have this hypocrisy taking place. And I want to end, Madam Speaker, with a notation with regards to the enforcement of 377 and 525, which trampled a number of different rights, often looked at by experts as constitutionally unacceptable, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, they would also cost Canadian taxpayers over $20 million just to instate a program, an additional $5 million for one bill alone. So that's a cost for no reason, Madam Speaker. That shouldn't be accepted, and I support Bill C-4, and so do my colleagues.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Chilliwack, Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's speech, and I know he was kind of railing against the term big union bosses, but I wondered if he could respond to the words of his former colleague, Ryan Cleary, NDP MP, a former from St. John South Mount Pearl. His recent blog post, which appeared in the Newfoundland Herald this week, said, quote, "As an NDP MP, for example, there was an unspoken rule that I could not take a public stand on a fishery issue without first running it by the Fish, Food and Allied Workers Union." So I guess my question is to the member, does he think that that is that when he's talking about transparency and accountability, is that what he's referring to? Is that the NDP mantra where you have to take any public stand that you take in your constituency or for the portfolios to which you are assigned must first be run through the union that, in this case, in the case of Ryan Cleary, it was the FFAW. Does he have a similar arrangement that he would like to share with this House? Is Mr. Cleary not telling the truth, or what is the big union boss relationship with that NDP?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
No, I don't, Madam Speaker, but I do consult, just like I consult with industry on a regular basis when an issue comes up that's related to them. And I'd remind the member that Ryan Cleary ran as a Conservative candidate in the last election and failed.
And comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Hochelaga.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated the comments by my colleague, but my question is on a little bit of a different track. When it comes to the big union bosses, he talked about the humanitarian efforts and also the democratic practices, and that's what I want to talk about. There was a meeting at one point of a number of union representatives. The treasurer presented a budget to increase deductions, and the members, and I'm not talking about my local union, but rather the big union it belongs to. Now, a half an hour after the presentation, the members voted down, there was a new budget and the members approved that. So that is very democratic, in my opinion. I would like to hear from my colleague about that.
It is, Madam Speaker, and that's what takes place. Is there opportunities to do those types of double checks within their own system to determine what they feel is appropriate as members to participate in the activity that the unions choose to out there. And I can tell you that nobody likes to have money taken off their paycheck, but the reality is a lot of union members for a long, long time have known this practice, have participated in this practice, and they have made sure that the money is spent on accountable ways. And the membership, again, has the opportunity to get the books whenever they want, and that's an open, accountable system. And they also get a chance to vote on their actual leadership, and they also get a chance to vote on collective bargaining agreements to decide whether or not it's appropriate, and they have plenty of opportunity in those elements.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
was encouraging to hear the member speak at the beginning about, in his view, getting union money out of politics being a positive thing. Of course, he knows that union money is not completely out of politics. In fact, it plays a major role at the provincial level, but also at the federal level in terms of pre-writ advertising. So I wonder if the member would indicate if he is supportive, in fact, broadly speaking, of preventing mandatory dues from being diverted to fund political causes unrelated to workplace needs.
The honourable member for Windsor West, a very brief response, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the bikes that we had donated for our food banks and our skate and family day was a free event for the constituents, and receiving $200 for a child's bike and a girl's bike, and then having CUPE Local 82 volunteer their free time off are not very influential matters. They're actually greatly supported, and I encourage more members to actually partner to make these things happen, because the union involvement with the charities is significant across this country, and it's very much an opportunity. And the member knows, as we just talked about, that they have an opportunity to change their dues. It was asked by the previous member with the question. I perhaps don't think he was listening.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from St. John's, Rothsay.
St. John Rothsay, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak to you today. This is the first time, actually, I've risen to speak in debate, and I first want to thank my riding of St. John Rothsay for electing me with a very strong mandate, almost 50% of the vote. I certainly want to acknowledge and thank the great MPs that ran and served in my riding before me: Rodney Weston, Paul Zed, Elsie Wayne, Jerry Merrithew, to name a few. Just as a matter of note, too, Madam Speaker, I am the third Liberal MP to serve in St. John Rothsay in the riding's history, so I'm very honored for that. I also want to thank my great campaign team and my campaign managers, Warren Coombs and Warren Long, for their leadership and helping me along the way. And I certainly want to thank my constituents very, very much. I was elected on a mandate to stand up for Canada's marginalized and our middle class, Madam Speaker. The past 10 years of Conservative attempts to degrade, demoralize, and dismantle unions cannot continue. That is what Bill C-4 begins to do. I'd like to begin my speech today by highlighting the proud history of unions in my riding of St. John Rothsay. We are the first incorporated city in Canada, Madam Speaker, and I'm tremendously proud to present St. John Rothsay in this House. In 1851, believe it or not, St. John stood as the third largest city in British North America, with a population of 31,000. St. John was led by the hands of merchants, financiers, railroad men, and most importantly and significantly, shipbuilders, envisioning a prosperous economic center, Madam Speaker. At this time, business in our great city flourished. Pioneering by the shipbuilding and rail community, St. John was a stronghold for trade unions. With united and well-represented tradespeople, St. John was a perfect example of how unions can positively contribute to our communities. Let's not forget, Madam Speaker, that it is unions that built the middle class of our country. It is unions that protect the workers, and it is the Liberal Party of Canada that is also standing up for the middle class. St. John, again, was a perfect example of how unions can positively contribute to our communities. As a cornerstone of business, unions created a strong and vibrant middle class, which built an unrivaled shipbuilding and trade hub for St. John. As St. John proved, the strength of our economy relies on middle class, and bills like C-377 and 525 and the proposed amendment from across the floor weaken the labour movement and hold back Canadian potential. They must be repealed, Madam Speaker. In 2016, unions continue to play a vital role in my riding's economy. I am and will continue to stand up for local unions, such as our local firefighters, police union, IBEW, Public Service Alliance, and many, many more. We are a union town. Union City, Madam Speaker. And that's exactly what Bill C-4 does. It stands up for unions, Canadian workers, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, Canada's middle class. It is why I wholeheartedly disagree with the amendment presented by the member for Louis St. Laurent and stand with this government in supporting Bill C-4 as currently written. Bill C-4 should be supported by all members without the proposed amendment for two reasons. 377 creates unnecessary red tape for unions, and C-525 was supported without evidence, and neither unions nor employers wanted it. Neither unions nor employers wanted this, Madam Speaker. This amendment only seeks to undermine the purpose of Bill C-4 by pitting employers against employees. Bill C-377, at the time, the Conservative government claimed it was in large part justifiable due to the complaints received from union members. Let's be clear. These complaints represented 0.0002% of over 4 million union members in Canada. While pre-existing legislation for both provincial and federal governments already required unions to issue financial reports and make them available to members. This did two things, Madam Speaker. It created a massive unnecessary administrative burden, as well as put unions at a major disadvantage during collective bargaining, making it more difficult for unions to influence the Canadian labour landscape. It's not what this government is about, Madam Speaker. In fact, Madam Speaker, it was the right honourable member from Calgary Heritage who stated in January of 2011 that cutting red tape is the most effective way to show that we are making work for people, not the other way around. Madam Speaker, the opposition couldn't justify support for 377 then, and it cannot justify it with these proposed amendments. The amendment presented before the House speaks specifically towards Bill C-525 and the certification and decertification of unions. This amendment seeks to oppose the exact goal of this bill. It cites legislation that was baseless and without evidence in 2014 and continues to be so in 2016. C-525 was presented on this basis of consultation with either labour unions and employers. Neither employers nor unions sought out these changes. Neither identified a single problem in the process in relation to this amendment. Opposing this amendment upholds our government's commitment to building evidence-based policy, Madam Speaker. And if the Conservatives even ever looked at considering the evidence, they would have found their so-called mountain of complaints, which is how it was described at the time, was a whopping 6 complaints, 6 out of 4,000 decisions the Canadian Industrial Relations Board made in the past 10 years. Now, I'm not a member from British Columbia, but it doesn't seem like a very big mountain, 6 out of 4,000. This amendment states that, and I quote, "The bill violates a fundamental principle of democracy by abolishing the provision that the certification and decertification of a bargaining agent must be achieved by a secret ballot vote-based majority." In fact, Madam Speaker, it does the complete opposite. This amendment promotes a system that unions in St. John Rothsay and across the country agreed has not been working well. C-525 eliminated card check certification and added an unnecessary second step for certification. It has become an invitation for employers to interfere with workers' democratic right to choose representation. Amendments made to this bill in 2014 went even further on the Conservatives' assault of democracy and the attack on unions by further lowering the threshold for decertification applications to reach a vote. It undermines collective bargaining and, let's be clear, the Canadian labour movement. Specifically to the secret ballot vote-based majority discussed in the amendment, I would like to clarify what it actually means. This requires any organization seeking certification as a bargaining agent entering into mandatory voting, replacing the card check system, whereby employees vote their willingness to form a union by signing a union card. In the system imposed by Bill C-525, unions require support from 50% of all employees instead of 50% of the employees that voted. If you apply this same logic to the 2011 election, which elected the previous Conservative government, they would have received only 23.6% of the vote. Not even half now what is required to form a union. Numerous unions from my riding have voiced their opposition, Madam Speaker, to Bill 525, arguing the card check certification model is quicker, more efficient, and more likely to be free of interference. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, as a Member of Parliament from a community with a proven union track record, I unequivocally support Bill C-4 without the presented amendments. This amendment is just like Bill C-525. It is a complete assault on unions and especially employees. It has created a diluted form of democracy that gives employers too much influence over the creation of a union and attempts to fix a problem, Madam Speaker, that never existed, based on evidence that never existed. I am standing up for unions. I am standing up for unions in St. John Rothesay by saying no to this amendment and yes to evidence-based policies. In closing, I would like to thank union leaders like Dave Stevens, Peter Anderson, Abel LeBlanc, Pat Riley, Chuck Hickey, Darlene Baybridge, Debbie Ferguson, and other great people in the riding of St. John Rothesay for taking a leadership position and helping unions grow in St. John Rothesay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate my colleague's speech today. That might be his first. Congratulations on that. But I found it interesting, a couple things, that he had time to thank union leaders, but I didn't hear him thanking any union members from his riding. Might also be kind of important if he actually spoke with them before supporting Bill C-4. But what I really want to ask the member is, we heard a lot from his Liberal colleagues today that for some reason a private member's bill is illegitimate. It doesn't really mean anything. That if it doesn't come from the minister, if it's not a government bill, then really it has no weight. So I'm curious, as a backbencher, as a new member of a parliament himself, does he agree with this statement that you have no voice and you'll likely not have a private member's bill because your party doesn't believe in them?
I just want to remind the member you're to address the chair, and I do have a voice. So the honourable member from St. John Rothesay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're getting better with the St. John Rothesay every time you say it, and that's a good thing. I thank my member opposite for the question. And no, listen, I am a backbencher and I'm new to politics, and I certainly believe that everybody has a voice and everybody should have a say in what happens. But one thing that was abundantly clear to me, Madam Speaker, going door to door, and yes, I did mention a lot of union leaders in St. John Rothesay, but a lot of my good friends are hard-working union members, and I think that it was pretty much unanimous, whether it's union leadership or union members, that Bills 525 and 377 were not popular in unions. They were designed as bills that were to the detriment of unions, and that's why I think a lot of people in St. John Rothesay supported me. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Timmins, James Bay.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. It's interesting today to watch our Conservative colleagues suddenly showing their great love for unions. I've just seen ridicule and attack on organized labor for the last 8 years from that lot. To suggest that they're friends of unions is almost as ridiculous as saying that their legislation was always something that they're concerned about meeting the standards of the Constitution. This was legislation brought in by Peter MacKay, the former Justice Minister, who had more recalls than the Ford Pinto. They believe that they can use this House and legislation to ignore the Constitution, to override privacy rights, to ignore provincial legislation just so that they can get at their political enemies, the big strawmen that they've created, the big Indian chiefs, big bad union bosses, radical environmentalists. You hear the troika of blither from them consistently about their straw enemies. But the fact that they would use legislation that is not charter compliant in an attempt to attack their enemies, I believe, is actually debase this House, because whether the new government brought this legislation ended it, or it was ended in the courts, it would still be ended one way or the other, just like so much more of their legislation that they brought in that they knew was not charter compliant, that they knew overstepped their bounds, and debased the role of Parliament, which is to create credible legislation. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks it is in the pathology of the Conservative mind that they believe that they can ignore these clear jurisdictional divides that's supposed to keep government in check.
The honourable member from St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, member opposite, for the question and statement. And I'm new to politics, and certainly I grew up in a non-union house. My dad worked at a local lumber company in St. John Rossi his whole career, in St. John his whole career, and it wasn't unionized, Madam Speaker. And I think that I learned firsthand, and certainly learned going door to door, that unions are good for an economy. They're good to grow the middle class, and they're certainly there to protect workers. And with respect to members opposite statement about the party opposite, I'm not sure where it started and where it ended, whether it evolved over 10 years with respect to kind of the attack on unionized workers, and whether the party opposite agrees with that or not. That was fact, and that was what I heard time and time again, door after door after door, from union workers, saying that the Conservative government is out to attack us. The Conservative government is out to get us. And certainly one thing that I'll say, and I certainly learned this growing up, is that perception can be reality at times. And certainly there was a perception across Canada that the Conservative government was anti-union. And that's something that they're going to have to live with, and certainly had the results of that in the election. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this bill. And I can honestly say that I have been struggling to find some rational reason why the Liberals have decided to introduce Bill C-4, to repeal Bill C-377 and Bill C-525 without any chance of allowing both bills to be tested over time. Madam Speaker, I was a proud member of the International Association of Firefighters prior to being elected to this chamber. I started my union involvement early in my career, becoming an executive officer, secretary of our association, and after a period of raising our children, I became president of our local for 3 years. I contributed to our provincial and international association lobbying on behalf of firefighters and their families with all levels of government. Our association talked about our issues to those in office, and we were appreciative of the time they gave us. We hoped that we had our talks with politicians would be in the backs of their minds when the issues came up, not just in caucus, but around the cabinet table. You see, Madam Speaker, political action at the time was more about education than it was about influence. There was no political action funding, no well to draw from, and it was simply a matter of working hard to have our issues understood. As an association, we strove for better understanding and better agreements for our members. Our members came first, and now as a member of this House, my focus does not differ. I serve in this House for the best interest of my constituents, many of whom are union members. Madam Speaker, last year a Forum Research poll showed 62% of Canadians approved of Bill C-377, while only 18% disapproved of it. I'm assuming that many who were asked are also union members. The survey also revealed an appetite for even greater transparency, with 78% of those surveyed saying they would like to see the bill expanded to include employer groups like the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. The Labour strategy has evolved. We realized that we could actually influence the decision makers beyond just education and actually help candidates and now parties win campaigns. By funding campaigns with targeted political action funding, we were having an impact, Madam Speaker. When we started, there was little accounting of how much our union dues were being used for this activity. However, as the request for more direct funding was made, we were able to account for just how much funding was being directed to a political activity, and it was quite a lot of money, Madam Speaker. With the ability to finance massive negative advertising campaigns against a candidate or party, a union's influence has increased exponentially in the modern political age. Political action funding targeted directly to influence election campaigns is widespread, and whether this type of engagement is ratified by the membership at large has become inconsequential. Prior to C-377, there was virtually no accounting of how much our union dues were being used for this type of blatantly partisan political activity. To see the effect PAC funding has had, one only has to look back some 15 years in Ontario to see why this is happening now more than ever. As partners of the Liberal government in Ontario, unions have had their way with the government because the borrower is always servant to the lender. They've had the Liberal government's ear and have influenced a vast array of policies, and yes, Madam Speaker, even the outcome of elections, in spite of the fact that many union members don't agree with what party that money is supporting. The union spend over the airways in the 2014 Ontario election should make any member of this House and members from legislatures and assemblies from coast to coast to coast blush and take notice. Members of this House, legislatures, assemblies, and in fact unions across Canada should also heed a strong warning and look at the problems that support for a Liberal government has had on its union members in Ontario. Failed government policies have resulted in plant closures and lost jobs, lower wages and benefits, and have caused many job and wealth creators to leave the province. Failed government policy has also resulted in choking debt and deficit, and that has impacted union members in Ontario with cuts in health services and impacted their quality of life. I would humbly suggest, Madam Speaker, the biggest threat to the union movement and its workers in this country is not Bill C-377, but rather bad government policies, and it appears that the federal Liberal government is on the same path as Ontario. Madam Speaker, the repealing of C-377 is nothing more than payback for the help the Liberals received this fall. Bill 377 sought to establish mechanisms of transparency and accountability, and I've heard the arguments against it, but the question is a simple one. What is wrong with being transparent and accountable? A good friend of mine and former member of this House once told me there's no monopoly on a good idea. The need for transparency in our institutions should be universally accepted in this House, no matter which team we play for. Transparency is a good idea, and it needs to continue to be one of the hallmarks of our Canadian democracy. It should be about what's good for all workers, and that includes trade unions. Canadian taxpayers accord individual union members deductions to support their unions under the Income Tax Act, that same deduction I benefited from as a union member for 30.5 years. Mr. Speaker, what is wrong with transparency and disclosure? I suggest the only thing wrong with transparency and disclosure is if you have something to hide. During the election, because I was a candidate for a party that brought in Bill C-377, I heard from many fellow union members who'd been hearing from their executive and leadership how bad 377 was for Labour. When I asked my members of my union and others I ran into at the door what was so bad about it, the only answer they could come up with was that it was intended to bust unions. Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Laws similar to the one brought in by the previous government exist in other countries, and the union movement in those countries have not been busted. Mr. Speaker, repealing 377 does not promote an open and transparent system. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. It puts unions and union leaders back in the shadows, it keeps memberships in the dark, and it does not follow the principles of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Bill C-525, union certification votes and decertification votes can be highly charged political events that can cause union members to be intimidated by a process that exposes one's views. It can cause stress and fracture relationships. Why should they not be held in secret ballot? And why should someone not have the right to keep their views tightly held to them and them alone? C-25 eliminated coercion, it removed intimidation, and it mirrored the right of every Canadian who casts a ballot that they are entitled to cast their vote in secret and to vote with their conscience. Mr. Speaker, February 3rd, 2016, my colleague from Louis St. Laurent asked a question in the House to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, and she responded on behalf of the Liberal government. He asked, yesterday the Prime Minister said, in answering a question I asked of him, that Bill C-525 is undemocratic. Can the Minister explain to this House how it could be undemocratic to have a secret ballot vote? Her answer to this chamber was, it is undemocratic because the process used by the previous government did not include consultation. They did not go into our community and apparently didn't even consult with employers, end quote. Mr. Speaker, how much consultation has the government held on repealing these acts other than to meet with those writing big checks to the Liberal Party coffers? How much consideration is being given to allow fairly recent legislation to take root? The U.S. passed the Union Transparency Law in 1959, the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act, or as it was better known at the time as the Union Members' Bill of Rights. The Act was intended to protect and promote democratic processes and democratic rights of union members, including the freedom to vote at meetings, to express any argument or opinions, and to voice views upon union candidates and union business. The legislation stood the test of time for nearly 40 years before Congress made some amendments to modernize it. Mr. Speaker, the bill before the House today is not sound legislation. It is more about paying back of political favors and less about the strength of unions in this country. It's not in the best interest of Canadians, and I urge all members of this House to see it for what it is and reject it as a step backwards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the presentation by my colleague. Much of it focused on openness and transparency and disclosure. And you know, he posed the rhetorical question, you know, why would this government be against openness and transparency? And you know, of course, we're not. You know, this has nothing to do with openness and transparency. This bill had nothing to do with openness and transparency. And to point the case, I mean, we put in an amendment. If this was not an attack on labor, if this was about openness and transparency, then let anybody that benefits from a tax deduction from dues paid, professional organizations, lawyers, doctors, chambers of commerce, CFIB members, they're all tax deductible. So if it's open and transparent for those, you know, if it's a good thing, it should be good for them. But his Conservative government voted against that amendment. Voted against openness and transparency. How can he square that with, you know, with the whole charade about openness and transparency when they voted? It was only unions that would fall under this legislation.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the member, you don't have to be a member of those organizations. If there's a unionized workplace, you have to be a member of that unionized workplace. Right. So I would suggest that the openness and the transparency, and there is no way that this government is open and transparent when they look at repealing this bill right off the bat. There's no way they're like that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Barrie Innisfil started out by quoting some polling suggesting that most people supported Bill 377 and, in fact, wanted it extended to employer organizations. Now, I could ask the honourable member who paid for that polling, but instead I'll say, if for argument's sake we accept it's true, why didn't the former Conservative government apply Bill 377 to these employer organizations? And the answer we seem to be getting from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, is that, oh, well, those organizations are voluntary. Only unions are mandatory. But, Mr. Speaker, if you want to work as a doctor, you have to join the medical association. You have to pay dues to it. Those dues are tax deductible, just like a union. Mr. Speaker, if you want to practice as a lawyer, you have to join the Bar Association. You have to pay dues to the Bar Association. Those dues are tax deductible. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to give the member for Barrie Innisfil another chance to answer the question of why Bill 377 was only imposed on trade unions. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when I look at 377, I look at the issue of transparency and accountability. And the members of the previous government, I think, did a very good job at making sure that the union members, and this is what this was about, Mr. Speaker, is making sure that the union members were aware of where their money was going and how it was being spent. Exactly. And so I don't begrudge that, and I find it kind of funny that the honourable member would be talking about polling and our polling when, in fact, they're the ones that do most of the polling to find out exactly how people are thinking, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not anti-union. My father was a CAW worker for 35 years. My mother and daughter are both part of the teachers' union, and I was married to a welder from Local 663. But, you know, many union members before C377 were upset that many unions received the member dues and were spending them to support the NDP without a secret ballot to get a majority vote. So my question for the member is, do you see anything in C4 that will protect the rights of union members?
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. I actually don't see anything that's going to protect the rights of union members. In fact, in a lot of cases, the money that's being spent by union leaders across this country is really unknown. And not even at the grassroots union membership level do they have the ability to find that information out, Mr. Speaker. And I would also suggest one of the challenges with this is the fact that a lot of the money that's being spent isn't going to who the actual union members are supporting. It's actually going to other parties that those union workers do not support, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join in this debate today. Governing is all about seeking a balance between things like the environment and the economy, between one part of the country and another, between social and economic values, and between labour and business. I don't believe there's been any government in recent history that's thrown so many things out of balance, allowing ideology to trump evidence and political expediency to replace due process than the previous Conservative government. Such has been the case in their actions towards labour relations and workers' rights in this country. After years of attacks on fundamental labour rights, it's very gratifying that one of the first acts our government is doing is restoring a fair and balanced labour laws that respect the integral role played by unions and their importance to a strong middle class and a fair and prosperous society. Labour law systems are very complex, and the ones that work well are based on a delicate balance between the interests of labour and management that must be respected if and when reforms are made. The federal labour relations system is well regarded and supported by both labour and employers as a result of genuine and proven consultative and consensus process that has been followed for decades in amending labour laws. One of the most comprehensive changes in recent history to Part 1 of the Canada Labour Code were the result of a full consultative process chaired by the well-respected labour-neutral Andrew Sims, producing a report entitled Seeking a Balance. Mr. Sims said that if labour law is to be changed, it should be two things. It should be because there is a demonstrated need due to the legislation no longer working or serving the public's interest, or secondly, done on a consensus basis, There are perhaps no greater examples of how the previous government showed contempt for these principles and upset the labour relations balance than the two private members' bills that C4 seeks to repeal. Bills C377 and 525 were deeply ideological and highly partisan pieces of legislation that served no public good or policy objective. Their sole purpose was to diminish and weaken the labour movement in this country. These types of labour policies based on ideology rather than evidence only produce unstable labour laws that hurt, not help the interests of employers, employees, and the economy in the long term. Bill C377 was badly crafted and fundamentally flawed legislation that made unprecedented and unwarranted disclosure about unions and their members, as well as other organizations that do business with unions based on no demonstrated need for this law. Constitutional experts have said it was unconstitutional. Privacy experts believe it will violate privacy rights of millions of Canadians, and 7 provinces representing more than 80% of Canada's population opposed it, as it interferes with provincial jurisdiction over labour relations. Even well-respected conservatives such as retired Senator Hugh Segal said it was, and I quote, badly drafted legislation, flawed, unconstitutional, and technically incompetent. Close quote. Both the current and previous privacy commissioners believed the bill was a serious breach of privacy in their testimony at the House and at Senate committees. Past Privacy Commissioner Mrs. Jennifer Stoddard said quite clearly that 377, and again I quote, a serious breach of privacy. The current commissioner, Mr. Daniel Therrien, said more bluntly that he thought the bill goes too far. In his words, a quote, a balance should be struck between transparency, which is an important value, and privacy, which is a value that is also just as important. Something Bill 377 failed to do. To prove just how unfair and unbalanced this bill was, let me share with you a short story, Mr. Speaker. In 2012, I wrote the Canada Revenue Agency and asked them if they could provide the same information on its employees that 377 was asking of labor organizations. They said, the response back, they said they could not provide the information because, and this was from the correspondence I got from CRA, the Privacy Act precludes the CRA from disclosing personal information about its employees. So the CRA, the agency that was set to enforce this law, could not comply with exactly what was being asked of organized labor, of unions, through the passage of 377. The second piece of legislation, C4 will repeal, is C525, the Employees Voting Rights Act. Like 377, there was never any evidence provided in support of its needs, simply another solution in search of a problem. Politically motivated and ideologically based, its sole goal was to make it harder for unions to certify and easier for unions to decertify. The sponsor of the bill, the member from Red Deer Lacombe, claimed the bill was needed because of this was an actual quote, mountains of complaints regarding union coercion of workers during union certification campaigns. He said, when we hear this is from Hansard, Mr. Speaker, when we hear one person complain about the actions of union organizers, that can be dismissed as a one-off situation. However, when we see the mountain of complaints that end up at the Labor Relations Board, it is concerning to me, close quote. That's a serious claim to make, Mr. Speaker. Many of you might be surprised when the chair of Canada Industrial Relations Board appeared before committee during the study of the bill. She said that out of 4,000 decisions rendered by the CIRB in the previous 10 years, there were in fact only 2 complaints of unfair labor practices by unions. 2. That is quite a mountain. She said there were actually more founded unfair labor practice complaints against employers rather than unions. C525 made a significant change to the fundamental right of workers and how they organize themselves without evidence for its need, bypassing the established consultative process that is so critical to maintaining balance in labor relations. Does anyone believe that this is a responsible and fair way for government to make laws that affect fundamental rights of Canadians? Mr. Speaker, the previous government was intent on injecting political ideology into labor relations to a degree that has never been witnessed before at the federal level. I believe both employers and labor would agree this does nothing to promote harmonious labor relations and is not in the best interests of the economy or our society. Governments must always seek a balance in how they govern. Perhaps no greater place is this required than in labor relations. The stakeholders in the federal labor sector long ago developed a proven consultative process to amend federal labor legislation. Past Liberal and progressive Conservative governments supported such a process because it provided legislative stabilities for all stakeholders, and it worked. As a result, there existed a delicate balance that served fairly the interests of employers, unions, workers, and the Canadian economy. Both 377 and 525 politicized that process and undermined the balance in our labor relations system. They were short-sighted labor reforms made without a legitimate consultative process driven by ideology rather than evidence. That's why our government is repealing Bills 377 and 525. We are committed to the tripartite consultative process, and it is our hope C4 will help reestablish what Andrew Sims said was so important to our modern labor relations regime. Mr. Speaker, that is balance. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and I want to say good morning to him. But one thing that I've noticed is that people aren't talking about things properly. They talk about this as being a backdoor bill.
Government and identified by three Liberal members as backdoor bill. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, but everybody here enter by the front door, not by the back door. Alors, puisque le député...
So since the member is not a minister, like all of his colleagues, then does that mean that all of his colleagues as well, who are not ministers, cannot present the bills because that would be through the back door? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comment and the question. To suggest that we, as a party, don't believe in private members' bill would be very dishonest. But to pretend that these bills were private members' bills, the members that presented them were like the Milli Vanilli of legislators because they lip-sync these bills, Mr. Speaker. They lip-sync these bills. The Prime Minister's fingerprints, check the lobby registry. See who was in and out of the PMO. See how many times the merit contractors were in and out of the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Speaker. The PMO's fingerprints were all over both pieces of these legislation, Mr. Speaker. To even disguise these as private members' bill is a disservice to private members' legislation.
Questions or comments? Questions and commentaires? The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Honourable member, he's a passionate speaker and a defender of rights. And I'm so glad that there is this side of the House that looks at labor and labor unions and generally employees as some people to be protected. We have had so many incidents of employees losing their protection, whether it's bankruptcy, whether it's moving, or whether it's contractual labor or contracting it out. So I'd like his opinion on why the previous government was so hell-bent on making such a unpleasant environment for the labor unions and employers in general. Thank you. Employees in general.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's unfair to try to ask me to look inside the minds of the past government and figure out why they wanted to do what they wanted to do. But what my colleague, and it's great to have her back in the House again, Mr. Speaker, she has summed it up. I mean, there was no government seen in this country before that had organized labor in its crosshairs like the past Conservative government. We've seen record use of back-to-work legislation. We've seen changes to labor legislation, the labor laws of this country being changed within 400-page omnibus bills. We saw, the change to the definition of danger was slid in to an omnibus bill. Practices that have long served this country, a tripartite, consultative, consensus-building process that have long served this country and to the benefit of Canadian workers, were just run over roughshod. This was just another example. These two pieces of legislation were just another example. But, Mr. Speaker, we've seen over the tenure of the last government an obvious attack on organized labor. Why? I don't know. It was part of that divide and conquer, one group against another in the bigger scheme of things. But obviously it's one that didn't work out well for the government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to restore fair and responsible labour practices in Canada. Why? Because unions and employers play an important role in protecting the rights of Canadian workers. They contribute to the access that the middle class has to stimulate growth. We need to work with union organizations and not put a wrench in the works. And that's why we've kept our province and why I would call on all members of the House to support this important legislation. We introduced Bill C-4 to abolish the legislative changes brought in by Bills C-377 and C-525. This is an excellent decision. Unions and union organizations strongly opposed the two bills when they were introduced in Parliament. But some people, of course, may oppose Bill C-4. We are prepared to listen to everyone about the issues that may be of concern to them. Mr. Speaker, I would first like to explain to all members that despite what some people may think, Bill C-4 will be an advantage for labour relations throughout Canada. To begin with, some supporters of Bill C-377 have said that it was necessary to improve financial transparency on the part of unions. They said that it was needed to guarantee access by the public to information on union spending because they had tax advantages under our system. But those arguments don't hold water, Mr. Speaker. Section 110 of the Canada Labour Code already requires unions to freely and free of charge communicate their financial information to their members who may request it, and there are similar clauses in the provincial labour relations legislation. There are very strict requirements for transparency. Other groups that also have favorable tax treatment under the Canada Tax Act are not treated the same way, and this is discriminatory. Of course, some provinces have questioned our desire to abolish Bill C-377. The Minister of Finance from British Columbia wrote to the Senate to say that he would support the bill, and he indicated that increasing transparency from unions would be a good idea. But most people did not support those opinions expressed by British Columbia. 7 provinces came out against Bill C-377, indicating that it interfered with provincial jurisdiction. So Quebec, New Brunswick, Manitoba, Alberta, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, and Nova Scotia expressed opposition to it. Bill C-525 deals with employers and the process for certifying a union via a secret ballot. Some employers were in support of the bill, but they should not worry because the process in place to check cards and to have a proper process works well. The employers in the transportation and communications fields under federal jurisdiction have welcomed have said that repealing some of these provisions might not be a good idea. But I can reassure them because I can tell them that we will listen to all arguments, but by repealing these changes, we will simply be coming back to the way things worked before. It will give us a new start. We will go further than our predecessors, and we will consult properly before bringing in any changes. We want to restore a climate of collaboration and develop policies based on evidence. The various parties will all be able to participate constructively, because if we hold real consultations, then we will be able to develop proper policies that will help all workers and employers and Canada as a whole. And these are some of the reasons that Bill C-4 will help labor relations and our economy. And these changes brought in by C-377 and C-525 need to be repealed. We are listening respectfully. We have made a commitment to increase economic security for Canadians, and we will do that. In my riding of Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia, there are solidarity movements among employers, unionized workers, and unions to defend our interests. As you know, we live in a remote region, in a rural area, and it's difficult to have our voices heard. The major media don't really talk about what's going on in our area. For example, I have a personal experience going back to the fall of 2014. We knew that there were going to be cuts, and among other organizations, to the CEGEPs. At that time, I ran the CEGEP in Matane, and many people were concerned. There were jobs that were lost, and already our unemployment rate was 3 times higher than the Canadian average. So rather than just deal with these cuts in an isolated way, I brought the workers together and their union representatives to come up with a special initiative. We had 2 days of consultations to discuss the impacts of these cuts. I was able to make a commitment to not abolish any positions. We were able to demonstrate our commitment to our workers and our CEGEP and to help reduce the effects of the cuts. We all supported the same initiative, the unions, the employees, the students, all of us. And we held these consultations. Everyone put in 2 days of salary, and we were able to work with other players in the region as well. It is never helpful to try to divide and conquer. We need to come together and create trust. We will therefore be able to achieve real and positive change.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his presentation. In my riding as well, we have been thinking about the issues of labor relations. On January 29th, there was a local group, SOS Poverty, in my riding, that introduced a paper to discuss what could be done to help people get out of poverty. So, yes, we can talk about labor relations, but what about the policies that have been promised? Are they going to introduce a federal minimum wage so that people are not in poverty when they are working? The Honourable Member. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, for her question. Obviously, this is certainly a concern for our government, that is, the economic development of our rural regions, which are hard hit by the economic situation. Unemployment rates are high. We all need to work together to invest in our regions through the commitments we've made in the election campaign. We want to create good jobs that are well paid and have the benefits they need. We've made announcements over the past few weeks, and we will be strengthening the economies in our rural areas. So once again, I would like to thank my colleague for her question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the member a question about secret ballots. Now, all of us here in this House were elected by a secret ballot. I think we understand why, as a matter of principle, secret ballots are important, because they allow people to exercise their political choices free from fear of intimidation or pressure. People can be public about their political opinions if they wish, but they can also be private about them if they wish. So if we accept that principle, and if we accept it for people who choose their representatives here in this House, then why would the honourable member not support ensuring that we have secret ballots in union elections as well?
The honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Well, I think that my colleague in the opposition must know that the system that exists to check cards already exists. There has to be a majority of members who work in an organization that sign their cards. Otherwise, you can't have an organizing votes. This mechanism is already provided for and should continue to exist.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the words of wisdom from my colleague. And one of the things that I would ask him maybe to provide some comment on is the importance of working with Labour and management, that the best way to have a productive workforce is, in fact, to work cooperatively. When the bills were brought in as private members' bill, there was a great deal of concern that there was absolutely no government connection or discussions or consultation. And that was one of the reasons why we have to rectify the wrong that the previous government made in bringing in the legislation in the first place a couple of years back. If you could just talk about the importance of consultation in working with Labour and management, and all Canadians benefit by doing so.
The honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. That's an excellent question that my colleague has asked. I spent a number of years in the federal government and working for various organizations where I was unionized. And I've worked with union organizations over the past few years and union representatives. The way that you can get along best, whether people are unionized or not, is to work in collaboration with them. We need to work cooperatively so that we can come up with the best solutions and move ahead with our agenda and our priorities. We need to come up with initiatives to strengthen our economy. That means employers, unions, unionized workers. We all need to work together to develop our country constructively and to improve our economy.
Debate. Reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues in the Conservative Party, I want to rise today to oppose Bill C-4, which amends the Canada Labour Code, the Labour Relations Act, the Labour Relations Act in the Public Service, and the Income Tax Act. I have a simple objective. I want to demonstrate to Canadians and to all the hardworking people in my riding that the Liberal government is not working in the public interest. It is instead working for pressure groups, lobby groups that include union leaders. Just 2 weeks ago, we learned that there were arrangements between union leaders and the Liberal team during the last election campaign. And today, when I reread Bill C-4, I understand that the Liberals and union leaders are working hand in hand without taking into account the interests of workers.
Why is that, Mr. Speaker? First of all, by
adopting C4, the Liberal government is abolishing measures put in place by the Conservatives to protect workers and thus ensure the transparency of unions. First of all, C377 provided for better accountability by union leaders by forcing unions to reveal all expenditures of over $5,000 and any salary over $100,000. Then Bill C-525 forced a secret ballot for the creation or abolition of unions in companies. With these measures, we would no longer have seen intimidation and bullying episodes as we hear about during certain votes. And when employees come out in favor or against unionization of their workplace, they would have done so in an enlightened way and would have voted secretly, as is already the case in the provincial legislatures of BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Nova Scotia. Why do the Liberals want to eliminate these provisions? Isn't it legitimate that the unionization process be done in a transparent manner? What seems to be common sense for the general public is not so for the Liberals. Their promise of transparency will have disappeared within a mere few weeks. Secondly, the desire for union transparency advocated by the Conservatives is not just a matter of fundamental values, it's also an economic principle. Tax-deductible union dues cost the federal government and the public some $500 million annually, so it's perfectly legitimate for a responsible government to ask for accountability for these generous fiscal advantages. Many other countries, such as the US, the UK, Australia, Germany, and even France, have long demanded that unions disclose their financial records. Thirdly, since I fail to understand the government's position on this issue of transparency, I wondered whether my Conservative colleagues and I were the only ones concerned about these issues. Well, no. To my great satisfaction, I found a Leger poll conducted in 2013 that indicated that out of a sample of 1,400 Canadians, 83% stated that they wanted legislation such as the one adopted by the Conservatives. What's even more surprising is that workers who pay union dues wanted this type of legislation to the tune of 84%, at the same level as other citizens. These percentages therefore confirm the position of the public on this subject. During testimony before the Standing Committee on Finance of the House of Commons, groups in favor of the Conservatives' bills were numerous and came from all walks of life. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, Info Travail du Canada, the Quebec Employers Association, Merit Canada, the Montreal Economic Institute, the Independent Contractors and Business Association of BC, the Quebec Chambers of Commerce Federation, Ian Lee of Carleton University, Douglas Forer of McLennan Ross, Moin Yaha, Associate Professor at the Faculty of Law at the University of Alberta, Francis Donovan from Canada, Safeway, Mark Rumi from Air Canada, Brian Johnson from Stuart McKelvey, the Honourable Michel Bastarache, a former Justice of the Supreme Court, and Ken Pereira, a union leader and unionized worker, to name but a few. Having said that, I want to assure my colleagues opposite that it's not only the Liberals who conduct consultations. The Conservatives did it also, and that demonstrated that their provisions for union transparency were desirable and desired. Fourthly, it's one thing for the Liberal government to ignore polls and the people consulted that I referred to, and believing that the position it's taking is the best for Canadians. However, another moral principle comes to mind when I analyze this position, that of political independence. In order for the government to remain impartial and capable of making decisions in the public interest, without undue external influence, I think it has to avoid associating itself with pressure groups that have an interest in the management of government business. That's definitely not what we're saying now. So this is what I come away with. First of all, this is a bad law. It's quite clear that this bill seeks to thank union leaders for their support during the last election campaign. 3, the federal Liberal government's first piece of legislation was one that will see workers' rights withdrawn in the face of pressure groups to please union leaders. The workers are not protected. This gives way to bullying in the workplace, and employees have to share their views publicly rather than have secret ballots. 5, transparency is a fundamental principle, and the Liberals are violating that principle. 6, although this legislation did not regulate the activities of unions nor the way they spend their funds, it did allow for accountability. 7, unions are the only private organizations that have compulsory funding equivalent to taxation. Compulsory funding, as opposed to voluntary funding, should lead to moral obligation to be transparent. 8, as unions are already compelled to present their books to their members, it shouldn't be any worse for them to present that information publicly. And 9, we have to avoid the use of union dues without the consent of union members. Now, I didn't get into politics to criticize what a government does unduly. I think we have to work together in this House to take the best decisions possible in the interest of the public. However, having said that, allow me to conclude by explaining to the government my vision of things in terms of unionization. And that represents the position of a very significant portion of the population. Moreover, since the Liberal government constantly repeats that it wants to consult and listen to various viewpoints and stakeholders before making any decisions, I think that they will take into consideration these few sentences. First of all, as Member of Parliament for Richemont-Arthabasca, former Mayor of Victoriaville, and a school principal, I've had to work and negotiate with many unions on many occasions. These negotiations always took place in a climate of respect, and my perception of unions and employees who are unionized is not negative. On the contrary, I think it's quite legitimate for a group of individuals with common interests to ask someone to negotiate on their behalf. The mission of a union is to improve working conditions of its members, and that mission is perfectly valid and legitimate. However, when I see that the Minister of Employment states that unions have an essential role to play to make sure that workers have a decent salary and work in a healthy and safe workplace, I think she's exaggerating considerably. It's completely false that the Conservatives have attacked the right to unionization. It is not true that employees are not respected if they're not unionized. I have a company called Cascade in my riding that has been in Kinsley Falls since 1964 that employs 11,000 people in North America and Europe. Because of the management philosophy of the Le Maire brothers, these employees chose not to be unionized because they believe their working conditions are favorable. Cascade thus demonstrates that it's not necessary to be unionized in order to benefit from good quality working conditions. So I congratulate them for that. This bill, lastly, is a direct attack on democracy, accountability, and transparency, and it does not at all protect workers or the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech, which is full of details and information. I did want to make a few points on your speech. First of all, It was clearly indicated by many provinces, including Nova Scotia, that Bill C-377 duplicated things that are already in the process. So there was no need for additional requirements, if you will. Also, I should comment on the fact that 7 of the 10 provinces in Canada were against Bill C-377, so quite obviously the provinces were explaining and demonstrating that those steps were already in place. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his question. It's not because in some files provinces are against certain bills that the government can't go forward. This is a matter of federal jurisdiction as well. And these measures taken by the Conservatives in the last mandate did not imperil the raison d'etre of unions and did not call into question their basis. It simply sought to make sure that citizens are respected, that the unions spend money to improve working conditions during negotiations. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on an excellent speech. I especially liked how he had his facts. This government likes to pretend that they want to be fact and evidence-based in everything they do. We heard today that multiple polls of union workers where more than 83% were in favor of C-377 and C-525. We also have a fact. Financial transparency to the taxpayer for the $500 million of tax credits from union dues doesn't exist without Bill C-377. So I'm interested in my colleague's opinion. Do you think that C-4 is a fact and evidence-based approach?
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this question. I completely agree with her. I'm looking everywhere, searching through documentation that was at my disposal. I didn't find any reason that justifies changing the existing legislation. In no way were unionized workers attacked by this bill. The only objective was to make sure that union leaders be held accountable about the money paid in by union members throughout Canada. I'm trying to figure out why this legislation seeks to amend the former legislation. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll help my colleague with his research. In a letter to the Conservatives, the Canadian Bar Association pointed out that the bill tabled by the Conservatives violates the constitutional right to privacy. They'd asked the government at the time to withdraw the bill and to draft a new version because it violated privacy laws as well as the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So, yes, there were people who said that this bill was not a good one. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. I never insinuated that everyone agreed with the bill. That's the beauty of democracy. Some people are for something, others are against it. But what I wanted to point out is that this government is trying to have us believe that there was no consultation, that the entire population was against this bill, which is totally false. In polls, 83% of the population and 84% of unionized workers, people who pay union dues, were in favor of the Conservative bill. So this government was elected with 42% of the vote and wants to change the bill when 84% of the people were in favor of it. I wonder how legitimate that is.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise on this bill and to talk about a restoration of a fair and balanced relationship that exists, that needs to exist in a regulatory framework for unions to ensure that workers are provided adequate protection, and that we acknowledge that the disclosures that are already in place provide many of the things that the honourable members who were just speaking opposite talked about. The reality is that the Canadian Labour Code already provides for the disclosure, and that under Bill 377 we're seeing a lot more red tape, and we're placing really unions in a precarious situation of being very disadvantaged through the collective bargaining process. So we can see the negatives that it's brought in. We haven't seen any of the positives. And the changes that are brought forward today in C4, it's no coincidence that it's so early. It's a recognition of this government's commitment to restoring that balance and that fairness that the Prime Minister promised in the last election campaign. And I will remind members of this House that the Prime Minister had the opportunity to speak at length about the importance of restoring that balance, and it became a very important plank in our platform over the period of the last election. And certainly you hear it reiterated in the mandate letter that was given to the Minister. And while I have a great deal of concerns that I've already touched on with relation to Bill C-377 in the previous Parliament that was adopted and that this would repeal, I want to focus the preponderance of my comments today on C-525 and the legislative amendments that were proposed in that particular bill. Bill C-525 changed union certification and decertification processes under 3 federal labour relations statutes: the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Public Service Labour Relations Act. Prior to the amendments being enacted through Bill C-525, federally regulated unions could use what was called a card check system for certification. If a union demonstrated that a majority of workers had signed union cards, the union could be certified as the bargaining agent for those workers. A vote was only required if less than a majority signed, but enough to indicate a strong interest, 35% under the Canadian Labour Code, for example. Bill C-525 changed that to require that unions show at least 40% membership support before being able to hold a secret vote, and required a vote even when more than 50% of workers had signed union membership cards. It made it easier for unions to be decertified by lowering the threshold to trigger a decertification vote to 40%, compared to majority support, which was previously required. Essentially, Bill C-525 makes it more difficult for Canadian workers to unionize. That's not good for our economy, nor is it good for Canadians. Unions help address inequality by helping to ensure fair wages. They help protect workers' safety and prevent discrimination in the workplace. They also help employers because a fairer workplace is a more productive workplace. And a more productive workplace helps to grow our economy and strengthen our middle class. What was presented in Bill C-525 was essentially a solution in search of a problem. There were no great rallies on Parliament Hill or even in any boardrooms demanding that we change a union certification system that had worked successfully for many, many, many years. The card check system, whereby a union is certified by demonstrating majority support through signed union cards, has been used successfully for many years in the federal jurisdiction and in several provinces. A number of unions, like Unifor and the Airline Pilots Association, argue that it is fast and efficient and much more likely to be free of employer interference than the mandatory secret ballot system brought in under Bill C-525, which we seek to repeal. The card check system is not undemocratic. It requires majority support through signed cards. And the Canadian Industrial Relations Board has strong measures in place to ensure that this process is fair. It should also be noted that representatives from both sides of the bargaining table were highly critical of how the previous government brought in these changes. Both bills were brought in as private members' bills, without consultation with either employers, unions, or other levels of government. Many argue that it set a very dangerous precedent for the future of labour reform. They are right. That precedent must be expunged. We believe that fair and balanced labour policies developed through real and meaningful consultations with unions, employers, stakeholders, the provinces and territories, and the Canadian public are essential for harmonious labour relations. Bill C-377 also presents problems that could be averted with proper consultation. You've heard my colleagues talk about this in great detail. I alluded to it earlier in my comments. Among other things, it has potential to seriously disrupt the collective bargaining process. For example, detailed information about unions, including information on union strike funds, will be available to employers. It seems to me like a blatant attempt to make things harder for unions. Mr. Speaker, it is essential that we have a system that is both fair and balanced, that the regulations that we have in place ensure that there is proper disclosure and rules in our labour negotiation process, but that we allow unions to be strong, to protect the rights of workers, to make sure that our economy can grow, be productive, and employers are treated fairly. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I haven't had the opportunity to intervene yet with this particular member. I'd like to congratulate him on his election and for his speech. Obviously, I have a different opinion that I've given in this place, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask the member, we elect our own Speaker in this House by secret ballot. In fact, our constituents elect us as members of Parliament by secret ballot. Why is the government putting forward a bill that takes away the right to a secret ballot by union members? We've seen how it benefits us here in this place, in this country, in democratic processes. Why is the government taking away that right, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I addressed this in my comments. The reality is we had a system and a regime that worked very effectively, that there was no one clamoring for the changes that were made. They were made in a way that was incredibly detrimental to the labour movement as a whole. And I would suggest that having a fair and balanced approach is one that is absolutely essential to the success of our labour market going forward. And if you tinker with a system by bringing in the types of changes that are punitive, that create red tape, that are ineffective, that all we're doing is creating more tension between unions and employers, and in fact undermining the essential role that unions have to play. And I think it's very clear that these changes are required to get us back to the state we were in previously.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's great to see my friend and colleague back in the chamber and speaking so well informed and so passionately about this and many other topics. He did take a bit of a hiatus from the chamber here, so some of the testimony that was presented both in the House hearings and the Senate hearings, I just want to ask if he's familiar with this particular piece of study that had been undertaken. The province of British Columbia has flip-flopped back and forth between card check and secret ballot a number of times over. There's a study for the past 18 years. They've studied the impact of the card check over the secret ballot, and certainly the case, Miss Sarah Slynn, the associate professor from Osgoode Hall Law School, the research she's been researching this for a number of years, and she said it's intimidation on the part of the employer that skews the vote in favor of the employer of non-certification in the case of the secret ballot. And if I could read into the record her comments. In sum, the research evidence shows that there is no support for the notion that votes are necessarily a superior mechanism to cards for determining union representation. Nor does it support the notion that union intimidation or pressure is a substantial phenomena in certification. Final quote. What it does is demonstrate that the employer interference, and more so, employee fear of employer interference, is a real phenomena. It's effective, and it's more effective under votes than a card-based mechanism. I just want to ask my colleague if he is familiar with the research done by Ms. Slynn.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. And of course, I was maybe making the point at too high a level, but I think his points are very well. Well, no. I think the points made by the Parliamentary Secretary are very pertinent to the argument. I think the problem that I have with the assertion that was made by the member opposite in his question is it cloaks a lot of misinformation and shadows the truth, which is that we had an incredibly effective system that was working, that nobody was asking to have changed, and that the government brought forward, the previous government brought forward changes that were incredibly disruptive to labor relations and put unions at a great disadvantage and potentially greatly harm the collective bargaining process. And so you can obfuscate and try to create these false arguments around principles that don't exist, around being more democratic, but it's not true. And I think we have to get down to the core fact, which is we had a system that worked, was effective for both sides, and we need to return to it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is certainly not often that we in the House of Commons called upon to repeal the legislation passed by the previous government. But in this case, it is absolutely necessary that I encourage the members of the House to support Bill C4. The reason is very clear. Bill C377 and Bill C525 is upset the balance in the labor relationship in Canada, giving employers a distinct advantage over the union. It is unfair, it is unbalanced, it is un-Canadian. For example, let's take a look at how Bill C377 impacts the collective bargaining process. One side, you have the union representatives trying to negotiate the wage increase or the better working conditions or more flexible hours for its employees or so on. On the other side, you have the employer who want to operate as efficiently as possible in order to maximize the profit. Mr. Speaker, but if there is a deadlock in the bargaining, each party have their own tools to resolve the matter. Employers can lock out the employees. Similarly, unions can go on strike. It's a very clear thing. So they are seen as the collective bargaining in a fruitful manner to resolve the matter. Bill C377, Mr. Speaker, has amended Income Tax Act, requires the labor organization and the labor trust and the unions to file detailed financial reports and their information returns to the Canada Revenue agencies. That information, such as detailed on their assets, liabilities, salaries, and so on, is then put to the public on CRA website. This means, Mr. Speaker, that the unions must reveal how much money they have in their strike funds for the possible work stoppage. And that means the employer can find out how long a union can strike. They could stay out of the work. It is if it comes to the strike. So Bill C377, the collective bargaining system is no longer fair now. It's not a fair game in playing in the field. It gives the employer a distinct advantage. By knowing that the union have only certain amount of money for the strike or to lockout, they know exactly how far the union can be pushed to accept less in order to avoid either those eventualities. Does anything really think that is the fair way? No, I don't think it is either, and either does our government think so. Let's remember, Mr. Speaker, collective bargaining is the process which we have to adopt and we had been adopting from the decades previous governments. Bill C-37 also contains other provisions that equally are unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. For example, unions are, but not employers, have to report the salaries paid to their officers and the directors. The unions, but not the employers, have to report their and time spent by some personnel and the political lobbying and other union-related activities. In addition, the bill duplicates existing requirement under the Canadian Labour Code that requires the unions to provide their members with the reports on their financial free of charge and on demand. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the requirements are also already in place under many provincial labour laws. The second bill repealed, Bill C-525, has been described by my colleague, the member of the Cape Brent Casino, as a solution looking for a problem. I think that is a very apt description. First of all, what the bill exchange is the way union can become certified or uncertified. Mr. Speaker, previously union getting themselves certified was not a big problem. Even 35% of the cards, they have to present it to the Canada Industrial Relationship Board and come on board as a registered bargaining agent. But now that is not the same. Unfortunately, we have seen the examples of employers who will resort to any measure to deter their employees from unionizing. What Bill C-525 does, in fact, it allows employer to know exact when union might be trying to organize a workplace union. And even though most employers act ethically to prevent unions from organizing the unions, the point is employers now have powerful tools that they do not have before to show down their or to stop the union certifying process. Prior Bill C-525, when federally regulated, private sector workers wanted to organize in a particular workplace. If a majority of the employers signed the union card, they could got a Canada Industrial Relations Board show them as a union card, and the CIRB could certify them as bargaining agents. This was the system from the decades onward. If less than a majority of employees signed union card, but at least 35 did, the certification could be done. And more generally, the ability to unify, influence the collective bargaining process. Mr. Speaker, Canada needs a collective bargaining system, which is the fair system and a balanced one. A system in which both unions and the employers come to the table in a good faith for a bargaining at the equal level. Repealing the changes made in these laws, in these two bills, will help correct the current imbalances, and hope all my colleagues in this House will give this measure in support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? La députée de Beloy.
The Honourable Member for Beloy-Chambly. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his remarks. We're very happy to see that the government will be repealing these two pieces of legislation, these ill-conceived bills by the Conservative government. And it's very important in the process for workers to have negotiations in good faith. That good faith is something that the member opposite mentioned in his remarks. I'd like him to tell us why, first of all, they are committing to repealing the Act with respect to sick leave for public servants, but then, subsequent to that, coming back to the table with exactly the same offers as the Conservatives did. It is something perhaps the member can explain on behalf of his government.
Mr. Speaker, if this bill C4 is passed, it will restore the total fairness and the balance to the Canada labour relation system. The repealing of Bill 377 and Bill C-25, which is not a fair system, so it's required to be reacted. Thank you, Your Honor.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard members across the way say that a secret ballot creates opportunities for intimidation by the employer. With all due respect, this makes absolutely no sense to me. How can there be intimidation around a secret ballot vote? So I wonder if the honourable member could actually explain how that works. And if intimidation is such a problem in secret ballot elections, why do we do that in virtually every other case we have elections?
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious when the unions and the employers, they have got the equal right. They are sitting on the bargaining table with the power, having the equal rights to go ahead. Their decisions, bargaining table, or the bargaining table will be the correct decisions. That's the way we want to bring the changes.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide some comment in terms of just how important it is that we have good labour management relationships here in Canada. And this is something in which the Conservative Party, when they were in government, never really recognized. By having good labour management relationships, it's better for our economy, and all Canadians benefit by that, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague would maybe provide some comment on just how important it is that we get it right. And this legislation that the member is debating today actually fixes a problem that the Conservative government created.
Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the organization where people are working in the factories or in any union under the unions, or even if they are independent without the union. But if somebody wants to form the union and come to work under the union, they should be very free and frank to take part into the unions. The free process, free way of working, and to bring the correct results on the bargaining table will be the collective bargaining. That's the only best way to do it. And that's why we want to get these bills rescinded and bring Bill C4. Thank you, Your Honor.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicolai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've heard various Liberal members say that taking a secret ballot away it will somehow make the labour movement stronger. I would just simply point out, Mr. Speaker, that 7 provinces actually utilize the secret ballot in certifying or decertifying a union. So is this member saying that those 7 provinces are wrong in how they deal with labour relations?
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, again repealing the Bill 377 and Bill 525 is identified as a priority of this mandate, and that's why this to bring collective bargaining on the table in a better way and give benefit to the employees this bill is required to be rescinded and Bill C4 is required to be passed. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, February 15th, was a day of mourning for Quebec in honor of the Patriots.
Pierre-Émile Narbonne, Amable Daunet et François Nicolas.
The Patriots of 1837-38 fought for justice and democracy against the monarchy. The fight for the freedom of people has taken place around the world. The Patriots did not hesitate to fight for a fair and noble cause, and the people of Quebec are still proud and honor them today. In honor of the men and women who have given their lives for our freedom, I say thank you. We will never forget. And as the Chevalier said before being hung, live freedom, long live independence.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome many preeminent Canadians to Ottawa today to receive prestigious prizes from the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council. Their work has kept Canada in the forefront of discovery and innovation. I'm honored to announce that one of those researchers is a resident of the riding I proudly represent, Fundy Royal. Mr. Greg Adams is a researcher with J.D. Irving Limited. His work with J. David Miller of Carleton University has been awarded this year's Synergy Award for research focused on finding an environmentally sensitive way to combat the negative impact of spruce budworms to the forestry and paper industries. Their discovery of an insect toxin strain of natural fungi has now been replicated in greenhouses and allowed J.D. Irving Limited to mass produce more than 100 million endophyte-enhancing seedlings. The resulting trees have demonstrated to have an increased tolerance to spruce budworm. I would like to invite all members of the House to join me in a round of applause to recognize the important contributions to science and industry of these great researchers.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, later this month on February 29th, we will mark Rare Disease Day. The day raises awareness of the estimated 2.7 million Canadians directly affected by over 6,000 rare diseases and disorders. That's roughly 1 in 12 persons. 75% of these diseases affect children, and 30% of those affected will die before their 5th birthday. Speaking on behalf of a family impacted by a rare disease called Alport syndrome, a rare genetic condition which leads to a loss of hearing and kidney failure, I have seen firsthand the impact a rare disease can have on a family. I know the helplessness and financial hardship a parent feels when facing an incurable condition affecting their child. I want to thank the medical professionals and researchers who every day assist those affected by rare diseases and disorders. On February 29th, I invite all members to join me in making their voices heard, joining the parents and families affected by rare diseases and having their voices heard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been in Alberta over 45 years. I have experienced the boom and bust cycles of Alberta economy. I lived through the 1981 recession. My family and I lost everything. It took over 2 decades to rebuild. No family should have to go through these circumstances again. But here we are with over 100,000 job losses. Our Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources know very well that Alberta energy resources are essential to our nation's economic prosperity. That's why they recently visited Alberta to consult with the provincial leaders and the energy sector. As we do not control the price of oil internationally, we know it is important to get our sources to tidewater. I stand with my Alberta colleagues as a champion to get our sources to tidewater. But we need to be responsible about our actions. I cannot agree to do the same things that did not benefit our sources sector for the past 10 years. Our government is committed to doing things differently to ensure prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, when I first stood in this House and spoke about my community,
I never could have imagined that the next time I would say the name of La Loche here would be in the wake of the painful events of January 22nd, 2016. As we learn more about what happened and the act of heroism and courage by the people in my school, I am thankful to the local fire department, the RCMP, and other first responders. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of La Loche and Northern Saskatchewan, I want to say thank you, Masicho, to all Canadians who sent their thoughts and prayers to La Loche and Clearwater River Dene Nation. Thank you for the comfort you have given us. Thank you for the strength you have given us. And thank you for the hope you have given us. With the government's help and support from all Canadians, together we can rebuild La Loche and Clearwater River Dene Nation. Masicho.
The member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the presence in the House of many preeminent Canadians who are this year's recipients of Canada's Top Researchers Awards. It's my honour to recognize a Vancouver Quadra constituent, Dr. Curtis Berlinguet from the University of British Columbia, who is receiving the EWR Stacey Memorial Fellowship Award. Curtis's work truly represents the next generation of discoverers and innovators. He's working at the nano scale to design new materials for next-generation solar cells that turn sunlight into electricity efficiently and cost-effectively. This kind of innovation is exactly what our country needs to power the transition to a clean energy economy and help meet Canada's climate and economic goals. I would like to invite all members of this House to join me in a round of applause to recognize Dr. Berlinguet's important contributions and those of all the award winners.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I attended numerous functions recognizing the contributions made by the volunteers. These volunteers donate their time for the benefit of their fellow citizens, from mosques, churches, temples, clubs to community associations, to name a few organizations that enhance the quality of life in our community. Today, Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the community associations of my riding of Calgary Forest Lawn. They are Southview, Abbeydale, Albert Park, Radisson Heights, Applewood, Crossroads, Mellon Heights, Vista Heights, Forest Lawn, Marlborough Park, Marlborough, Pembroke Meadows, Pine Ridge, Coral Springs, Monterey Park, Rundle, and Park Ridge Estate. To all these volunteers, Mr. Speaker, we say our heartfelt thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday, Valentine's Day, I had the opportunity to pay tribute to a great friend and public servant, someone who many in this House have known for over 4 decades, Hurricane Hazel McCallion, who turned a remarkable 95 years young on Valentine's Day. As the longest-serving, Mr. Speaker, as the longest-serving mayor of Mississauga, she built the city to become the 6th largest in Canada. Born in the Gaspé Coast, she has a remarkable energy and spirit that has taken on recessions and depressions, hurricanes and train derailments. For the ticker tape to a Twitter and YouTube sensation, she's a member of the Order of Canada, a pioneer for women. She is a model of our resilient Canadian spirit. Happy birthday, Hazel.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday marked the 2nd annual Nova Scotia Heritage Day. Heritage Day is an annual reminder of our province's past and an opportunity to honour the remarkable people, places, and events that have contributed to our unique heritage. The 2016 honoree was Joseph Howe, the self-taught owner of the Nova Scotian newspaper, who laid the foundation for the freedom of the press and who brought responsible government to Nova Scotia in 1848 as Premier.
In my riding of West Nova, we are proud of our heritage. Cultural diversity in our region contributes greatly to the history of our province and country.
I want to congratulate Nova Scotians on observing Heritage Day 2016. In the years ahead, I look forward to celebrating many other contributions that have enriched our province and make it such a great place to live. Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last December, I was fortunate to take part in the second Global TB Summit in Cape Town, South Africa. The summit brought together 45 members of Parliament, senators, and representatives from over 30 countries, all dedicated to creating the political will to end tuberculosis in our lifetime. I saw firsthand the incredible work and services being delivered by the passionate healthcare providers. Here in Canada, we often forget that TB is still a problem while new drug-resistant strains have emerged. NGOs like the Global Fund rightly remind us of this reality as they fight to end TB around the world. As a strong partner, Canada should continue to provide the necessary resources to the Global Fund as they enter the new funding cycle. I encourage the Government of Canada to continue its support for excellent NGOs like the Global Fund and to give our fair share to end TB once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it was a great day yesterday, not just because we spent time with family, but because we honored a great Canadian. In Manitoba, this is known as Louis Riel Day. He is not just a Métis hero, but a patriot who believed in the ideals of justice, love, respect, honesty, courage, humility, knowledge, and effort. He was an example to us all Canadians, leading a province into confederation even upon the pain of death and a great personal sacrifice. He believed in a society where no matter your creed, your color, your culture, or religion, that we all have a rightful place in this world. A modern human values. He is a true Canadian hero. He was in his time, though, a traitor, but he is no longer hai.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the 51st birthday of Canada's national flag. On that date in 1965, our flag was raised on Parliament Hill here in Ottawa and in communities across Canada for the very first time. Today, Canadians know that the maple leaf represents a free, bilingual, democratic, and diverse country. A country we're proud to call our own. Around the world, it's a symbol of optimism and hope. The Canadian flag brings us all together, and it represents our values, and that for over 50 years. I encourage all Canadians to celebrate this important symbol, not only on Canada's National Flag Day, but every day of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleagues have already done, I'd like to highlight the presence today in Ottawa of a number of exceptional Canadian researchers, one of whom is from Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, Professor Jean Caron, specialist in precision irrigation. They are the recipients of the prizes of the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada, which highlight excellence in research. These are men and women who make Canada a leader in discovery and innovation. They were chosen by their peers to receive these prizes, particularly the Gerhard Herzberg Gold Medal in Science and Engineering, Canada's equivalent of the Nobel Prize, which was given to Victoria Caspi of McGill University, one of the greatest physicists in the world. I would like to indicate how proud we are of these men and women. Thank you.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise for the first time in this House to commemorate an important anniversary in Canadian history. On February 15, 1930, Corrine Wilson was sworn in as Canada's first female senator. The appointment came just 4 months after judgment in a groundbreaking case in which Canada's famous five successfully appealed to the Privy Council of England to include women as persons under the law.
These famous five paved the way for future generations of women to participate in the political process.
Today we are honoured to have in Ottawa Marcia McClung, granddaughter of famous five-member Nellie McClung, who along with Donna Dasco and Seta Ramkalawansing will be attending a Famous Five reception this evening. As a suffragist, activist, reformer, legislator, and author, Nellie McClung long fought for the political rights women now have today, giving women like me an opportunity to serve in this House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I wish to offer my condolences to the families and friends of the victims of last weekend's tragic events in the Anishinaabeg community of Lac-Simon and Abitibi. Officer Thierry Leroux, just 26 years old, was killed Saturday night while responding to an incident. It reminds us, sadly, of the risks that our police officers take every day to protect Canadians. All of Quebec is in shock and stands with the community of Lac-Simon and with all northern communities, police services, and the families of those who died on this tragic Saturday. This is a very difficult time.
Dagwan, Kaijiseg, Misa, Misawaj, Mashkiwizidan, Kakina, Miigwech. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to take a moment in this House to honour Thierry Leroux, a young police officer, 26 years old, who died Saturday in Lac-Simon in Abitibi. This young man, fresh from school, has been called brilliant, a positive leader, friendly, respectful of others, and respected by all. He was passionate about his job and passionate about life in general. Thierry Leroux made the ultimate sacrifice to protect others. As Associate Critic for Public Safety, but especially as a father, I'm sure that all members of this House will join me in offering our sincerest condolences to the friends and families and colleagues of the victims of Mr. Leroux. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, today we mourn the loss of Egypt's Boutros Boutros-Ghali, former Secretary General of the United Nations. Mr. Boutros-Ghali's storied legacy includes a vision of lasting peace for the Middle East, his role in the negotiation of the 1979 peace treaty between Egypt and Israel. He also led the UN through some of its greatest challenges, including the crises in Rwanda, Somalia, and the former Yugoslavia. De plus, il a été...
And he was the author of a UN report, An Agenda for Peace, a document on preventing conflicts, putting in place peace processes, and maintaining peace, and subsequent agendas concerning development and democracy. After leaving the UN, Mr. Boutros-Ghali was General Secretary of La Francophonie. He was also president of the new Egyptian Council of Human Rights in 2004.
Courageous statesman, Mr. Boutros-Ghali was a true champion for world peace. We extend our deepest condolences to Mr. Boutros-Ghali's family, friends, and former UN colleagues at this most difficult time. Thank you.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there's agreement to observe a moment of silence in reference to the shooting in Lac-Simon in Abitibi, Quebec. I now invite honourable members to rise. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable Leader de l'Opposition.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Last year, our fighter jets have brought the fight to ISIS because it's the right thing to do. That's right. And it's still the right thing to do. Why? Because ISIS is still enslaving women and children. They're still throwing gays and lesbians off of the rooftop. They're still murdering anyone who has a different belief system than them. The fight against ISIS is a just fight, but the Prime Minister is taking us out of the fight against ISIS. If he won't fight terrorists, just when will he ever fight?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. The fact is this government and the party we represent has always understood that ISIS represents a threat to innocence in the region and to stability and security around the world. And that's why Canada has an important role to play. And after we got elected, we spent 3 months consulting with our allies, talking about the best possible way Canada could help in stabilizing the region, about being there robustly and for the long haul. And with a comprehensive and strong plan we put forward last week that highlights the role that Canada can play is exactly what Canadians expect us to do.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, training and diplomacy and humanitarian efforts are important, but they are not fighting.
Right.
They're not. But of course, the Prime Minister thinks the only reason the Royal Canadian Air Force was fighting ISIS terrorists was because, as he said, Canada was whipping out our CF-18s to see how big they were. He just doesn't get it, Mr. Speaker. In this world, there are times when military action is necessary and fighting is necessary. But he's taken us out of that fight. If he won't fight terrorists, just when will he ever fight?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight what Colonel Steve Warren, the spokesman for the Operation Inherent Resolve, which is the U.S. version of Operation Impact, said. He said, quote, "We are not going to bomb our way out of this problem, right? It's never going to happen. So we've got enough bombers. But we can't lose sight of the fact that we have to train this Iraqi security force. This Iraqi army needs to be trained. It's one of our primary lines of effort. And as we see nations like the Canadians agree to triple their presence, we find that extraordinarily helpful. Canada is doing what our allies need for us to do."
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, training is helpful, but it is not fighting. The Prime Minister has taken us out of the fight against ISIS. Hamas, a listed terrorist group, was found using UNRWA schools and hospitals in Gaza to store rockets and weapons designed to kill Israeli citizens. Yet the Prime Minister has planned $15 million in new funding for UNRWA. Even worse, UNRWA staff have been suspended and fired after inciting anti-Semitic violence. Why is the Prime Minister restoring funding to an organization that's been linked to Hamas?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was happy to welcome the UN Secretary General to Ottawa last night to highlight that, in fact, Canada is willing and open to re-engaging with the world in a positive, constructive way, because, quite frankly, Canadians expect us to be helpful in the world. And as we look at different ways of engaging, ways of supporting the United Nations in the good work that it does, we will, of course, look at all the various things that this government, the past government, cancelled for political reasons.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lac-Saint-Germain-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has reached a new level of bungling in its fight against the so-called Islamic State. The Minister of International Development said that the money she's sending into the field could wind up where? In terrorist hands. And the only excuse made is that Canada doesn't control how the money's distributed on site. That's unacceptable, and that's the Canadian way of doing things. How can the minister say she'll take tangible measures to ensure that this money, which is supposed to be for humanitarian purposes, does not wind up in terrorist hands? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. As my honourable colleague well knows, the practice of providing funding for humanitarian assistance is something that continues from the previous government. It is neutral, it is impartial, and we are making sure that the money is going towards civilians who need assistance, as we should do as Canadians in the world. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Bellechasse et Saint-Germain-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, it's bungling. The Liberals insist on bringing back the CF-18s for ideological reasons, and at the same time, we've learned that there are 4 Griffin helicopters that will be sent to fight against the so-called Islamic State. This, once again, is incompetence on their part in this fight. Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm that the Griffin helicopters are combat ready, or is Canada preparing to send unarmed pilots into a combat zone?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. The Griffin helicopters are being deployed for the safety of our troops in northern Iraq. They will be used for the transportation of our personnel, and the Griffin helicopters because they provide increased force protection for our brave men and women in uniform. Thank you.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Speaker, during the election, Canadians were led to believe that under a Liberal government, the mission in Iraq and Syria would be scaled back, and that Canada would no longer participate in a combat mission. However, General Vance said that with the Liberals' new mission, the lives of the men and women of the military are actually at greater risk. And then over the weekend, the Defence Minister also admitted that this is indeed an expansion with increased risk. Can the Prime Minister please explain how we can call this a non-combat mission when there is in fact more risk for our troops on the front line?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the beaches of World War II and the trenches of World War I, Canadians have never shied away from standing up and doing what is right. We are actually...
Order. Order. Members will come to order, please. Let's hear the answer to the question. We're just going to take our turn. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Canadians have always been willing to step up when the need is there to have a positive impact in the world, and we will continue to do so. That is why our mission against ISIL, which will involve more robust training and engagement, is an important part of Canada's role, and our troops will always have the capacity to defend themselves when fired upon.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Missions. Which is it? Is it a combat mission? Absolutely. Yes or no?
In his new mission in Iraq, the Prime Minister has left several unanswered questions. We're leaving refueling capacity and surveillance planes, but not for strikes. The Prime Minister is tripling the number of people participating in this mission, and his Chief of Defence Staff says it will be more dangerous. So why has he broadened the mission, whereas he promised Canadians that he was going to reduce it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we kept our promise of withdrawing the CF-18s and end the strikes exactly because we have things, even if our pilots are doing a great job at that, there are other things that we can do that our allies find to be more useful, including training and frontline efforts. We have a great deal of experience that we can share with them, and it is greatly appreciated by our allies in our fight against the Islamic State.
Mr. Speaker, last week I was in Saskatchewan and heard firsthand the impact that growing unemployment and layoffs are having. Families are struggling and they have no cushion to fall back on. But our EI system is so broken that fewer than 4 in 10 unemployed Canadians are actually getting benefits. The government needs to act swiftly to help them. Will the Liberals move immediately to drop the threshold for eligibility to 360 hours and extend the length of benefits? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians well saw during the last election campaign that the Liberal Party campaigned and promised to address the challenges on EI, to make sure that individuals who need the support of employment insurance were going to get it. I've certainly heard that more directly in my visits to Saskatchewan and Alberta recently. We are working hard to meet that demand. Thank you.
Honourable member for Outremont.
To say yes. Saskatchewan's farmers want answers also. The Conservative government dismantled the Canadian Wheat Board through Bill C-18. Well, Let's see if they applaud after this. The Canadian Wheat Board Alliance tells us the loss of the single desk system has meant a whopping $6.5 billion shortfall for grain farmers in just the past 2 years. Last week, farmers pressed a unanimous resolution calling for the restoration of the Canadian Wheat Board. Before the election, the Liberals talked a good game on this issue, but now in government, are they actually going to help farmers and restore the Canadian Wheat Board? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The commercialisation of the Canadian Wheat Board was completed under the previous government. G3 Canada Limited is now fully independent commercial entity that is operating in a competitive grain handling business with no ties to government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake,
Mr. Speaker,
Eastman.
The Prime Minister has not given Canadians one single good reason why we should stop bombing ISIS with our fighter jets. Matthew Fisher, a senior foreign correspondent, noted that despite diplomatic niceties, the idea of our allies would be happy to see our CF-18s come home is hogwash. General Vance has said that by tripling the number of special operation forces on the ground increases the risk. Why is the Prime Minister reducing our capabilities, taking us out of the fight against ISIS and putting our troops at risk?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. Our government is stepping up to the fight. We also know that the defeat of ISIL can only happen on the ground. It cannot be won from the air. By tripling our training capacity, doubling our intelligence, this is exactly the capability that our coalition needs. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, it's a non-combat mission, so we're not in the fight. The fact is the Prime Minister is putting our troops at increased risk. Just last December, our CF-18s protected our troops and allies from a major ISIS attack. Right. Instead of leading our CF-18s to protect troops and destroy ISIS, the Prime Minister is sending unarmed Griffin helicopters. Why is the Prime Minister endangering members of the Canadian Armed Forces by withdrawing the CF-18s from the fight against ISIS?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the member that I was briefed on the attack. Our brave pilots did participate in that, but also other coalition jets also participated in that strike as well. We are tripling our training capacity, doubling our intelligence, and as the coalition commander said to me while at the Munich Security Conference, he said our plan was forward-looking, and this is exactly what they need. Thank you.
The member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, was established in 1949 to support Palestinian refugees. But for years, UNRWA has been politicized by the corrupt Hamas government in Gaza in flagrant contradiction of the UN's stated goal of neutrality. Human rights organizations in Canada and abroad cite unacceptable redirection of aid funds and material and storage of weapons and incitement to violence against Israel in UNRWA-operated schools. So why is the government considering new funding to this flawed UN agency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member knows, UNRWA is entirely funded through voluntary contributions and receives financial support from numerous governments, including its principal donor, the United States, and others such as the United Kingdom. The honourable member has seemed to have forgotten that in 2012 it was that government that provided $15 million in fundings in response to its UNRWA's request for emergency funding. Our government has not yet taken a decision. We are considering all options for how we can best assist those in the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, B'nai B'rith and the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal oppose any new funding for UNRWA. B'nai B'rith says Canadian aid for Palestinian welfare must go only to specific humanitarian programs and peaceful infrastructure projects. UN Watch has accused UNRWA staffers of using their official positions to incite Palestinian stabbing and shooting attacks against Israeli Jews. Mr. Speaker, can't the Liberals find more appropriate ways to deliver humanitarian aid than to hand it to terrorists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would like to remind my colleague that we have yet to take a decision on this funding. However, it is in our best interest as Canadians to look at all options on the table to see how we can best assist those in need in the region. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Development has said that her Liberal government will not have any oversight to ensure terrorists will not be beneficiaries of Canadian generosity. On one hand, these terrorists want to harm us, but on the other hand, this Liberal government turns a blind eye to them benefiting from our $8, Mr. Speaker. Why?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it appears that it bears repeating that humanitarian assistance is provided to partners in humanitarian assistance around the world. It is to be provided in a neutral, impartial fashion to aid civilians in the midst of conflict. This is the same policy that our government, that the previous government and governments before it in Canada has had. It's our responsibility. We signed on the Geneva Convention, and we are going to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, recently the Minister of International Development made some very troubling comments. When asked if Canadian aid could go to ISIS jihadists, she answered yes. Can the Minister confirm that no Canadian foreign aid dollars will go to support jihadi terrorists?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the previous government if they can confirm that none of their humanitarian assistance went to ISIS fighters. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that humanitarian assistance goes towards those in need. We do not discriminate. We send it to our humanitarian partners so that they can work effectively in the region. There are millions upon millions of Syrians who need assistance. We are there for them. We are going to help, and we are going to work in line with the Geneva Convention. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
A new report shows half of all Canadians aged 55 to 64 have no company pension plan, and their average savings are a shocking $3,000. This is further evidence of a retirement security crisis that the Liberals continue to ignore. They promised an immediate boost to the guaranteed income supplement, but left the poor seniors waiting. And they promised federal leadership to increase Canada Pension Plan benefits, but have showed no sign that they even remember making that promise. So will the Finance Minister confirm this year's budget?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for bringing this issue up. Just this past weekend, we worked together with the Government of Ontario to reconfirm their commitment to working together with the federal government in working towards a Canada Pension Plan enhancement. Our goal is to work together with all provinces and territories to get to a Canada Pension Plan enhancement, and our aim is to do that in a collaborative way this calendar year.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neget, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, a Broadband Institute published today tells us that the 55 to 64-year-old Canadians don't have private pension plans and have only 1 year's savings. This is on top of 700,000 of our seniors who live in poverty. The Liberals promise to provide more for our seniors and increase pension levels. Does the Minister of Finance today commit to meeting to the urgent retirement needs in the next budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to confirm to this House and again to the honourable member that we are working diligently with provinces and territories across this country in order to improve the Canada Pension Plan, to enhance it so Canadians can retire in dignity. We also made important commitments to those Canadians that are most vulnerable, that are seniors, and those are commitments that we intend on moving forward on. Thank you.
Now the member for Milton.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to do a little recap, now that we're back in the House, there were three major promises made by the Liberals before they became government. One was that any tax changes would be revenue neutral. We know that not to be true. Two was that there'd be a $10 billion deficit, a modest one. We think that's not to be true. And three, they said that they would balance at the end of their mandate, which we understand from press clippings this week. That is not the case. The Prime Minister told a press agent that indeed that it would not be going back to balance. So my question to the Finance Minister is this. Can he at least tell us what the deficit cap will be in the budget?
Great question.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that the right question to ask is what are we going to do in order to improve the economy for all Canadians? Absolutely. We were elected on a plan to grow the economy in order to help those Canadians that are struggling, that are most vulnerable, and those middle-class Canadians to do better. We've already moved forward on a tax cut for 9 million Canadians. We will be moving forward not only with the Canada Child Benefit, but also with significant investments in infrastructure to improve the state of our economy.
The honourable member for Milton.
I would give some advice through you to the Minister of Finance. That when you're making serious promises to serious families with respect to middle income and how much money they're going to have at the end of the day, they better fulfill them because they're counting on us. On the child care benefit, Mr. Speaker, on the Canada Child Benefit, a very specific question to the Minister. Now that they are planning on having it be tax-free, can he confirm for us that the provinces will not be adversely affected by the tax treatment changes to this check?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying that Canadians elected us on a promise that we would focus on how we can actually help the middle class and those most vulnerable. We've already moved forward on the promise to help the middle class. We've reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians. We're going to move forward on helping those most vulnerable with the Canada Child Benefit. And I can confirm that that is money that will go to the most vulnerable to help them to lead better lives.
The honourable member for the Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister celebrated his first 100 days by spending money once again that he doesn't have. $319 million this time for young people. This is a completely hypocritical act because those same young people will have to pay that back, those credits in the near future. Can the Minister of Finance respect his promise, comply with it, and not indebt future generations, ensure that young people can live according to their means and not put them into debt with future taxes? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we want to respect our commitment to invest in the economy by respecting three principles. It's very important for future generations. We're going to work on the GDP debt ratio. We're going to show discipline in our spending, and we always want to have a balanced budget, but we also recognize that the task will be difficult within this economy. The Honourable Member of the Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed because already this government hasn't respected three commitments it made to future generations here. They're living in denial. They don't want to recognize that they're borrowing on the backs of future generations. They don't want to admit that they're spending money that they don't have. And they don't want to admit that they're living beyond their means. They think that by spending money that we don't have, they'll create wealth. But it's in entrepreneurs and investments that will create wealth. Mr. Speaker, can this government stop being so stubborn and get back to balanced budget as quickly as possible? And this for future generations. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the honourable member that we were elected on a plan to actually grow the economy. Right. Canadians understand that after 10 years of weak growth, it's time to grow the economy. We are going to make investments in the short term that are going to help our economy, but we're going to focus on investments that over the long term will ensure a more productive Canada, which will help Canadians today and Canadians tomorrow, and will get us over the long term back into budget balance.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiewatinokaski.
Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment is soaring in our country, and as a result, many young people are being pushed into exploitative internships. In the last Parliament, the Liberal caucus voted for the NDP's Intern Protection Act, legislation which would have provided many in the millennial generation with necessary protections. But now the Liberal government is pushing ahead with the Conservatives' plan instead, allowing unpaid, exploitative internships to continue unchecked. Will the minister drop this misguided approach and adopt the NDP's plan to protect young workers instead?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The consultation period on interns, on the issue of paid interns and unpaid interns, has just concluded. It's important for us to see what Canadians say and think on the issue. And it's important for us to establish a regulatory framework that's going to protect those people who are in paid or unpaid internships in Canada. And that's exactly what we intend to do.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, exploitative unpaid internships are becoming a real epidemic. Young people have had enough of vulnerable work, and the NDP decided to tackle that issue by presenting the Intern Protection Act. The Liberals agreed with this in the last Parliament, but now they've formed government, and they're pushing ahead with the plan to legalize these abusive unpaid internships. This is disappointing, especially since the Canadian Association withdrew from the minister's consultations. Will the government rethink its decision and end the exploitation of these unpaid interns? Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's our intention to end all abuse to interns. And secondly, the conclusion of the hearings was when this organization decided to withdraw. So the consultations are over, and it's our intention to end the abuse of interns.
Honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Minister of Canadian Heritage participated in the first turning of the earth to mark the beginning of the renovation work on the National Arts Centre. Can the minister explain how this investment will benefit the art sector and culture in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. In 1967, the National Arts Centre was a legacy of the Canadian Centennial. It was inaugurated under the Trudeau government, and we are very pleased to be renovating it as part of the 150th anniversary of Canada.
Make sure that the National Arts Centre will be a state-of-the-art facility, and it will, I hope, it will open on July 1st, 2017 for the 150th anniversary of the Confederation, and I hope everybody from this House will be present. Thank you.
The member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, recently in Calgary, the Minister of Natural Resources actually said that decisions on pipelines like Energy East would be political decisions made by Cabinet in the same way budget decisions are made. Now, that's a little scary in and of itself. So much for the process, Mr. Speaker, and so much for the Canadian regulator. There are thousands of Canadians out of work who want to work on projects like Energy East. Exactly what is the criteria that the Prime Minister and Cabinet will be using to make these political decisions on pipelines?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it was legislative changes made by the other government that led to Cabinet being asked to make important decisions on great national projects. A political decision, Mr. Speaker, is a decision for which politicians are held accountable. And we will be held accountable after a process that will have the confidence of the Canadian people, will have a chance to play out in a reasonable way and in a robust way. When all of that is done, the government will take responsibility for the decision it takes.
The member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is absolutely politicizing a process, and in the midst of it, Mr. Speaker, they're laughing while tens of thousands of jobs are being lost in Alberta and New Brunswick and across the country. Mr. Speaker, we also know that without energy Energy East, Canadian refineries are forced to import foreign oil. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us if he is looking at what the upstream emissions are for the oil shipped to New Brunswick from Venezuela and Saudi Arabia? Or is there one standard for Canadian oil and no standard for foreign oil?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we announced several weeks ago a new process that will lead to a better regulatory process for Canada. And we know from experience over the last 5 and 6 years that that process has not carried the support of Canadians, and therefore no projects have actually come to fruition since 2011, Mr. Speaker. We are not going to repeat a failed process. We're going to introduce a new one that has a better chance of holding the confidence of the Canadian people and therefore leading to a result of which more Canadians can have confidence than they previously were able to under the previous government.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, it's shocking the Liberals are laughing about this. It seems they care more about supporting Saudi Arabia than they do about workers in Alberta. The Liberals' anti-energy plan is not working for Canadians. Instead of supporting Canadian pipelines, Canadian resources, and Canadian jobs, Liberals are propping up foreign oil. Over 22,000 Albertans lost their full-time jobs just last month. Energy East would allow Canadians to have access to Canadian resources and would create Canadian jobs. When will the Liberals get out of the way and allow Canadians to get back to work?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that low commodity prices have a consequence for families and for individuals. In Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, Labrador, when the government was in New Brunswick, firsthand we were able to feel the impact of a mine closure. We understand that. We're looking in the long term to have a more robust regulatory system. We understand the importance of moving our natural resources to market sustainably. That is our objective. The process that we have introduced will give us a better chance of getting there.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, somehow the Liberals believe they are more qualified to make important regulatory decisions than the arm's-length National Energy Board. Meanwhile, the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Canadians are at risk, while shovel-ready, privately funded pipeline projects sit waiting and unemployment rates soar. The Liberals are undermining the credibility of our world-renowned regulatory system. Can the minister please explain how his rookie government is more qualified to make these decisions than the experts at the NEB?
Now the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad for the question because, as the member knows, we will be modernizing the National Energy Board, and we will be looking for advice from all members of the House to take the regulatory system in Canada and improving it. And I look forward to having conversations with the members opposite about what their ideas are to get a more robust process to lead not only to a better result, Mr. Speaker, but any result at all.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government has provided tens of millions of dollars to the global transportation hub near Regina. But now, this Crown Corporation is mired in a controversial land deal that saw it pay more than twice what the land was worth to sellers with connections to the governing Sask Party. There have been calls for an RCMP investigation. Will the Government of Canada undertake its own investigation to ensure that no federal funds were wasted in this suspicious Sask Party deal?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decisions made by the local governments are decisions made by the local governments. Our role as a federal government is support local decision making. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have committed $60 billion of new money to support community-based infrastructure based on the decision made by the local government.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In opposition, the Liberals voted against the Conservatives' measures to dismantle the Canadian Wheat Board. In fact, their leader at the time called the bill to kill the Wheat Board, an affront to the rule of law. The Conservatives sold off half the Wheat Board's asset to a Saudi-owned G3 Global Grain Group, leaving Canadian grain farmers to suffer $6.5 billion in lost income in the last 2 years. When will this government listen to grain farmers and restore the Canadian Wheat Board?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're all aware who ended the Canadian Wheat Board. But I can assure you this government will focus on its priorities for the sector, including opening up new trade routes to make sure that the farmers receive proper remuneration for their grain. This government will make sure of that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, recently media reports have surfaced indicating the Irvings and members of the Cabinet met in Moncton, New Brunswick last week. The government House Leader is very familiar with Moncton and the Irving family. Mr. Speaker, given the recent sanctions brought down on the government House Leader, can he explain to the House what role he played in facilitating these meetings between the Irvings and the Liberal government? Good question.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, only that member would find a proactive effort to engage with the Ethics Commissioner days after the swearing-in to disclose to her a long-standing personal relationship, family friendship I've had with the Irvings, to which there has never been any financial component, and seek her advice in order to set up the appropriate measures to ensure that I'm never in a conflict of interest or an appearance of a conflict of interest. I followed the Ethics Commissioner's advice. I'll continue to do so, and the honourable member obviously is struggling with that basic concept.
Yeah. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, that was not an answer. Since the Liberals have been in office, the House Leader has been tied to questionable fundraising practices. He's tried to intimidate judges and tribunal members. Shocking. And now the Ethics Commissioner has told him he needs an ethical wall between himself and the Irvings. We've seen these so-called ethical walls put in place before with this member. How realistic is it to expect the Liberal government minister from New Brunswick not to deal with the Irving family when they are the biggest economic influence in the province?
Good
it just doesn't add up, Mr.
question.
Speaker.
Doesn't add up.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure the honourable member in the House that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development meets daily with key stakeholders, key business people across the country. And we may meet with them, and he'll continue to meet with them to make sure that we build a strong business climate and for quality jobs for Canadians. But let me confirm to this House that neither the government House Leader nor anyone else from his office participated in that meeting last week.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Minister of Economic Development was in New Brunswick, where he met with the members of the Irving family, who are personal friends of the Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, can the Government House Leader affirm that he was not present at that meeting, that he did not facilitate it, that he was not aware of the discussions, and that he is respecting the ethical wall that prevents him from taking part in any discussion between Irving Limited and the government? Honourable Government House Leader. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I worked in Parks Canada for over 3 decades, where I managed the National Historic Sites program in my region. I worked with communities to recognize persons, places, and events that have profound importance to Canadians. Under the previous government, this program was neglected and caused a huge backlog in designations. Would the Minister of Environment tell me what her plan is to deal with this issue?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
I'd like to thank my honourable member for his question and also commend him for his great work.
The government was proud yesterday to announce 38 historic designations of people, places, and events. This will allow us to establish a link between our common history and the spirit of Canadians. Our government pledges to consider all recommendations of designations in a timely fashion. We will work with communities across Canada to offer Canadians the opportunity to rally around our united history.
For Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, in December I asked the Environment Minister why she chose to violate Section 36 of the Fisheries Act and allow Montreal to dump 8 billion litres of sewage into the St. Lawrence. The government had no answer. A consultant's report described this discharge, but it was clearly not a formal environmental assessment. And Environment Canada's disclaimer said in this report, quote, these results might not reflect the Department of the Environment's views. The Liberals are always claiming the moral high ground on the environment. So why did the minister authorize this illegal discharge of this toxic material in violation of Section 36 of the Fisheries Act?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to see that the City of Montreal was able to limit the impact of this dump. It pledged to respect the conditions in the ministerial decree of November 2015, and this will include increased oversight of the quality of the water in the St. Lawrence River, and it will transmit the data to my department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Today, that child homelessness has jumped 50% in the last decade. 1 in every 7 users of homeless shelters is a child. Those numbers are heartbreaking and demand urgent action now. Il faut agir en amont.
We must act immediately and invest in social housing and in a national strategy to fight poverty. We cannot allow this situation to get worse, but the government is still being vague about its intentions. What is it waiting for in order to invest in social housing and prevent homelessness among young people?
Développement social.
Honourable Minister of Social Development. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker, for her question. I share with her the belief in the importance of investing in social housing. I had the opportunity to meet with a number of partners and players who are concerned about this decision. We are working with the provinces and the municipalities, and I urge her to follow what is going to happen in the coming weeks.
Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada revision to territorial formula funding in December had people in my riding of Northwest Territories, as well as the people in Yukon and Nunavut, worried about their territorial government's ability to plan ahead for the 2016-17 fiscal year. The Minister of Finance pledged to identify options for addressing the impact of the recent data revisions on territorial financing planning. Would the Minister please update the House on what progress has been made on this file? Thank you.
Well done. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, along with my colleagues, the member for Yukon and the Minister for Fisheries and Oceans, for advocating on this issue. Canadians expect their governments to work together. We've collaborated with the 3 territories to make the territorial funding formula more stable and predictable over time. Today, I'm pleased to announce that I'll be introducing an amendment to the formula. It will enable the government to recalculate 2016-2017 payments, which will provide an additional $67 million to the territories compared to the amounts calculated in December.
Now the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is abandoning Ukraine. While he seeks warmer relations with the Putin regime, his government is refusing to support the vital work of the Office of Religious Freedom, which is actively countering Russian-backed human rights violations in the region. I have a simple question for the Minister. Will the Office of Religious Freedom's vital work in eastern Ukraine be allowed to continue after March 31st?
Now the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, first I have a strong regard for the competence of the head of this office, and I'm pleased that he's still working with us. Second, we want to protect as much as possible freedom of religion everywhere in the world, and we want to do so in an optimal way, and we are looking at our options.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the recent cases of runaways from the Laval Youth Centre have highlighted the fact that vulnerable young women are being entrapped by pimps and how urgent it is to act. The Bill C-452 was adopted unanimously by Parliament, adopted by the Senate, assented to by the Governor-General, but it is still waiting for the government's order in council to be enacted. It is considered an essential tool to protect our young people against sexual exploitation. Mr. Speaker, will the government sign this order in council and enact the bill to fight the scourge of child prostitution? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, these young women and their families are in our thoughts and our prayers. The disappearance of a child is a particular tragedy in these circumstances. We are determined to achieve the important objectives of Bill C-452, and I can guarantee that we will act swiftly in a way that reflects our values and respects the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, in the wake of the possible sale of Rona to American giant Lowe's, Quebec is worried about the loss of its businesses. And now we learn that before offering a line of credit to Bombardier, the government asked the business to abolish its multiple voting shares, a safeguard that protects it against hostile takeover bids from foreign companies. Is the minister aware that with our dollar at 70 cents and a share at 80 cents, the door is wide open for the buyout and dismantlement of Bombardier? Why is the minister trying to kill the aerospace sector in Quebec? Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the aerospace industry is not only one of the most innovative sectors in Canada, but it is also focused on exports, which are very important to the Canadian economy. The federal government is engaged in a dialogue with Bombardier and the Quebec government in order to reach a decision as quickly as possible. And I would like to reassure my honourable colleague and the entire House that any investment will be done in the best interests of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I understand the Right Honourable Prime Minister has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember Gurbakh Singh Sohi, the father of the Minister of Infrastructure, who passed away last night at the age of 101. Despite his age, he was enthusiastically knocking doors with his son during the election campaign because he knew that his passionate, dedicated, extraordinary son had much to offer to all Canadians. Since being sworn in, the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure has been working tirelessly on behalf of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and I'm certain that the members of this House would agree that the Minister's father would be extremely proud of his accomplishments. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Minister and his family as they mourn their father, Gurbakh Singh Sohi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Lena Metlich-Diab, Minister of Immigration for the province of Nova Scotia. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Gerhard Hertzberg Canada Gold Medal for Science and Engineering Prize winner, Dr. Victoria Caspi. And the John C. Polanyi Prize winner, Dr. Barbara Sherwood Lawler. Also with us are the winners of the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council Synergy Awards for Innovation, Stacy Memorial Fellowships, and Gilles Brassard Doctoral Prize for Interdisciplinary Research. It being 3:08,
It being 3:08, the House will now proceed to the deferred recorded vote on the motion of Ms. Raitt. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Bernier, moved that the House, A, thank the independent, nonpartisan officials from the Department of Finance for their hard work and evidence-based analysis. B, acknowledge their most recent fiscal monitor, which informed members and Canadians that, for the period from April to November 2015, of the 2015-2016 fiscal year, the previous government posted a budgetary surplus of $1 billion, and C, concur in its conclusions and express its confidence in the Deputy Minister and his team. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Monsieur Aboultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Laud.
Mr. Laud.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans
Madame
Souci.
Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Scrooge.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Znesky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dali.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. DeMar.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whelan.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Miss May Sanish Golf Island.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 130, 130. Nays contre 177, 177.
Déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Different orders from the House of Commons, resuming debate at the second reading stage of Bill C4, enacting the Canada Labour Code, Permanent Employment and Staff Relations Act, Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the
Order. Alors, I know this is a valuable moment when members have a chance to speak to ministers about key issues, and don't have too many moments like that. But now's the time to take those into the hallways. And so I invite, j'invite la ministre du Patrimoine.
I invite the Minister of Canadian Heritage, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes. Debate. Débat. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to stand in this House to speak to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. This act will finally repeal the devastating attack that the Conservative government launched against working people across this country. The two bills that will be repealed were known in the 41st Parliament as Bill C-377 and C-525. These bills were not only mean-spirited attacks on unions, but they were, as Jack Layton said in his last speech to the House, part of a larger agenda by a government that preyed on the concept of dividing Canadians one from the other. New Democrats fought relentlessly against these Conservative anti-union bills, and we certainly welcome the changes of the new Liberal government. I remember when Bill C-377 was pushed through Parliament against the tide of not just labour organizations, but also constitutional and privacy experts. There was opposition from the insurance and mutual fund industry, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, and even the Canadian Bar Association, including the National Hockey League's Players Association. Now, to go on about the constitutionality of the bill. The Conservatives were never good at working within our Constitution. They constantly went head-to-head with the judiciary in this country, losing big battles whenever they put Conservative legislation before Canadian constitutional values. They lost on mandatory minimums, time-served sentencing, and even tried to break a rule to allow a judge, an ineligible judge, to sit on the Supreme Court of Canada. A few years ago, a whistleblower from the Department of Justice brought to light the fact that the government was not fully vetting their legislation to see if it was constitutional or not. So when Bill C-377 was tabled, it came as no surprise that the Privacy Commissioner of Canada stated that the bill would ultimately be defeated by the courts because it went against the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This bill would violate freedom of association and the private lives of those workers who were unionized. Now on to the details of C-377. It was a law that was discriminatory and imposed onerous and detailed reporting requirements on labour organizations. It was designed as a method to crush union finances and bury any action under bureaucratic red tape. Unions already do fully transparent reporting to their membership, as do many organizations and other associations that this bill did not cover. Labour organizations were suddenly going to be subject to public, outside of their membership, disclosure to everyone. No other association would be forced to do anything similar. Why were the unions the only ones targeted? What about the clubs, the think tanks, religious organizations, and even the Council of Chief Executives? They were all left out. Law societies and the Canadian Medical Association were also not subject to this law. It was a bill that was designed as a clear attack on workers' rights. Bill C-377 was not only an ill-advised method of dividing Canadians, it was also extremely expensive. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, a position I might add that was created by the Conservative government, stated that it would cost the Canada Revenue Agency approximately $21 million to establish the electronic database for the first 2 years and approximately $2.1 million per year for subsequent years. The bill was so contentious that even Conservative Party senators fought against it. And I should note the Conservative Hugh Segal, who, among other things, mentioned that it would violate the privacy of millions, it would tilt the advantage towards employers during negotiations, and is basically a declaration of war against workers. That came from Conservative Senator Hugh Segal. And he felt it was unconstitutional, it was discriminatory, and it was not even a dignified way to govern this country. Repealing this bill will save millions of dollars annually, both for the government and for labor organizations. Bill C-525 was a law designed to harm and diminish unions by making it much more difficult for workers to collectively form a union and making it much easier for a union to be decertified. The government pushed hard for these private members' bills back in the day to be passed. This marked a trend by Conservatives to take contentious attacks and place them in private members' bills so they were subject to less scrutiny and debate than full government legislation would have had to follow. Many stakeholders who were directly affected by the legislation have also applauded the government for its plan to repeal the two private members' bills. The President of the Canadian Labour Congress has been clear that these pieces of legislation were nothing more than an attempt to undermine a union's ability to do important work like protecting jobs, promoting health and safety in the workplace, and advocating on behalf of all Canadian workers. Now, the benefits of unions. Conservatives, in their attempt to divide Canadians, have always liked to attack unionized workers as like they are the privileged of Canadian society who do nothing to help the non-unionized. The truth, of course, Mr. Speaker, is very different. Workers in unions spend their paychecks in local communities like mine in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Their incomes support local businesses, and they bolster our tax base, which adds to everyone's quality of life. The benefits that are often enjoyed by unionized workers attract and support crucial care infrastructure like dentists, therapists, opticians, and family lawyers to help build vibrant communities. Not to mention that the money that unionized workers contribute to their pension plans comes back to them so that they can spend it in the community. It also means that fewer workers need to rely on family or social programs to get by. When unions have the power to stand up for fairness, they raise the bar for everyone. We can thank the labor movement for their victories in securing parental leave, workplace safety standards, minimum wages, vacation pay, and protection from discrimination and harassment for all workers in this country. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that these laws had to go, and we applaud the Liberals for being on the correct side of this fight and for quickly moving to repeal this legislation. We also know that the struggle for fair working conditions is far from over. New Democrats will continue to push the government to restore and enhance collective bargaining rights as well as fairer working conditions for all Canadians. The fight continues as our very own NDP member from Jonquière is proposing anti-scab legislation to ensure fairness and balance in labour negotiations. The prohibition against using replacement workers protects the interests of working Canadians and their families against the might of large, powerful, and global employers. The New Democratic Party has deep roots in the lives of working people. Our party, after all, was created out of the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation and the Canadian Labour Congress to be the voice of the regular working family. We follow that tradition closely, as we are proud not only of being a unionized political party where our employees have a say in their workplace. The Liberals should be applauded for working in Parliament to give collective bargaining rights to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and we trust that they will continue this trend and work with their own employees to grant them collective bargaining rights as well. Workers in my community have brought to my attention that there are more and more part-time contractual employees in the riding, and more needs to be done to protect them. The last review of the Canada Labour Code was done 10 years ago in 2006. There were recommendations that came out of that review which would have specifically helped precarious and part-time workers in my riding, but which were never fully implemented. New Democrats will be working hard to push the Liberals on acting on these recommendations. Part-time and contractual employees deserve the same fairness that we all demand for workers across this country. The Canada Labour Code needs to be updated and modernized. There are sections of the code which are at least 60 years out of date. Repealing both 377 and 525 are important first steps, but it is important that we do not sit back and congratulate ourselves, as sections of our Canada Labour Code dealing with harassment, hours of work, overtime pay, and vacation entitlements need major updates. When Tommy Douglas was the Premier of Saskatchewan, he knew that securing basic workers' rights was key to a just and prosperous society. He knew that he was able to get ideas from working people to implement them for the benefit of all. Tommy passed legislation establishing a 40-hour work week, paid vacations, and collective bargaining rights for all workers. Conservatives have tried to turn back the clock and strip workers of the vested rights they fought so hard to achieve. We now have much to do to enshrine protections for working families across this country. Working people in my riding know that repealing C-377 and 525 are the important first steps, and that New Democrats will be there to hold the government's feet to the fire to ensure that we continue bettering the lives of workers from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from the NDP. Welcome to the chamber, and I'm sure as he starts his career here in the House of Commons, there'll be many issues that we'll disagree on, but certainly on this one here, we are very much like-minded. Just as we went through the study on 377, there were a number of comments that were made regarding the legislation, saying that this was the same legislation for the most part. George Bush brought this in as the Republican legislation in the United States, and we were able to witness one of the claims that was filed by just a standard claim that was filed in the United States, and it was like 745 pages. 745 pages. It was a pretty impressive document. The charity in Canada that records the highest amount of revenue, there's a hospital in Toronto. When they file, they would have one of the most comprehensive, one of the most detailed filings for a charity in the country. Was 24 pages. Pretty impressive when they're stacked up beside each other. So the Conservatives contended that this was just about openness and clarity. Would he see, and we ask charities to do that, does he see the difference between, what was being asked, what is asked of charities, but what was being asked of organized labor? Does he see that there was something else behind the motivation other than openness and transparency?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the question from my colleague across the aisle. Absolutely, there was something behind this. Any time that you had to subject one single organization to this kind of onerous paperwork, obviously the thing that was behind it all was to tie them up into red tape and to make a union an ineffective voice for the workers in their particular jurisdiction. And so absolutely, I do agree with you. There certainly was a method, and the very fact that these same rules were not applied to other professional associations, other types of clubs, other religious organizations, but that it was only unions that were singled out by this bill. And the fact that they are already extremely accountable to their workers. Workers can replace the leadership of the union if they're not doing a good job. They have to open their finances. They have to do reporting to the CRA already. This bill was just simply another level of red tape to completely kneecap them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the member is, we talk about the importance of labour and management relations, and it's something in which, as government, whether it's federal or provincial, we should be encouraging harmony and consensus wherever we can. It's healthy for the Canadian economy when we see that harmony within. My question to the member is in relation to jurisdiction. We have seen many labour laws look towards provincial jurisdiction. For example, there's anti-scab legislation that has been introduced at a provincial level. And I'm wondering if the member can provide some thoughts or his comments in regards to the importance of respecting some of the provincial jurisdictional issues, in particular and with respect to some of the labour laws that we have in society or in Canada today, and not to underestimate the importance of provincial government's role in that area.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I know my honourable colleague from Jonquière will be introducing a bill for anti-scab legislation, and I certainly think that she is much more qualified than I am to defend her particular bill. But when it comes to respecting jurisdiction between the federal realm and the provincial realm, absolutely, Madam Speaker, I do believe that we do have to have a crystal clear definition between the two. However, I also think that there's an important role for the federal government to play in leadership, Madam Speaker, and that's why the NDP was proud to stand for a $15-hour minimum wage, because we knew it would encourage provincial jurisdictions to follow suit. Similarly, if we show the same leadership in the federal arena, we're hoping our provincial cousins will also follow suit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, oftentimes in this place we refer to industry, or we refer to the labour movement or organized labour when we're discussing policy. And certainly industry, it's an important terminology. We, across this aisle, the aisle here, I think that we come up with policy, or try to come up with policy that encourages industry to develop, because industry creates jobs for Canadians. And oftentimes when we refer to organized labour or unions, you know, we have to acknowledge that there has been a significant impact of organized labour in you know, the Western world over time in ensuring fairness and equality for workers' treatment. But, you know, for this bill here, I'd like to pause and not talk about industry and not talk about organized labour, but actually talk about workers. And I think that we have to do that because of where we're at in Canada right now. I can't get up in this place, Madam Speaker, and talk about any sort of policy related to workers or the economy without bringing it back to my riding. I cannot go over, I can't stress enough how important it is for everyone in this House to understand that there are over 100,000 people who have been laid off in the energy sector in Alberta, and what that means to the Canadian economy. These aren't just numbers, they're not just statistics on an unemployment, they're people in my riding, they're our brothers and our sisters, they're family members, they're your neighbour, they're people's husband and wives, they're accountants, they're administrative professionals, they're rig hands, they're every single part of the economy, and they pay taxes, Madam Speaker. They try to make ends meet for their kids. And if we're going to talk about organizations that help create jobs or help support workers, we first have to focus on workers themselves. And I think it's important to do that, to reframe this debate today, because this is the first piece of legislation that this government has put out in the House with regard to supporting workers. My colleague that just gave a speech talked about how unions were the voice of the regular working family. I'd like to think that us here, we're also the voice of regular working families. So if we look at the first bill, this is the first piece of legislation that this government has put in place to support workers. What does it do? So we've got 100,000 plus people in Alberta whose severances are running out, and this doesn't even take into consideration the contractors that have been laid off, the ripple effects down through the service industry. There are a lot of people out of work in my riding, and the first piece of legislation that the Government of Canada puts forward with regard to workers does the following. It removes transparency measures for union leaders to report how they're spending their members' union dues, and it removes the secret ballot provision for union formation. So I could spend the duration of my time here talking about that particular issue and its merits. I know that's being debated over and over again. But I've got to tell you, For me to go back to my riding and report in a householder and a town hall meeting, what is the government doing? What is the government's priority for you who is out of work, for you who you know you're going to be in the next round of layoffs? What's their priority? It's those two things. And that doesn't cut it. Come on. Are you kidding me? That's not going to give somebody's job back. Moreover, instead of this is their first piece of legislation. There's so many things that they could have done for workers, for people, not for industry, not for big labor, but for workers, the people who are actually out of work in my province. They could ensure that we keep taxes low. We know that when we have a low tax system, we see the economy grow because people have more money in their wallet to spend, to make ends meet. We know that companies have more flexibility and freedom to be able to make investments, which create jobs. We could keep taxes low. Are we doing that? No, we're not. We're hearing signals that the government wants to increase taxes on job-creating companies while people are out of work and can't make ends meet. We know that the government has signaled that they want to increase CPP premiums. I don't know about you, but I can certainly tell you right now that that does not help somebody who is out of work or is looking for a job. The last thing that they need is more money coming off of their paycheck every week. I certainly am not comfortable going back to them in my riding and telling them that that's what the government's doing and that's a fantastic thing that's going to create jobs. The government has also signaled that they're going to increase EI premiums. What does that do? Why is that important for workers? Because that's, once again, more money off of their paycheck. And for anyone who's running a small business or looking to create jobs in this economy right now, if you have to pay more premiums, do you think that that's going to help facilitate more job creation? No, it's crazy. Anybody who is credible, who has looked at those types of programs in this economy, has said that it's going to put a further chill on the economy. These are the government's actual priorities for people who are out of work in my riding right now. And I think it's worth getting mad about. Furthermore, to rub salt into this wound, they've added a layer of regulatory uncertainty. Now, that's a very unsexy term for saying they've made it more difficult for the energy sector to do business. What the government has signaled is that in recent weeks is that rather than having a clearly defined arm's-length process in which the government relies on a third party and scientific evidence to make an assessment on a major energy project which does what? Create jobs. And again, this isn't about driving just to a yes. This is about driving to a yes or a no under set parameters that industry know what's happening in a scientific review process so that investments can be made with some level of certainty. What they've said is rather than doing this, they're going to rely on a political process. They're not sure what's going to happen. If it goes through this new process that they're putting in place, they may or may not accept that recommendation. What do you think that does for the average worker, since we're talking about worker here? It means we don't know if these projects are going to start one way or another, even if they meet the parameters that have been laid out by the government. It's a sort of stick your finger in the wind and see which way the popular winds are blowing. That's not a way to create jobs. That's not a way to stand up for workers. That is their priority. I have heard nothing in the government. So the Minister of Labour who tabled this bill as her first bill, her first priority to quote-unquote protect workers, she has talked nothing about attracting and retaining skilled labour in my province as we go through a major period of unemployment. She hasn't talked about the fact that when our skilled labour has to look to leave because they can't make ends meet in my province, that's going to actually affect investment increase and further job creation down the road. No, she tabled this bill about taking away a secret ballot. That's the priority. That is crazy. I can't understand this. You know, I am standing in this place making this speech. My stepfather is a longtime union member. He's an electrician. My brother-in-law is a union member. He's an electrician. I was in a union member. One of my first jobs was in a union. I've managed in a union situation. I understand what it's like to be a unionized worker, to have family members who are in a unionized environment. At the end of the day, what's important here is about people having jobs. And I have heard absolutely nothing from this government in the past weeks that we've been in Parliament that shows how they are going to help grow this economy. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. And what I find very interesting for me in my personal journey here is the minister that tabled this piece of legislation, the government's top priority for workers, was actually the NDP provincial minister of industry when I was 19 years old in Manitoba and looking where I was going to start my career. That was kind of the beginning of an interesting period for Manitoba. You know, it's amazing how history repeats itself. And if we're talking about who is the voice of the regular working family in Canada, who is the voice of the worker, I hope it's us. And I hope that we can stand up here and realize that sending this message to Canadians, that we're going to put this forward as the government's top priority, when there are so many other things that need to be done in this country right now, for the people who are out of work in my riding, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's crazy. And I will not stand by. I will certainly be a strong voice for my constituents in saying what they've done here is wrong.
Yeah. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Argentin? No. Oh, North Honourable Peterborough South. Sorry about that.
Thanks. Madam Speaker. My question to my honourable colleague would be, we have people out of work across this country, and our hearts go out to them, their families and their communities. They're also suffering because people do not have jobs. And one of the things we recognize is that the labour community, the labour movement in this country has been critical to us getting to the point where we're at as employees, as employers, and as companies. It's about protection, it's about safety, it's about a number of things. So I guess my question would be, at what point does my honourable colleague think that this is important? Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Well, my response to my honourable colleague is this. It's not enough to say that your heart goes out to the people in my riding. Every time the government stands up and puts more regulatory uncertainty into the energy industry, raises CPP premiums, raises EI premiums, raises taxes on businesses, your heart doesn't go out to them. You're doing them a disservice. So what's the point that we stand up for workers? It's having a strong thought about how your economic policy is actually affecting the growth of business. This isn't an exercise, an academic exercise. These are people's lives and people's jobs.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Skeena-Balky Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for her speech. I guess the question I'd have is one of the things that businesses greatly dislike when looking for investment or continuing to invest is uncertainty and conflict. One of the things that we've known increasingly as the participation in the labour markets over the number of years, less in the public sector, certainly a dramatic drop in the private sector, has led to more unrest, has led to more uncertainty as collective agreements are no longer the norm in the private sector and the businesses don't have that ability to go out and make those investments knowing what their labour costs would be. I would also suggest to her, and this perhaps she would like to comment on, is that the amount of uncertainty and conflict created, particularly around the energy sector and resource sector, by the previous government, increased that lack of ability for companies to invest. There was so much strife and the degrading of our environmental laws. There was so much conflict between the previous governments and organized labour right across the country, both public and private, that in fact the very low to terrible growth rates that this country had under her government's time in office is a direct reflection of policies in part made at the cabinet level by the previous government. We all look for certainty. We all look to support those working families. One of those ways is to have good collective agreements between workers and the employers who employ them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
To the people listening at home, my colleague opposite would have you believe his rhetoric, but here are the facts. Canada saw one of the highest levels of GDP growth over recessionary levels. You can look in the budget that we tabled last year and see those figures compared to our peer groups, our peer countries in other G7 countries. And when we talk about regulatory certainty, he makes it seem like Canada is somehow North Korea in terms of environmental assessment. The fact remains that Canada has one of the most stringent, robust, and arm's-length environmental assessment processes for major natural resource projects. They can't quantify that, degradation of the environment. They can't quantify that because it's not there. We actually have one of the strongest assessment frameworks here, but the key that they don't like is they don't like the certainty of it. They want to be able to politically interfere in that process, and that's not right, one way or the other, yes or no. What we need is a process that is stable and certain, and we need government policy that actually supports workers. And that means lower taxes and ensuring that families are thought of rather than just special interest groups, major union bosses, even big CEOs. This is about Canadian families, and I hope that we can come together on that policy somehow, some way in this Parliament.
Yeah. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join in debate. It also happens to be my first opportunity, appropriate opportunity, to make a few acknowledgements. I hope you'll allow me that latitude. First of all, congratulations to you, Madam Speaker, on your re-election to this great place, and also for your ascension to being one of our deputy speakers. You're already doing a fantastic job, and I know you'll be dispatching fairness and justice on a regular basis for all of us. But most importantly, and probably the most important words I'll utter in this whole term is to thank my constituents of Hamilton Centre for the honour of being returned to this place. After you've been around for a while, and this is my 5th term here, you begin to think at some point they're going to get tired of me. That day is coming. It may not be here yet. I'm looking over and I see my friend from, what's the new riding there? It's Hamilton Glanbrook? Flamborough, thank you. I see him laughing, and he knows that there's still a good chunk of people who wish I wasn't here, but nonetheless, I got enough to garner them together to get here. And I really, in all sincerity, though, there's no greater honor, as everyone knows, whether you're here brand new or whether you've been here longer than there's no greater honor than that feeling you have every time you walk in here and you take your place in this House. It's such an honor, and I thank my constituents at Hamilton Centre for that honor. And I'll do my best to hopefully make them feel proud of that decision. Now, to the matter at hand. I found that last speech, wow, quite interesting. Quite the dance. There was no music, but a lot of dancing going on. Start in one place, move to another place, had the discussion go over here. And it's always that when they're in opposition, it's that, well, it's not that we don't like unions. It's not like we're opposed to working people. We just have this particular problem here, and here. And the next thing you know, they're bridging over and talking about some other darn thing. Because I remember when these bills were brought in. And I remember how proud the now official opposition was to go after the labor movement, because they believed that the labor movement, at best, they believe it had its purpose, but that purpose is now gone by and that they're no longer needed. And I'd like to place on the record a 2002 study that was done. 1,000 studies on the effect of unions on national economies. And in that report it said, and I quote, "Higher levels of unionization lead to higher income equality, lower unemployment and inflation, higher productivity, and speedier adjustments to economic shocks." End quote. Now, one can only begin to imagine what kind of raving lefty would come out with such socialistic discussions about the impact of unions on our society. And yet, Speaker, the author was the World Bank. You know, I heard the previous speaker talk about her concerns with unions. But you know what I know? For my constituents in Hamilton, I know who was on the forefront of universal health care in Hamilton and in Canada with the labor movement. I know who was in the forefront of fighting for CPP, and who's in the forefront today fighting for CPP for people that don't have pensions, who don't have collective agreements. That's what the labor movement is doing. Who else is standing up for the poor in this country? Who else is standing up for the unemployed? Who else is on the front line of making sure we have decent minimum wage protection in this country? What about environmental protection? Go take a look at any demonstration, any submission to a legislative body. You will always find the Canadian labor movement in the forefront of all the things that make this the greatest country in the world. We are not the greatest country in the world because we have the lowest tax rate or because we have the weakest environmental protection. We are the greatest country in the world for the antithesis of that, which is we have those protections. And they don't just come about no matter how good a government is, and I'll say that about NDP, Liberal, Conservative, it doesn't matter. There's only so much you're going to get, and it's still going to require the labor movement to be there in the forefront, fighting, first of all, for the rights of workers, and then spending generations after that fighting to defend them. Because what we saw with the last government was an outright attack on the labor movement. It's interesting that while they were telling the labor movement, hey, you force dues and your members get tax credit for that dues, therefore the public has the right to all this information. I remember the debate. That's partly what they talked about. Well, it's interesting that they said that's what they wanted to bring about. But in reality, what they did was lead an attack on the labor movement for the reasons I just said. But interestingly, that same application could be made to the Canadian Medical Association or to the law societies. They didn't include them. Now, isn't that interesting? That it was supposedly about fairness for the average Canadian, the taxpayer. It was supposed to be about transparency. And all this is the rightful demand of the public, so the former government said, because there's tax implications. People are getting benefits from this. They're charging dues, and they're allowed to have a tax deduction for those dues. For both those reasons, there should be accountability, they said. But isn't it interesting that the legal profession and the medical profession, although they may not call themselves unions, they de facto are, and in fact, we've seen doctors go on strike in this country on quite a few occasions. And so the myth that the previous government was putting forward, that this was all about the taxpayer, just like the previous speaker talking about it's all about working people. All of that is a camouflage. The fact of the matter is that in 525, when they brought in the changes they did for certification, by the way, I would mention the similarities between former Prime Minister Harper and former Ontario Premier Mike Harris. In addition to starting with the letter H and both having 6 letters, they even had the same chief of staff for a while.
I just want to remind the member that you cannot indirectly or directly talk about someone who's already that is elected here in the House.
You're right. I was assuming the former Prime Minister had stepped down from this place, but he did not. I apologize, Madam Speaker, and I will do my utmost to make sure of that. But I can say Harris, because he was not a member here and never was. But the fact is that if you take a look at the studies that have done, guess what happened? Fewer unions were organizing, fewer organizing drives were successful, and I can tell you that the Conservatives right now would be saying, yeah, that was the whole idea. And therefore, we are pleased to stand in repealing this legislation. We would have it in front of this place, too, if we had won the election, because this legislation is wrong. And there were promises made to the labor movement to give them them back their rights. And the government of the day right now is honoring that commitment they made. We are proud to stand and support it and hold them to account for the promises they made. And when they do honor them, we'll say so. 1 minute. Thank you, Speaker. It goes so fast. So when it's time to give them their due credit, we will do that. This is the right thing to do. It was a promise made. It's important to get this done and cleaned out of the way. And let's understand that it's high time that we had a government in Canada and a House of Commons that actually saw the labour movement as the positive contribution to our nation that it is, rather than always assuming when you hear union, you hear negative, and that you hear anti-democratic, which is what the Conservative government tries to say all the time. It's not true. It'll never be true. And as someone who's a proud product of the Canadian labour movement, I am proud to stand here and to list and enunciate the great things that the labour movement in Canada has done to make this the greatest country in the world. This is the right legislation, and we're pleased and proud to stand here and support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to congratulate my friend on five straight? Five, incredible. But Madam Speaker, in Hamilton, when I was the mayor and member across the way will know, the most important thing whenever there was an event where we were all to speak, we all wanted to know the speakers list because nobody wanted to come after the member across the way because of his remarkable and formidable speech-making ability. But I would say to ask the honourable member whether, in view of some of the situations that are arising with regard to organized labour, whether he would commit to, as we have in the past, working in a Team Hamilton capacity, Madam Speaker, do his best to work with the government in order to ensure that there are positive results for the working people of Hamilton and the working people of Canada. Would you commit to trying to work with the government in these terms?
Member from Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Hamilton East for his kind words. I appreciate that. I congratulate him on his election to this place. First of all, I recognize the honourable member's role. We may have disagreements from time to time on the aspects, different details of the labour movement and things that are important in the order of things, but any question of the major contribution that the labour movement makes to Canada, I know that my friend from Hamilton East shares that, and I thank him for his voice over the years and his continuing voice. On that last point, yes, started by what was then former Mayor Fred Eisenberger and now current Mayor Fred Eisenberger. The whole idea of Team Hamilton was wherever possible, the MPs and the MPPs would come together from all the parties, and we would have an understanding that we weren't there to fight, we weren't there to put the government members on the spot, we were there to find common issues where we could agree that this is in the best interest of hometown Hamilton, and therefore we all agree to move forward. In my case, if being in opposition, the most I could usually offer was a willingness to shut up. And not be standing in this place and making something a big deal when quietly we're trying to get something done. But that can only be done with cooperation, with respect, and with leadership. And I look forward to continuing that because I know one thing for sure. There's nobody else gets up every day and says, what can I do for Hamilton? It has to be Hamiltonians. So we need to stick together. I'm in.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
First of all, I want to pay all my respect to my honourable colleague. I like his style. Very, very strong. I like that, even if I disagree. Madame la Présidente, je tiens à rappeler.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind the member that I am also a former union member, and I was proud of my union. I was proud of our union reps because they worked for the good of the working people. The difference is the bosses. My union was linked to the FTQ, and when I learned in the Charbonneau Commission of all of the bad things done by the FTQ that came out in the Charbonneau Commission, it was a major concern.
Half of this gentleman who has been elected 5 times under secret ballot vote. How can he disagree to have a secret ballot to create a union?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his comments and the compliments. I appreciate that. if that's his style, I look forward to more of this this sort of back and forth. And I would remind the member that, yeah, there are problems in democratic unions, just like there's problems here in Canada, here in our own democracy. Heck, we had a judge holding an inquiry into the Gomery inquest where people were stealing money, tens of millions of dollars. Does that mean that we said, oh, to heck with Canadian democracy and threw it out the window? No, we said we've got a problem, but we've got systems and checks and balances to take care of that problem, and we'll do it in an open and transparent way, and that's exactly what the Labour movement does with those sorts of things, because the members are in charge, they pay the freight, and they're the ones that are going to call the shots. And that's what was so obscene about this legislation. It left the impression that somehow unions were all full of those big union bosses and the goons and the guns and the stealing and all this other nonsense. Well, my friend, that's the impression you left, and it's the impression you wanted to leave, and that was the impression the legislation left. It had the desired effect. By going to that secret ballot, it lessened the number of successes that were there because of intimidation. And anyone who studies this issue knows that that's the fact, and this hiding behind a secret ballot is the only way to do it, is not the issue that's at hand. What matters is fairness and equity, and in the workplace, it's not a fair and equitable place. You need different rules for that kind of circumstance.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are in a House very different from the last Parliament. For almost 10 years, we saw it in this everywhere. There was a terrible tone towards social justice. However, the gesture made by the current government shows openness to improving Quebec's economy by making these changes to repeal these conservative laws. And that was what was missing from the previous government, a government that didn't have respect for those who make the economy, those who work, the workers. They're the ones who are building our economy. And we believed that the vitriolic rhetoric of the Tea Party in the United States was concentrated in the Deep South and the Republican Party. But no, unfortunately, the Conservatives showed that they're just the northern branch of the Republican Party of Bush, Trump, Romney, and other right-wing politicians. And I remember, Madam Speaker, when the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent was proud to be a member of the Conservative Party, but now that he's back, he didn't join the Progressive Conservative Party of Mr. Mulroney. No, he's joined a party that is hiding under the color blue, hiding its true DNA, the DNA of the Canadian Alliance, which a party that does not respect the workers of this country. Behind these two bills, we saw a disrespect for social justice and a will to hurt workers and not treat them as humans who deserve respect. These two bills hid a neoliberal ideology with one goal, a goal to prevent our society from becoming more equal. Senator Siegel, a conservative, criticized this bill. We saw much that was anti-union and anti-progressive from the previous government. Policies to force striking workers back to work. Economic policy that gives more money to the rich and takes it away from the middle class and from the poor in our society. And even if they're no longer in power, well, they are still causing problems in Quebec, and those problems will persist until Quebec is independent. We heard them talk about their intentions to defend workers against the mean unions that represent them. The same members who defended policies promoting lower salaries, the same members who are who claim to defend pay equity. Well, they put in place free trade agreements with countries that don't respect workers and human rights and the rights of women. Economic policy that goes against labor funds such as the FTQ Labor Fund. It's time for something new, and it's time for there to be real debate in the House of Commons. I am proud to be a union member and someone who fights for unions because I believe in a balance of strength in our society, and claiming that there's a balance right now, well, that wouldn't be true. I know that my colleagues from the Canadian right will disagree with me, and that's normal. If we look at the ideology, the dogma, and the rhetoric of the previous government, well, it can be easy to forget that facts should be behind government actions. And we should note that this government, this previous government, muzzled federal government science when facts went against them. I'm a union member because unions are useful to our societies. That's something that old school conservatives recognized. Unions are pragmatic. They have constructive approaches. They're ready to work in partnership with businesses, with employers, for the economy and for the collective good. Throwing stones at them, which the government, the previous government used to do, was a major problem. Union rights must be respected around the world. The previous government sided with the rich who would work against unions. This was a strategy that went hand in hand with the previous government's strategy to muzzle workers. It would be easier to lower the minimum wage without unions. It would be easier to hurt public health care without unions. It would be easier to take away the social safety net that was built by our parents in the 1960s without the unions. There are some things that all Quebecers and Canadians agree on. And the policy of the 1930s that made people poorer is not an acceptable policy for the 21st century. So I would like to congratulate the government for its openness in moving Bill C-4. We are far from full equality, but this is a step in the right direction, and this shows the path to follow. We will continue to talk about inequality in this House because there is still too much inequality. For 40 years, working people's salaries have gone down and bosses' salaries have gone up. Whether it be Reagan or Thatcher, and my colleague from Outremont was previously a major supporter of Thatcher, whether it be the ex-Prime Minister of Canada, too many politicians lie to voters by saying that they are there for their good, but putting in place policies that only help the rich and hurt the poor. It's time that we change things, Madam Speaker. It's time that we think collectively instead of thinking individually, and that's why unions exist. Union is strength, as you know, Madam Speaker. And unions give workers strength. So, long life to Thérèse Casgrain, Marcel Papin, Laurent Pagé, and my friend Régent Perron. And a long life to those who fight for social justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
The honourable member from de Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital.
Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate the honourable member for a very intelligent and passionate speech. It's clear, in my opinion, that Bills 377 and C-525 were attacks on unions. And the previous government, just as they attacked environmental groups and Aboriginal groups, these bills were attacks on unions. And I'd like to ask if the honourable member has any thoughts on the origin of that philosophy, which was based on attack and division. Does she have any thoughts on that? The honourable member for Repentigny. Well, as I mentioned, around the world, there are currently attacks against all groups that are trying to improve social justice in the world. That's the neoliberal thinking that exists around the world, and which has put us faced with a wall now because there is greater inequality. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member.
The honourable member from Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my colleague mentioned my membership card earlier, but I have it with me, but unfortunately I can't exhibit it according to the standing orders, but I'm very proud of it. Why? Because in 1981, when I was a member of the Progressive Conservative Party, we believed in democracy, we believed in transparency, we believed in accountability, and that's what we're talking about here today, because this bill before us attacks these three pillars of our system. Quickly, Madam Speaker, I believe that what the member said was exaggerated when we talk about hatred for social justice, that we only defended the rich. Well, that was exaggerated, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that her party was founded by the Honourable Lucien Bouchard. And maybe she remembers that he was chief negotiator for the government in the 1980s and put in place major sanctions against unions. But, Madam Speaker, my question is the following. How can the member be against a secret ballot? Is my colleague against what was said by Robbie Benson? I have no problem with a secret ballot in union votes. Robbie Benson is a member of the PSAC. That's not a mean conservative, that's a union member. The honourable member for Repentigny. Well, in terms of the history lesson, I'd like to reassure my colleague. Being a teacher, I'm familiar with the history of 1980 to 1983. To answer his question, though, on secret ballot, we'll go back to what took place in the United States, where they passed similar laws, and the rate of unionization went from 30-something% to 11% in less than 30 years. So that's the effect of a secret ballot in the context as it was brought in by the Conservative Party. That's not democracy. It's quite the contrary, an attack on the union movement. Questions and comments?
Honourable member from Essex.
I would like to congratulate my colleague on her wonderful speech here in the House. It was estimated that C377 would cost the Canada Revenue Agency approximately $21 million to establish the electronic database over the first 2 years, and approximately $2.1 million per year for subsequent years. Our cost estimates were much higher on the cost of implementing these new requirements, not to mention the astronomical amount of hours that would be wasted by each labour organization in order to comply with these regulations. So the member mentions that she was a former union member. So we all know that money from many labour organizations goes into our community to fund wonderful things that fill in the gaps where money doesn't exist from the government or other levels. So I'd like to ask her if she can please highlight some of the differences that unions' contributions have made in her community.
The honourable member for Repentigny. A brief answer, please. Well, I would like to thank my colleague for raising this excellent question. Unions, particularly, and I was a member of a teachers' union and a union for support workers in education. In 1999, we put in place an environmental network to make our schools greener. That's just one example of what unions can do. Another example, in the FTQ, in businesses where the FTQ union is present, there are committees to promote the French language to help workers that have been put in place. So my colleague is quite right. Unions foster greater respect and greater social justice.
À l'ordre, conformément.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Official languages, and the honourable member for Jonquière, human trafficking. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Edmonton, Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about support for unions and so forth. I grew up in a union town, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. My dad was a union executive, and I was very proud of him. I was a union member myself, and so I find it rather offensive that just because I'm a conservative, and particularly a fiscal conservative, that somehow I'm anti-union, or we're all anti-union. I think that we have to realize that that's a red herring. So, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House today to stand up for good, hard-working Canadians, including union members, and speak against Bill C-4. I believe, as do my Conservative colleagues, that transparency and accountability are the pillars of our policies. In fact, it was our former Conservative government that created the Federal Accountability Act, and we didn't stop there. No, as well, we created and passed legislation to ensure unions were accountable to their members and to all Canadians. Bill C-4 threatens accountability and transparency in labour negotiations and labour relations. All Canadians should know where their money goes and be entitled to accountability. Madam Speaker, the member for Kildonan and St. Paul told the House the legislation reflects, and I quote, reflects the Liberal government's commitment to restore a fair and balanced approach to labour relations in this country, end quote. But in fact, Madam Speaker, this bill removes the balance struck between big union bosses and Canadians. Bill C-4 perhaps better reflects the uncomfortably close relationship between the Liberal government and union bosses. Madam Speaker, I'd like to review the content of both bills that will be repealed by Bill C-4. So, we're looking at Bill C-525. Bill C-525 addressed the concerns the union members themselves had with the previous card check system. The card check system allows for a workplace to be unionized without allowing all employees to express their opinion. In fact, the unionization of a workplace could occur without a significant portion of the bargaining unit having been made aware. That's just wrong. In the current system, if a certification drive were to be conducted for a bargaining unit of 100 employers, and the union is able to obtain the signatures of 51 members, the bargaining unit would be certified. There's not a requirement for those remaining 49% of members to be notified that a unionization drive is even taking place, or to be given the opportunity to express their opinions or opposition. And I think that's just wrong. The card check system is susceptible to abuse, wherein workers could be pressured by unions and or their colleagues into signing a union card. A secret ballot vote allows employees to provide an honest and accurate indication of support, free from the threat of pressure or intimidation from both unions and employers. And now let's look at Bill C-377. It also took steps to improve transparency with union funds. Previously, labor organizations that enjoy substantial public benefits were not required to publicly disclose their financial activity. Labor organizations operate tax-free, and their members receive full income tax deductibility for their dues, payments, and receive their strike pay, tax-free. Dues deductibility alone costs the federal treasury in the range of $500 million a year. That's a staggering amount of money. Financial transparency occurs in institutions receiving substantial public benefit. This is not a new concept. Bill C-377 addressed this gap in financial accountability, extending transparency to unions. In short, the bill required that every labor organization in Canada file a standard set of financials each year, which are posted on the CRA website, much like Canadian charities already do. It wasn't radical legislation. Madam Speaker, it's a fact. Canadians, union members, stakeholders, and at least members on this side of the House support transparency, and accountability. Let me share just some of the widespread support that these bills received. Bill C-525. In a news release from April 2014, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business welcomed the passage of Bill C-525, stating, "Secret ballot votes are a cornerstone of our democracy." And I think virtually anybody in Canada has to agree with that statement. A poll commissioned by the Canadian Labour Watch organization found that 86% of unionized or formerly unionized workers supported secret ballot voting for union accreditation. Canada is the only country in the industrialized world that forces union dues on workers. Further, in his testimony before the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, John Mortimer, president of the Canadian Labour Watch Association, expressed support for Bill C-525, making the following points. Since 1977, 6 provinces, including Nova Scotia, British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland and Labrador, have established laws guaranteeing secret ballots for union certification. So the secret ballot is statutorily guaranteed for the majority of Canadians. This type of secret ballot has not caused unions to disappear, or not even in Nova Scotia, where it has been in place since 1977. The rate of new unionization is lower than before and reflects what informed employees are making, is that they're making a private choice. That's what they want. Sometimes employees are victims of inappropriate tactics and given wrong information to get them to sign their membership card. That's just wrong. For example, some employees sign their card, and we know this has happened, without knowing the true result, the unionization of their workplace. With regard to timelines for holding secret ballots, 7 Canadian jurisdictions do not set timelines for votes. Now, Bill C-377 also received significant support, and I will highlight a few. During his testimony before the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs in 2015, Aaron Wudrick, federal director, indicated that the Canadian Taxpayers Federation supported the bill for the following reasons. Given that unions enjoy a wide range of tax benefits and special tax treatment, it would be appropriate to require them to disclose their financial information, as is the case with charities. It's a no-brainer. Transparency is very important because it acts as a deterrent, and it allows a broader class of people to uncover any transgressions. And in testimony before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance and the Standing Senate Committee on Banking, Trade and Commerce, Terence Oakley, president of Merit Canada, was in favor of Bill C-377 for the following reasons. He said the bill would enable Canada to catch up with other advanced economies when it comes to financial disclosure. That's got to be a good thing. The bill would not change the mandatory payment of dues by unionized workers, nor the manner in which that money is used. The bill only deals with the transparency requirements that should be imposed on labor organizations. Workers paying dues deserve to know how that money will be spent. It's the least that should happen. And Canadians have a right to know how their taxes are being used to influence public policy. A 2011 poll by Nanos, in fact, found out that 86% of unionized Canadians supported greater union transparency. 86%. That's an opinion shared by 83% of the general public. So with this support, then why does the Liberal government want to repeal these important pieces of legislation? I must ask the government, where is the fairness for hard-working Canadians? Madam Speaker, it's just wrong-headed, and we cannot stand for this.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my friend from Edmonton Griesbach for his contribution to the debate. I listened at some length to his rationale for why he opposes the government's initiatives with respect to Bill C-4. But I particularly reference specific comments that he made with respect to Bill C-377. And yet, if you recall in the previous Parliament, when the matter the first time was referred to the Senate, the matter was actually amended significantly by the Senate Tory majority, which seemed to have been opposed by that party's particular government at that time. Does my friend have a particular comment as to why it insisted on, at the time when they couldn't actually get support from their own Senate Tory colleagues, why they felt the need to gut the attempts that were made by that particular caucus to make improvements to the bill?
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, Madam Speaker, I have to confess, as my colleague probably knows, I wasn't around for that. But I mean, it comes down to transparency. It's just a no-brainer. It was good legislation. Union people, union members supported it, and it's not all about union leaders. If you talk to union members, quite often they're not informed by their own leadership. So we have to stand up for hardworking union members. We're not here to support the union bosses. We're here to support the hardworking union members.
Commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member from l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We can't simply drape ourselves in terms like transparency, etc. Even if the Conservatives say they're for the workers and for the unions, I think that when you get involved with organizations and you start opposing the members of the organization and the bosses, you can't say afterwards that you want to help that organization. The truth is that this useless bill that they had tabled was intended to give undue advantages to employers that are against unionization. That's simply the whole story.
Edmonton Griesbach.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure there's a question there. Again, I have to reiterate that this bill is all about fairness. I think she talked about organizations, and again, leaders, and that seems to be what that party talks about. They get their campaign workers and so forth from major union bosses and so forth. But we care as a Canadian, as a Conservative, and as someone I think who is a fiscal Conservative, we care about the average worker. And I think that sometimes the party that appears to have tight focus with others in the labor movement throws the average worker under the bus. And this is an exact example of it, because I think that union members, rank and file, want more transparency, and they certainly want to have secret ballots because the intimidation factor is too strong. I've seen it firsthand. People are afraid. You know, I've heard it from the other side as well, where they say, well, how many cases have come up where there is, you know, they're not complaining. Well, they're afraid to complain.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Saanich-Golf-Island, a very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my first opportunity to get the floor on this debate, despite, not for lack of trying. I recognize the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach is new to this place, but the debates around Bill C-377 were very clear. It wasn't just union leadership, it was union membership. It was a disguised attempt to tie the hands of fair collective bargaining, public release of information about union financing, prejudices unions going into collective bargaining, potentially on the verge of strikes. This was anti-union legislation. I urge newly elected Conservatives to reconsider.
A very, very brief answer from the member of for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, I obviously disagree. This is it's absolutely the right thing to do. Our legislation in the past was good, and of course I support the past legislation.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today following my good friend from Edmonton, Griesbach, who talked about his own personal experience with his family and as a former union member himself. And I hope to contribute to the debate here on C4 today, dispel some of the myths continuing to be brought to this place by some of my colleagues in government, and really talk about, in depth, the two reforms that C4 essentially dismantles. What I would say modernization of the labour movement from the last Parliament that's being dismantled in C4, Madam Speaker. But first, you know, I am concerned when members of this place suggest that those measures being unwound in C4 are attacks on union members or attacks on the labour movement. Nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. You've heard statistics from polls that have shown that union members support the measures contained in both Bill C-525 and 377 from the last Parliament. And in many ways, the labour movement is the last large portion of our society to embrace the modern concepts of transparency that are really commonplace throughout government of all levels, throughout the charitable sector. And it's sad that it takes Parliament to pull the movement into this modern age of transparency and disclosure, but it was something that was supported by union members. So there is no dismantling of rights. There is no attack. And I'm going to try and spend a few moments to talk about what those bills contained and why it is a bad public policy move to step away from these modernization efforts for the labour movement. But more importantly, why it's not an attack, Madam Speaker, is like many of my colleagues, I was elected to Parliament in 2012 and in the last general election by, to a large extent, members of unions. I'm very proud to have some of my best door knockers who are either former or current members of the CAW, now Unifor, working in our auto industry at General Motors in Oshawa, Madam Speaker. Very proud to have the strong support of members of the Power Workers Union, working both at the Darlington Generating Station in my riding and in Pickering Station nearby. When I ran for office, I spoke to Don McKinnon, the head of that union, who's been a very good advocate for clean and reliable nuclear energy, and I rely on the expertise that a lot of leading figures in the labour movement bring to their sectors. I consulted those same members on our trade agreements when I was Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade in the last Parliament. So I'm very proud to represent these people who do get benefits from belonging to their union. And we've heard lots of speeches about how over the last century the union movement has been helpful and has advocated public policy and these sorts of things. Nothing in the two bills from the last Parliament took any of that away. And it's really cowardice of debate when people have to hide the real actions of C4 behind saying unions brought us health care and unions brought us weekends. Let's talk about what was in those bills from the previous Parliament and what C4 is attempting to do, Madam Speaker. Let's not wrap it up in trappings of, you know, unions have made a large and profound impact on our society. They have. And none of these moves were right-to-work movements or banishing unions. This was about making sure that movement, which is supported through tax exemption status, which is supported by the RAND formula, meaning dues are paid under compulsion, much like taxes are. You cannot pick or choose whether you pay this out of your paycheck. So that inherent fact means that the movement needs to embrace these concepts themselves, Madam Speaker, and it's disappointing they didn't. So for people that have been following this debate at home, Bill C-4 is essentially the new Liberal government's attempt at unwinding two very modest reforms from the previous Parliament. The first is Bill C-525, which was a bill that brought essentially the secret ballot to union certification. And what is interesting is the secret ballot has been the underpinning of our parliamentary electoral process since a Liberal government of Prime Minister Mackenzie brought it in 1874, Madam Speaker. And I think it's considered now a fundamental element of elections in Canada, where there's a secret ballot so that people can place their X in a way they determine is best without fear of somebody watching, without fear of repercussions. It is essentially a basic tenet of our parliamentary democracy in Canada, yet it is somehow absurd to extend that same protection, a secret ballot, meaning you can truly vote how you feel is best for your personal view, to the certification vote, which I guess by saying that it shouldn't be there as the certification vote somehow outside of normal tenets of democracy, Madam Speaker. That's all I can determine from some of the comments here, because comments that rights are being taken away and attacks on union movement. People in Canada need to know this C-525 was the secret ballot. I'm sure a lot of Canadians that don't belong to a union are probably surprised there was no secret ballot before, Madam Speaker. So this is what we're talking about. And I've heard about some members say there'd be intimidation by employers, this sort of thing. That's nonsense. The secret ballot is inherently secret. There is no employer there watching the vote, and the votes will not be named. So someone can exercise their democratic right to cast a ballot the way they see fit for their own personal views and the way they see fit for the future of their workforce, whether to stay in the form of a non-unionized environment or to unionize. And really, unions should be embracing the concept of having a full and robust democratic measure as part of their originating entrance into a workplace. Why would they shy away from a secret ballot? It's a fundamental pillar for all levels of government, and the Labour movement should endorse that. The second, Madam Speaker, is C-4 unwinds Bill C-377 from the last Parliament. You've heard a lot of people getting very heated about that subject as well. And that's similarly disappointing that such legislation had to be brought forward, and the Labour movement wouldn't embrace this concept themselves, Madam Speaker. Yet again, another Liberal government, in fact, the father of the current Prime Minister, brought in access to information legislation in 1983. And in subsequent years, all provincial levels of government and virtually all major large municipalities have embraced this same concept, where there will be transparency. If you pay your taxes by compulsion, you should be able to know where that money goes and to assess whether it's being well spent. That same basic tenet extends into the charitable sector as well, which through the CRA and through its tax assist, through charitable donations, has similar responsibilities on disclosure to allow Canadians to assess where that money is being spent. So why should one part of our society, in this case the union movement, be exempt from a generational move towards transparency? I quite frankly don't understand it. And with a $5,000 threshold, Madam Speaker, you know, CRA and the Government of Canada is not looking into the children's Christmas party for an organization. But if an organization is backing a major political campaign like the Working Families in Ontario, or sending delegates to a large convention overseas that's taking positions that would be adverse to Canadian principles, they should be able to see where that money is being spent because the government has allowed that money to be spent on a tax-exempt basis, Madam Speaker. So politicians at all levels, the charitable sector, Canadians know that this is a commonplace now. Transparency. This new government mentions it on occasion. This same level of transparency has been in effect in the United States, the brothers or sister union movement, since the Kennedy administration. So with C4, two fundamental reforms that would be good for the labour movement are being withdrawn, Madam Speaker. It concerns this side of the House, and hopefully it should concern more and more Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you. To the Speaker, I listened to the members' comments from the opposite bench, and I'm a little troubled. There are political parties that stand for small government. And when you hear those parties talk about the reach they want into every single civil institution, whether it's a First Nations band or a labor union, I mean, next they'll be deciding whether or not the members of the church we send across to Rome to elect the Pope should have to publicly declare how they're voting and expending their dollars. How far a reach would that party seem deemed to be justified to reach into every self-organized democratic body in this country and decide they are going to make a decision on what's good for them? They will assess the dollars spent as whether it's in keeping with Canadian principle, I think the gentleman said. How far a reach would this party contemplate? How many democratic institutions does it want to run besides itself in this Parliament?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's a very good question my friend from Spadina, Fort York asked. And the question is simple. Any organization that the Government of Canada has given tax exemption status to or requires Canadians to pay by compulsion dues or taxes or levies to should know at a fundamental level they can see how that money is spent. To bring it home to the honourable member, I am sitting in this Parliament a few years earlier than I intended, in large part because the previous MP had some issues with spending disclosures. Orange juice or other things were disclosed. This is the era of transparency, which that side uses from time to time as a term, but in their first 100 days, they're removing that same basic transparency in C4 from the labour movement and from First Nations governments. It's a step backwards, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've often wondered about this. Why now? Of all the things that are going on in Canada, why bring this legislation forward now? And I look at things and I go back to Saskatchewan, and what's important to us is, of course, is jobs and the economy and what's going on in Saskatchewan in regards to that. I look across Eastern Canada and the manufacturing sector and how there's lack of performance in jobs and exports in that sector and how it's not competitive here in Ontario because of provincial rules. Can he explain to me, the member explain to me, why did the Liberal Party feel it's necessary to take their first action here in the House of Commons in their first 100 days to repeal this legislation? Can you give us some insight on what he thinks is the reason behind that?
Honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend from Prince Albert. He always has very insightful questions in this House. And while I can't suggest to put myself in the shoes of the new government, and certainly wouldn't want to be in those shoes, Madam Speaker, if you look at their first 100 days, which there was a snazzy video out on the first 100 days, but if you look at the legislative agenda, you move apart C1, which is a formulaic administration of oaths bill. C2 was tax increases and the elimination of TFSA. C3 was massive injection of spending, in large part to cover a promise on the Syrian refugee resettlement. C4 is the unwinding of labour modernization from the previous Parliament, clearly a quid pro quo for support during the election. And C5 is undoing the sick-day negotiation with the public service. So if you look at the legislative agenda of the new government in the first 100 days, it's tax, spend, and support the friends that got them into office. Contrast that with the Harper government's first 100 days, or the previous government. You have the Accountability Act, You have child care benefit for all families and a GST reduction. It was about giving back to Canadians, not taking away.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Kitchener-Conestoga. Thank you, Madam.
Conestoga, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to have the opportunity to rise in this House today on behalf of the many union members that live in my great riding of Kitchener-Conestoga. My riding is home to many union members, and in fact, many of my good friends and family are union members. Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party would have Canadians believe that the Conservative Party of Canada is anti-union. That is ludicrous, Madam Speaker. We on this side of the House are pro-worker, pro-accountability, and pro-transparency. Bill C-525 and Bill C-377, introduced by the previous government, made much headway in increasing both union member and non-union member confidence in unions. One of the things that I found troubling, Madam Speaker, earlier this morning was the fact that these two bills were introduced by private members. And my colleagues on the opposite side of the House referred to this as a backdoor method of legislation. Well, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we value all of our members on the House, backbenchers and frontbenchers, and it's the private members' bills that have been passed in the previous government. In fact, our government record on private members' bills is better than any previous government. And the two private members' pieces of legislation that I was privileged to introduce have debated in this House and then have passed into law. Madam Speaker, I will forever be grateful that as a private member, I had the opportunity to introduce those bills and see the support for those bills in this House, and now to know that they're part of our government legislation. Now, just for a brief summary of the legislation that the Liberal government is planning to repeal in Bill C-4. Bill C-525, the Employer Voting Rights Act, introduced by my hardworking colleague, the member from Red Deer-Lacombe, this legislation made mandatory that a secret ballot is conducted for the accreditation or the revocation of a trade union rather than the automatic certification of a union when a majority of employees, 50% plus one, sign their membership card. This legislation strikes a balance by creating the same process when it comes to unionizing a workplace and to revoking a union, according to the employee wishes. The decision of whether to unionize rests with the employees, not with the union and not with the employer. I'd like to pose a few questions to my colleagues across the floor. First, why is the Liberal government so against secret ballot voting? We know that the Public Service Alliance of Canada, or PSAC, stated at the committee that was charged with studying Bill C-525 that it used a secret ballot votes for internal elections and for collective bargaining settlement agreement ratifications. The president of PSAC, Robin Benson, had this to say, quote, "Contrary to what you may have heard, PSAC has no issue with voting by secret ballot. We do it regularly to elect our officers, ratify collective agreements, and vote for strike action as examples," end quote. Furthermore, when asked if she believed that if there were to be a secret ballot vote, should it be 50% plus one of all employees, not just those present, her answer was, quote, "Yes, I agree," end quote. Every member in this House was elected by a secret ballot vote, and on election day as nominees, we aren't allowed to stand beside the voting booth to tell voters to cast a ballot in our favor. And I believe the hard-working working men and women, my friends, union members from Kitchener-Conestoga, deserve the same privilege that we give to all the constituents in our riding on federal election day, a free and secret vote. Without this commitment, employees who have not signed their membership card may not even be aware that a union certification drive is in process, and they may not be in favor of that union or its representative. One question that arises is whether it's even fair for them not to have been consulted, since they must pay union dues and be members of the union. Another question is whether employees had signed their union card free of intimidation. It's clear to me, Madam Speaker, that allowing secret ballot voting is very common sense. But don't only take my word for it. Here's a few others who support this legislation. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business so clearly pointed out, quote, Just as the secret ballot is good enough to elect political representatives, it should also be good enough to elect a union, and even added that the secret ballot is a cornerstone of our democracy. Madam Speaker, everyone in this House knows how important small and medium-sized business is to the engine of the economy of Canada, and the Canadian Federation of Independent Business speaks very clearly on behalf of the workers in those businesses. The federally regulated Employers Transportation and Communications Group testified that they and their members also support Bill 525. Canadian Labour Watch Association's President John Mortimer expressed his support on behalf of the organization for Bill C-525 for many reasons, including the fact that sometimes employees are victims of inappropriate tactics and they are given wrong information, so they sign their membership card. For example, some employees sign their card without knowing the true result, the unionization of their workplace. Also, which was very helpful, the Canadian Labour Watch commissioned a poll of unionized and formerly unionized workers and found that 86% support secret ballot voting for union accreditation. I could go on, Madam Speaker, but let me just quote one more. Merit Canada. Merit pointed out that the old system under which employees expressed support for their union certification by signing their membership card created intimidation and manipulation from both union organizers and management. I would sure hope that my colleagues from the Liberal Party do not support manipulation and intimidation of hard-working Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, Bill C-525, asking for a secret ballot, is just plain common sense, and has been pointed out many times today, is in fact the very cornerstone of a modern democracy. Moving now to Bill C-377. What is the Liberal government trying to accomplish with giving a free pass to unions in regards to their financial transparency? Bill 377, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, requirements for labour organizations, introduced by my former colleague, the previous member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale. This bill would extend the principle of public disclosure to a group of institutions that enjoy substantial public benefits, in other words, labour organizations. The basic premise of this bill is that every labour organization in Canada will file a standard set of financials each year, which will then be posted on the CRA website, much like Canadian charities already do. These are common sense, Madam Speaker, and as you will hear during the remainder of my remarks, these are what Canadians want. I do not understand why the current Liberal government has decided as one of its first acts in this Parliament to repeal these laws that increase confidence of the integrity of our unions. Again, Madam Speaker, I think this is common sense, but let's hear from some others. In a Leger survey conducted in 2013, consisting of 1,400 respondents, not only 83% of Canadians surveyed indicated they want public disclosure, but 84% of current union members surveyed also say they want public disclosure. Furthermore, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation supported this piece of legislation, saying for many years charitable organizations have been subject to legislative provisions similar to those proposed in the bill with regard to the disclosure of financial information, and labour organizations should receive analogous treatment. End of quote. The Quebec Employers Council also welcomed Bill C-377, citing that it is appropriate to make public the amount of dues that workers are required to pay, which involve a significant tax advantage as well as the manner in which they are used. This bill is actually about public disclosure, and it is a very positive step forward for unions and Canadian workers. Public disclosure will demonstrate that labour organizations spend their money wisely, effectively, and obtain good value for their members' dues. This bill does not tell unions how to spend their money or restrict them in any way. In my province of Ontario, we have what we call the Sunshine List, which makes public all publicly funded employees that make over $100,000 per year. In addition, salaries, benefits, and office expenses of members of Parliament, MLAs, and others are also easy to obtain online. Because union directors are also publicly funded through the mandatory union dues of all their members, it only makes sense that union leaders in positions of authority and employees of the union earning more than $100,000 will have to disclose their earnings. It's also important to recognize that salaries of many Canadian union leaders are already published online in the United States. The U.S. has had this legislation requiring public disclosure since 1959, before many of my colleagues in this House were even born. The Liberals would have us travel back in time and limit this form of accountability. Madam Speaker, these actions that C4 is bringing into effect will not increase the confidence that Canadians have in our unions and their leadership, and it's important that we oppose this bill at every opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from St. Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member was the third opposition member who stated that grassroots union members absolutely support the two bills in question, when my experience has been completely the opposite. This is an extremely, the previous two bills, 377 and 525, I understand, were extremely unpopular across the country. I can speak firsthand in St. Boniface, St. Vital, they were extremely unpopular. On October 19th, Madam Speaker, Canadians spoke. Notwithstanding the will of Canadians on October 19th, my question is more specific than that to the honourable member. There are 7 provinces who have voiced their opposition to Bill C-377 because it basically duplicates work that they already do at the provincial level. So I'm wondering if the honourable member would have comments on a bill that duplicates what many provinces are already doing, and in fact 7 of them have spoken out against it.
The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I think this question points out some of the differences between our party's perspective on unions. We certainly appreciate what unions do. We appreciate union workers, and we want to listen to the union members. It's fine to quote some anecdotal evidence that members in my riding say this or say that. But this Leger poll, Madam Speaker, that I referred to in my comments clearly indicates 1,400 respondents to a poll. Very large sample. 84% of current union members surveyed also say that they want public disclosure. Liberal Party often talks about scientific evidence and evidence-based decision-making. Well, Madam Speaker, here we have it. We have the evidence. It's important that we on this side continue to work on behalf of the union members, not simply the union leaders who do not want this kind of disclosure and who do not want secret ballot voting.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Conestoga for his contribution to today's debate. But I found the history somewhat revisionist, and I want to understand what he thinks about. He likes to say that these private member bills are a good way of doing public policy. They're great for democracy. How many of these private member bills, including Bill C-525, weren't totally in line with the government's ideology of the day? We all know that this private members bill got through because the former PMO wanted it to get through. The Senate didn't want it to get through. The former PMO wanted it to get through. So it's a bit rich to say these independent private member bills somehow float out there and become law because that's how democracy works in this House. We all know that it became law because the former PMO wanted to become law. So how do you reconcile that with your position?
I'm not going to reconcile it, but I would remind the member to address the Speaker and as opposed to the member in the House. So the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Newmarket, Aurora, for his question. And I might just say parenthetically that he has some very big shoes to fill. Representing the member that represented that area for the last number of years, certainly had the privilege and honor of working with her. But again, Madam Speaker, this comes to the heart of the differences again between our parties. On this side of the House, not only do private members have the freedom to craft a piece of private members' legislation, try to gain support on all sides of the House, but at the end of the process, they have the freedom to vote their conscience on this private members' legislation. And I would take that, I would challenge my counterparts on the other side. I would ask them to ask their leadership for the same privilege that this party has had for all the years I've been here in Parliament, to have a free vote on this private members' legislation and to actually see some work that is initiated from the grassroots in the ridings that we represent come to Parliament, bring it to a discussion, and then bring it to fruition in terms of an actual piece of legislation that's implemented into law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Churchill, Kiwanuke-Askey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise in this House and speak to this important bill. For me, as somebody who is from northern Manitoba, I'm proud to come from a union town, Thompson, a proud mining town, where we know clearly, and all of us know how important it is to have a strong group of unions in our community. I'm also proud of the role that the unionized work has played in my family. My dad was an important, a member of the important union in our community, the steelworkers, as was my grandmother, and I know what it means to grow up in a household where union work means families and communities being better off. I'm also proud to rise in this House as a New Democrat. The NDP, of course, was a party that was born out of the labour movement, and it has always stood up for unions and the rights of Canadian workers. We have proudly voiced our fervent opposition to the former Conservative government's attempt to restrict the power of unions and to make it more difficult for workers to organize. Unions have been a key player in the fight against inequality in our country, and they have been an essential stakeholder in pressuring the government into implementing key policy changes that have benefited our entire society. From workplace safety regulations to the weekend, we must not forget the good that has come from the victories of the labour movement. It's the labour movement, especially in a world where the middle class and the working class are shrinking in size and influence, that is a necessary counterweight to the corporate greed that has been disproportionately rising in power over the last 3 decades. Therefore, it will come to no surprise that I rise in this House, along with my colleagues, to express our support for Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. We welcome the actions taken by the government and will continue to fight for the rights of working people that have been undermined by the previous government for so long. Bill C-4 will repeal 2 pieces of legislation, Bill C-377 and C-525, that were pushed through by the Conservative government in the last Parliament. These 2 anti-union bills were designed to make it harder for Canadians to join unions in the federal sector, as well as to fundamentally weaken the power of unions by forcing redundant and unreasonable financial reporting. Both bills have been met with widespread opposition and criticism from many groups, including constitutional and privacy experts, the provinces, Conservative and Liberal senators, Canada's Privacy Commissioner, the Canadian Bar Association, and of course, hardworking union members and workers across the country. Bill C-377 forced unions to file information on the internet about the salaries of their members, as well as the union's labour and political relations and activities. This bill was put forth by the Conservatives under the guise of increased transparency, they said. However, it is crucial to note the fact that unions are already required to make their financial information available to all their members. Furthermore, the NDP, as well as the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, believe that the bill goes against the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as it violates the right of freedom of association and the private lives of all who are members of a union. In addition, Bill C-377 would cost Canadian taxpayers an estimated $21 million just to establish an electronic database needed to store this information about union members, and it would cost the Canadian public $2.1 million each year after that. By repealing this piece of legislation, it goes without saying that both the Government of Canada as well as unions themselves would be able to save millions of dollars annually. Bill C-525 drastically proposed to change the process through which unions under federal jurisdiction become certified. The bill increases the number of membership cards needed to certify a union and eliminates the possibility of forming a union through a majority card check. Prior to this legislation, a union was automatically certified if more than 50% of its employees signed a card indicating that they wanted to be part of a union. However, Bill C-525 outlawed this process. Because of this, the bill makes it harder for workers to unionize while making it easier for unions to be decertified. As such, Bill C-525 leaves workers vulnerable to intimidation by employers or third-party members. Yes, Bill C-4 is a step in the right direction, but there is still so much work to be done to ensure the rights of workers and improve working conditions for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, now I want to acknowledge the important role that unions play in the fundamental role, I would say, in Canadian society, through the protection of Canadian workers, the promotion of health and safety in our workplaces, and the role that they play as the collective democratic voice for working people. I want to stress the fundamental importance of unions in providing education about workers' rights and standing up against workplace bullying and harassment. Unions have been trailblazers when it comes to ending all forms of discrimination. They have been at the forefront of fighting for women's rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights of racialized and Indigenous peoples, and they contribute to democracy by giving workers collective bargaining power and thereby lowering inequality in our country. Furthermore, a new study done by the International Monetary Fund, perhaps an unusual source for such information, indicates how increases in income inequality can be directly linked to the decline of rates of unionization. This is particularly shocking considering the IMF has actually been a player that has contributed to decreased levels of unionization itself. Moreover, a decline in unionization correlates to weaker employment laws, leaving workers vulnerable in terms of their rights and more open to exploitation. Unionization helps to equalize the distribution of wages, and the higher wages negotiated by unions inject an additional $786 million into the Canadian economy each year. On average, the hourly wage of a unionized worker is $5 higher than that of a non-unionized worker. For women, that difference goes up to $6.65 an hour. Because of this, it is paramount that the importance of unions be recognized and respected accordingly. As previously expressed, Bill C-4 is a good first step, but we are disappointed that some major actions are missing from this bill. The NDP will continue to push the government to restore good faith bargaining with our public service workers, starting the repeal of Division 20 of the Conservative Omnibus Budget Bill C-59 that attacks a worker's right to sick days. Furthermore, we call upon the government to reinstate a federal minimum wage and to adopt anti-scab legislation and proactive pay equity legislation immediately. The NDP will also push the government to repeal former Bill C-4 rather than just review it. This contentious legislation has been called unconstitutional, as pointed out by many, and is said to stack the deck in the government's favour by undermining fair collective bargaining. I wish to thank all the workers, the union members, labour activists and advocates who made the repeal of these pieces of anti-union legislation possible. As a member of Parliament for the NDP, as well as the critic for jobs and employment and workforce development, it's important for me to show solidarity for our union brothers and sisters.
For all those who believe that unions are part of the past, well, just look at the inequality that is installed since 30 years. Particularly, the value of speculation has gone up beyond the value of the production of goods and services, and this has led to a decreased level of unionization in society. And so I reiterate my support to this bill, and I wish to send a clear message to the government. The structural problems that the middle class is facing and that workers are facing go beyond the scope of this bill. The fight against inequality requires a complete rethinking of the way things are done, and the country is counting on this new government to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first and foremost, we do acknowledge the efforts, not only from today and the past and no doubt into the future, that our labour movement is actually made for all sorts of good reasons, many social programmings that we have, to the rates of pay that we see today, and so forth. But one of the things that intrigued me, and the member made reference to anti-scab legislation, and I can remember the debates in the late 80s, because I was actually there inside the Manitoba legislature, where the one-time Premier Howard Pauley said to the union community that instead of anti-scab legislation, we would have final offer selection. And this is something in which her father actually spoke a great deal about inside the Manitoba legislature. And the reason why I raise that, does she not believe that it is important that we work with labor and business so that when we develop legislation, that in fact that it's done on a consultation basis, and let's not preclude or prejudge what it is that others might actually want. Final offer selection at the time did serve a great purpose, and we want to keep options open. Would she not agree?
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that important question. I do stand here as a member of a party that does believe that, and there's models to prove that anti-scab legislation works. It works for workers, it works for communities, and it also works for industry in being able to avoid the conflict and tension that comes from labor disputes all too often. And so, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, Bill C-4, as put forward by the government, is a good first step, but there's a lot more that we'd like to see this government do, including repeal Division 20 of the Conservative Omnibus Budget Bill that attacks workers' rights to sick days, including implementing proactive pay equity legislation immediately, and of course, looking at the need to implement anti-scab legislation. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to speak to my NDP colleague and bring up a specific point. We often heard Liberal members talk about backdoor bills and that sort of thing because the bill was moved by a member who was not a minister. I would like to give credit to my predecessor, Alexandrine Latendresse, who moved a private member's bill that was adopted in this House. And that shows the importance that must be given to members who are not ministers but who wish to present bills. So I'd like to ask my NDP colleague this question. Does she agree that MPs should be able to present bills and that they should not be considered backdoor MPs? The honourable member for Churchill Kiwanuka-Aski. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I've been a member of this House for 7 years now, and while I appreciate the example that he's used, unfortunately, the previous government, the Conservative government, showed on several occasions that they were ready to use anti-democratic processes in this House, and we hope that a new chapter will be written in the years to come. And the debate today is based on the fact that we must respect and support democracy in the union sector instead of imposing an ideology that is against workers and against unions, that we must respect the rights of workers, and that's why we're supporting this bill today.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend from Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski, for her contribution to the debate. I really actually want to follow up on the point that was raised by my friend in his previous question with respect to the whole concept of private members' legislation. And I simply want to state our objection. The issue is not about the right of members to bring forward legislation. The question at the end of the day was the fulsomeness of actual participation by all affected groups that these private members' bills ultimately had. And in particular, does this member have a particular comment with respect to whether Labour had an adequate opportunity to participate fully in those two pieces of private members' legislation that we're attempting to repeal today?
Very, very brief answer from the member from Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Sure. Well, clear, quick answer is that absolutely not. Labour did not get the opportunity to explain or speak, I guess, in the fullest of terms in opposition to these bills. But I do want to bring the debate back to this important opportunity we have here today to start anew, remove these two bad bills. But let's go further, and that's why our message today from the NDP is that yes, this is an important first step, but let's keep going to protect the rights of working people in our country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, it's a pleasure to be here. For the people watching at home, let me just say that it is a bad, bad day outside. This place in Ottawa, the snow is falling. They're predicting over a foot of snow here. And traffic has come to a halt almost. And yet it's warm in here. And you know, we're discussing Bill C-4, and it's always a pleasure when we can stand and debate the issues. It's kind of a bad day in here as well for this governing party. You know, one of the first things they did was take away the First Nation Transparency Act that came. The second thing they did was pull our troops out of the war against ISIL, and now they've come with a Bill C-4. And, Madam Speaker, let me say that in Battle River Crowfoot, they would oppose Bill C-4 by far, the majority of people in my riding. Bill C-4 is an act to amend the Canadian Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. As we've already heard today, Mr. Speaker, that the previous Conservative government already passed amendments to the Labour Code and these three statutes. These amendments that were passed improved two key laws on democracy and union transparency. Bill C-377 provided a more accountability for union leaders, and Bill C-525 required the holding of a secret ballot for the creation and the abolition of trade unions, asking them that in elections for forming a union, could it be a secret ballot? And now this Liberal government is saying, no, who needs secret ballots? Who needs secret ballots? Let's see that those are taken out. And what about accountability? I mean, the Liberals have never liked accountability. That's why it was up to the Conservative Party to move the Accountability Act as our first measure when we formed government. Mr. Speaker, as the government, we stood up on behalf of union workers. I remember the day that the member who brought this forward as a private member's bill came around and began to speak to us and talk about the union workers that had said that they were having difficulty having that type of accountability or knowing where their money was being spent. Everyone knows that some Canadian workers are forced to pay union dues. Until the previous government took action, the union bosses, those persons who were in charge of management of a union, didn't consult the workers about decisions they had made on behalf of the members of their union. The union bosses were not held accountable for their management of the union dues they collected. There was a lack of transparency. There was a lack of accountability when it came to the actions involving where those dollars were to be spent. There were no rules or regulations that said that the leadership was under any obligation to open the books so that the union membership could see for themselves the various ways that the union leaders were spending the union dues. Canadians could not see how much money was raised by any given union. Canadians could not see how any given union was spending its money. It was all one big secret. Sometimes the secrecy extended to union members themselves. They could not see the books of their own union. Some unions would allow members to see the books at a union meeting. Sometimes you had to ask to see the books of your own union. Now, can you imagine anyone doing that? In all honesty, can you imagine the worker risking being blackballed by the union? The union could very well say, well, why do you want to see that? What do you want? What are you looking for? Is there something here that's bothering you? Why do you need this information? Nobody else asks for that information. And it was like now all of a sudden the union member was the one who was almost guilty of wanting transparency. Too many union members could be intimidated to do whatever was necessary to try to see the books. Now, let me say that not all union members are accountants. They don't all have commerce degrees. They aren't all able to go in and look at the books on the screen and then have the union boss standing over them and they can take it and go home. But they wanted the ability to look at to see where some of their dollars were being spent. They may not be able to read the 100 pages of a document while union bosses are standing over them trying to figure out what part of the document the member might want to see and for what reason he might want to see it. So, Mr. Speaker, I remember Mr. Hebert. He came and he asked me to support this bill. He talked about the number of members that had come to him in regards to it. He had studied it and he had thought that there must be more transparency than there was. And he took his private member's bill and he worked his way and worked with opposition members and with government members, and he tried to drum up support for this bill and then work its way through. A lot of the new members across the way now are going to find out about the process of the private member's bill. They're going to find out how difficult, first of all, it is to be in that lottery and get your name drawn, and then how difficult it is to actually work it through, especially in a majority government. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, I remember Mr. Hebert doing that. I also remember union people coming on both sides of it, questioning why we were doing this to me, different union bosses and union members saying, thank you, it's about time. Thank you, it's about time. Mr. Speaker, the legislation that he brought forward in that private member's bill lifted the veil of secrecy off of the union spending. Any union member, from the comfort and safety of their own home, could find and read the books of their union and could go through it line by line and see where the monies were being spent. We simply made it so that the leaders of the unions in Canada made public their decisions concerning the expenditure of the union, the union dues that they collected, and any other monies that were given or raised for the union. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians would agree that that was a fair measure. A union is a public institution. It is not a profit-chasing corporation competing in the marketplace where there may be some secrets, as far as marketing their product. No. I think most Canadians realize that that is, charities have to do it, many other different groups have to do it. It's reasonable. The second change that the previous Conservative government made to the way unions are run in Canada was to increase the level of democracy in the operation of unions operating in Canada. Mr. Speaker, that we're a democratic country. We preserve, we take very serious our democracy. We govern ourselves using the method of a secret ballot. This provides a voter with the highest level and most freedom. Canadians would agree that unions should also conduct their affairs at the highest level of democracy. The change that we made was to stop workers, union members, from having to publicly inform their colleagues whether or not they may actually support their union, or whether or not certain changes that they wanted within their union, it didn't force them to stand up publicly when a secret ballot could really have them voice their concerns. Our changes freed workers from pressure. Both before and during the election campaigns, unions spent millions of dollars to straight partisan ends. Union bosses can do that because they're under no obligation to tell anyone if they did. My wife is in a union. She's a registered nurse. She tells me the day, I think it was before I was elected, when the union boss came out from Edmonton down to our little town and told the registered nurses how they were going to vote. And she was sitting there in the meeting. And again, she questioned them. And again, all of a sudden, there's hums and haws, but Mr. Speaker, there was intimidation. And union bosses can do that because they're under no obligation for anything. Some unions do tell what they'll do and how they're involved, but some union bosses proudly provide details of how they spend union dues fighting a political party that in some cases supported many members of that very union. Mr. Speaker, I believe, with all due respect, that this measure that we are debating today is payback. Payback to the unions for them showing up when the now Prime Minister said we're doing an announcement, and we saw the emails, we saw them go out, so-and-so is in town, Justin's in town, we need 100 people in the picture, in behind, and Mr. Speaker, I think now we're seeing some of that payback. Mr. Speaker, other unions don't tell the way their money is being spent, and again, we want to see transparency, we want to see the measures brought forward so that democracy is enhanced even within the unions. Mr. Speaker, You know, our previous government gave union members the right. It was like a different day. They gave union members the right to know what was going on within their union. They also gave them the right to vote. Why? Because the union is an important institution. The union can be, in some places, intervene on behalf of their workers. But, Mr. Speaker, when you don't have transparency, pretty soon you have an institution that crumbles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I see my time is up.
Questions and comments. Monsieur Commentaire, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, first, there's many aspects of the member's speech that I'd like to comment on, Mr. Speaker, but first to acknowledge, of course, the great value our unions play in society today, and we in the Liberal Party genuinely believe that is the case. We question whether or not the Conservatives believe likewise. Mr. Speaker, another point that I would like to emphasize is the member made reference to Liberal Party's priorities in terms of legislation, and I can assure the member that the government's first piece of legislation was, in fact, a tax break to the middle class of Canada. That's something that was very important to the Liberal Party. Also important to the Liberal Party is the importance of having good, solid relationships between Labour and management, and we saw the poisonous atmosphere that was created by the Conservative government, and that's what this bill is all about, is rectifying a wrong. And my question to the member is, would he not at the very least acknowledge that by introducing the legislation as they did as Conservatives through the back door, Mr. Speaker, what they did is they denied the opportunity of the different stakeholders, both of Labour and management, to be able to go and make presentation to the minister as it should have been done when, in fact, you actually changed legislation with full consultation.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the members who have been in this House for years remember the great work of one Gary Breitkreitz. I remember Mr. Breitkreitz fighting for private members' bills so that it was still a way that the backbencher in this place could bring forward proposals, could bring forward issues that perhaps constituents had brought forward. Again, we see the Liberal Party here now saying, oh, who needs private members' bills? We're in a majority government. We're just going to ram through what we want. I'll tell you, if I was a backbench Liberal MP, I'd be disappointed with that type of attitude. Every member is an important member. Every member, even if he isn't in the front row, has the ability to initiate legislation and change law in this country. That's what Mr. Hebert did. And he did his homework, and he saw this thing through. It was a controversial bill, yes. But, Mr. Speaker, when you enhance transparency, when you enhance accountability, he can leave saying that he had accomplished something.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suspect there's a little red light and a bell that goes off in the Conservative lobby every time a Conservative MP says big union bosses, because it seems to pepper every single one of their speeches. And I'd like to clarify for my friend, he may not have ever attended a union meeting of any kind, but the idea that an outside big union boss, according to the Conservatives, would be able to come into a room full of nurses and tell them how to vote, my friend has a deep misconception of how nurses and union members in this country think, which is entirely independent of what their leadership may or may not say on a given election. Now, a question to my friend. The acts that they brought in were going to cost the Canadian taxpayer more than $21 million, and were opposed by not just every Labour union in the country. We're opposed by the Canadian Bar Association. We're opposed by the NHL Players Association. And my friend can hate on hockey if he wants to, and I'll let him take that defense if he wants. But if what he was looking for was accountability and transparency, I would have suggested that the Conservatives could have started with themselves. They gave us every Senate scandal for the last 10 years. They were unable to account for the $750 million they spent on self-promoting ads. A little do as we say, not as we do was the Conservative agenda. You want to have Labour peace in this country? Allow unions to form.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, there's no red lights going off in our lobby. When we talk about big union bosses, we realize that I think there is a red light going off in the NDP lobby when anyone stands and says, big gas, big oil. But there is no red lights going off here. No, Mr. Speaker, I think we realize that whether it be more transparency for members of Parliament through an Accountability Act, more transparency to councils of First Nation groups through the First Nation Transparency Act, and likewise with unions, that we want to see the institutions here in this country, important institutions, other levels of government. We want to, we're all expected to have the most transparent, the most accountable organization that we have. I can tell you charities have it. Charities have it. They put their books in order. They have full accounting and transparency. Charities realize that their charitable number is why they have to do it. And unions the same, should. They should. And so anytime the NDP stands up and says, no, let the unions do whatever they want. Well, Mr. Speaker, nobody is discussing whether or not unions have fulfilled an important role in this country's past. Undoubtedly have. Do they have a role in the future? Yes. But, Mr. Speaker, we need transparency with that group. We need accountability, and that's what our amendments originally brought forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Usually, I'm pleased to rise and take part in debates in the House, but today that is not the case, because Liberal values do not represent union members' values, and indeed are far removed from them. To be a responsible government, as we were as a Conservative government during the last Parliament, we gave a voice to union members in terms of their fundamental values. Is transparency and the freedom of having a secret vote some sign of a lack of faith that this Liberal government believes in? They're trying to avoid things. Unfortunately, they caved in to the pressure of union leaders, and this is completely unacceptable. Here, the word pressure is a polite one. We should perhaps use harsher language. Mr. Speaker, unions do have their place, and union members choose to pay union dues to defend their rights to negotiate working conditions that are acceptable for both parties and in favor of both parties, but not to find themselves with horror stories that we've all heard about through family members, perhaps, who were victims, or that we ourselves have experienced. And here, I'd like to talk a little bit about my uncle Laurent Doe. He's no longer with us, but in the 1970s participated in an open vote against a strike mandate, which he thought was the fair thing, and he wanted to keep working to feed his family. But for the business that he was working for, it was more important to deliver these boats that they were building, and they wanted to ensure the longevity of the business, of course. But at the end of January, when it was 35 below zero, he received some bricks as a gift. And they didn't come into his house down the chimney or through the door. They came in through the living room windows that were shattered at 2 o'clock in the morning in the bitter cold of winter. So imagine his little family, my little 7-year-old cousin at the time. Imagine the trauma of having experienced this. Mr. Speaker, this is one situation among many others that have common points, as you are no doubt aware. Intimidation, harassment, fanaticism, rejection, abuse of powers that result in psychological burnouts and professional burnouts that are sometimes irreversible, to just mention a few.
It is unacceptable to deny the rights of unionized workers, and it's completely incompatible with today's society. We need to allow everyone to acquire the values of freedom and transparency. Imagine that we ordered people to go out and vote in a community room. Everyone is being pressured by the different candidates. They're looking over their shoulder while they're trying to vote. That's the Liberal government. That's what it's trying to prove now with unionized workers, in addition to forcing a vote upon them. They're forcing them to toe the party line. What a shame. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker, for the legislators that we are. Mr. Speaker, we have the same question as millions of other Canadians who are outraged at this Liberal government, that wants to allow union leaders to fill their pockets and to be cozied up to. This is truly the Liberal way of doing things. Centralizing power in the hands of the minority, practicing fear-mongering tactics to serve its own purposes. There is nothing ethical, in my opinion, and in the opinion of Canadians who are worried about this policy. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues across the way will understand what I mean by avoidance tactics. I'm talking about their failure to defend democracy, their failure to provide accountability, their failure to make commitments, and their failure to protect everyone regardless of their status, their failure to take government responsibility, and their failure to ensure the common interest and the common good, especially that of minorities. Mr. Speaker, the policy of avoidance that this Liberal government is applying, I fear, is only the beginning. Its record represents the only thing that they try to do is take selfies. Mr. Speaker, we see the Prime Minister, who is the laughingstock of Canada, with his transparency that he provides through smartphones, but he can't defend transparency within unions and democratic organizations. It's shameful. Not so long ago, Mr. Speaker, we heard a leader who promised to defend the middle class. So he simply, but this was simply empty rhetoric. So people who are parents, individuals, salaried workers, and unionized workers, they were all flouted. This is nothing more than a plan that is disguised as a way of pandering to the interests of unions. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is failing to make the real decisions that we need for a strong, safe, and prosperous society, as only 100 days ago the former government delivered on. Mr. Speaker, here are just a few measures that this government has delivered. It has cut income splitting. It has cut the people's manner of contributing to the TFSA. It has pulled out of airstrikes against ISIS. It has racking up more and more deficits, and it has thereby jeopardized the future of our country and that of our children. And as if this was not enough, for its first 100 days, now it's cozying up to big union bosses instead of defending those who pay union dues. Workers who have the right to have the dignity to vote according to their beliefs in a discreet manner. It is high time, Mr. Speaker, that the person who is pulling the strings in this Liberal government step in order to be compatible with the values of a government that is responsible and that fosters transparency and the timeliness of exercising very respectfully its right to vote. Mr. Speaker, is there a captain on the Liberal Titanic? There is still time to prevent our country from sinking. Mr. Speaker, it is so ironic to see this Prime Minister. We see him everywhere except at work. And we have seen him unveil a security policy in a foreign country to other people without having consulted parliamentarians who are elected to consult on this kind of thing. This is a prime minister who is even calling on his own members to ignore their moral values by whipping the vote on something that is so consequential as the matter that we are debating right now. I will conclude by saying that I regret the Liberal, it is unfortunate to see the Liberal cronyism and how it works against democracy. And the rights of union workers and all Canadians will be floated.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
So I listened with great interest to the comments from across the way and was reminded of a parliamentary secretary who ended up in leg irons. I was reminded of an election campaign. I don't think I covered an election campaign as a journalist where there were allegations of not transparency but of cheating. And in fact, court cases prove that out. In fact, young people from that party were sent to the courts as adults, didn't face justice. And now we're being lectured on what transparency and ethics should be adhered to in this House. But what really confuses me in the speech that we just heard was the confusion in the own members' rhetoric. On the one hand, it's a Conservative bill that's being repealed. On the other hand, it's a private member's bill. Which is it? Is the bill that is being repealed, was it introduced by the Conservative Party through the back doors of private members' bill, or was it government legislation masquerading as private members' business? Because when you introduce a private members' bill, you do so knowing that it won't be subjected to the full scrutiny of this House, because that is the process. That is the process which a private members' bill goes through, that a government bill doesn't.
Député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, my colleague across the way is talking about a bill, C4, that will prevent unionized workers from having the right to a secret ballot or any financial transparency. Our private member's bill was strong, it was very democratic, and currently Bill C4 that is being moved by the Liberals is backward-looking for our Canadian society.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, prior to being elected, I was fortunate enough to work for 16 years with a major Canadian union, the Teamsters Union, and I represented workers and went to many union meetings. In fact, I went to monthly meetings for 16 years. I represented workers in many, many certification drives when they tried to get organized before the Canada Industrial Relations Board. And I can tell you that the practice of the board when we had card check was if a union signed up a majority of people, they submitted that to the Canada board, the board had the ability to certify without a vote. And the advantage of that was this often happened before the employer found out. And my experience was when an employer found out that there was a union drive going on, that's when there were massive unfair labour practices. And I hear the Conservatives laughing. I spent 16 years at the Labour Board fighting those very complaints, where workers would get fired, they would get intimidated, families would lose paychecks because employers tried to intimidate workers against unionizing. So my question is this, is the board always could order a vote in any circumstance. Why is it that the Conservatives want to take away from the board the discretion to certify without a vote, when to do so is simply respecting the right of Canadian workers to organize as is their right under international convention and treaty?
Very good question.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. But my debate today was talking about a very fundamental right which is going to be taken away from unionized workers and all Canadians who might be unionized. That is the right to know what their union dues are used for. Financial transparency about unions' books and the right to a secret ballot if they want it, and in a timely fashion. It's always easier to have a secret ballot according to your own convictions than in front of union henchmen.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and in fact, I want to thank all of my colleagues on this side of the House for the clarity that they have brought to this debate. It is clear that Bill C-4 goes against the principles of transparency and accountability, and in fact against the wishes of many union members themselves. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would comment further on this.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I would really like it if the Liberal Party across the way would allow each of the Liberal members in this House to enjoy a free vote according to their own convictions on this bill. And then we would truly see whether the bills that we put forward in the last Parliament represent Canadian values.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today in the House and represent the thousands of unionized workers in my riding in Regina Capel. Thousands of members of unions who work at Evraz Steel, making steel for pipelines. Members of unions who represent workers who work in electrical, pipe fitting, all different types of industries that rely on their employment to our energy sector. Now, I know this bill is about the internal workings of unions and not about the job-killing practices that we've seen over the past few weeks. Opposition to Energy East, opposition to pipelines that would help keep those unionized workers working. This bill is more about the internal mechanisms of how unions conduct themselves. I want to touch on a few themes. So I don't know that the questions and comments that we've heard from other parties are even relevant. Whether or not it was a government bill or a private member's bill, that shouldn't matter. This is now a Liberal bill that we're looking at, a Liberal bill to repeal certain provisions of the Act. And that's what we should be talking about. It doesn't matter how they got in there. We're now talking about whether or not we should remove them. And so I hope that if my colleagues do have questions or comments for me, they worry less about process from the last Parliament and more about the effect of the bill that's actually before the House. Let's talk about disclosure first and foremost. Where do unions get their money? They get their money from forced union dues. They get their money from workers in a company, a place of business that have absolutely no choice whether or not they want to support that union. That money's taken right off their paycheck. It's taken off their paycheck in much the same way that Revenue Canada works with employers to take money out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians. It's the exact same way. It's held at source. So in a lot of ways, the union has the same kind of taxing authority that the federal government has. And the workers have just as much choice of whether they want to pay their taxes as they do as to whether or not they want to pay their union dues. If they don't pay their union dues, they're out of the union and they're out of a job. Where does that money go? Well, we don't know. We don't know where that money goes. Well, we do know, kind of, because we hear the ads on TV, on the radio, we see the ads on TV during election. We know the big unions get together and put a lot of money to engage in political, partisan electioneering that has nothing to do with helping the workers that they represent. It has nothing to do with getting them a better deal, a better collective bargaining agreement, but it does have a lot to do with whether or not their favorite political party does better or worse in an election. Heard a lot of those ads, saw a lot of those flyers that go out, and I'm accountable for everything I put out under my name. I put a 10%er or a householder out, my constituents get it. If they don't like it, they can do something about it in the next election. If I put out a campaign flyer that touches a wrong note that angers some people, you know what? I might lose votes over it. But those unions, they can put those flyers out. They can make all kinds of outrageous allegations of no truth whatsoever to the types of things that they accuse us of doing. And there's no accountability for it. Because when Canadians go to the ballot box, they don't have a right to affect change in the union representatives that decided to spend that money, but they do have a right to elect or not elect members of political parties. So there's all the powers of the federal government with none of the accountability when it comes to that type of taxation powers through the union dues. We've seen some of the counter-arguments about why they shouldn't be held to the same standard on the disclosure files to say that, well, other types of charities aren't held to that account. Well, I believe my colleague made the point when he introduced the bill. Those charities don't have the power to compel you to donate to them. The unions do. If I'm in a steelworkers union and that money comes out of my check, I have no choice. So I have more of a right to know what they're doing with my money than a charity that I can make a choice to give or not. And if a charity publishes their books or has good spending practices, I say, what, I will support that charity because I think that they're spending that money effectively. And if they don't, if their spending practices are questionable, if there's allegations that they might be paying their executives exorbitant salaries and they're not actually helping the people they claim to help, I can keep that money in my own pocket and give it to a different charity. But I can't with my union. So I don't make my union dues payment. There's no mechanism not to, but if I found a way to do it, I'd be out of the union and out of a job. So that's why the threshold for disclosure for unions needs to be just as high as for the federal government. That's part of the bill. Part of the bill is disclosure. The other big part is a secret ballot. And this is when I thought, I know the Liberals have to reward their friends that helped them during the election. It happens a lot in politics. Political parties make promises maybe without even expecting to win, and then they do, and now they have to follow through on it. But I thought the one thing that they might resist the temptation for is the secret ballot. What is wrong with the secret ballot? I hope that if, this bill will likely get to committee, I hope that our friends across the way and even the Democrats, on this surely we can agree. What is the Democratic problem with the secret ballot? You have a union resolution, say, to boycott Israel, for example, as several big Canadian unions have done. Well, maybe some of those members of that union would like to vote against that union resolution, but they know that some of the people that are encouraging them to vote for it may be the ones that are tasked to defend them in a grievance. So they're a little bit afraid to do so if it's a show of hands vote. Why not a secret ballot? When it comes to certification or decertification, what's wrong with a secret ballot? Every one of us here was elected by a secret ballot. Town councils, municipalities, provincial governments. This is the fundamental practice in our democratic system for such a long time that it's become part of our democratic way of life. I have not yet heard one compelling argument against the secret ballot. It makes me suspicious. I hate to attribute motive, Mr. Speaker, because I know we are all supposed to take each other at our word, but it makes me suspicious about why the Liberals are doing this. What do the union bosses have a problem with? And what are they telling the Liberals that they have to ride roughshod over a democratic principle when it comes to secret ballots, that they have to include it in this bill? I hope that we can isolate this at committee and at the very least agree that unions, when it comes to votes on these types of things, should have secret ballots so that workers have the same protections that they have when they go to the ballot box and elect their government. I know my time is running out, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say I've always struggled with... We could seek consent not to see the clock, Mr. Speaker. But I know that we have to be fair. I know many of my colleagues want to speak on this. I've always found it confusing as to the mentality of big labor in Canada. Full disclosure, my father was heavily involved in his union during his working career, and so I heard his perspective of it. I know why unions came about and the need for unions at a time in Canada when many workers didn't have basic protections that now so many of us enjoy, both workers in unionized fields and non-unionized fields as well. But the degree to which unions will sacrifice jobs for its members versus jobs for its union's executives. That's what I can't understand. Just recently, many of us heard the news over our Christmas break that Goodwill in Toronto closed its doors. Why did it close its doors, Mr. Speaker? Well, the economy is tough all over. That's part of it, and part of it had to do with a lease issue, but a big part of it was its union, not recognizing the financial difficulties that this particular store was in, holding out for 100% of the benefits, 100% of the entitlements that they had gotten, willing to lose 100% of the jobs, though. And that's in fact what happened. In order to try to preserve every last bit of what they had in their agreement, the whole store closed. Are those workers better off? Are those workers better off that their union executive went to the wall and took them to court, spent probably hundreds of thousands of dollars in this dispute, and now they've closed their doors. I don't know if my members, if my colleagues from Toronto have spoken to any of the members of the union. Are they happy with the way their union ran the show? Do they have a great victory as they sit at home without a job, knowing that, well, my union fought the fight, Mr. Speaker. They fought the fight. We lost the war, but we won that battle. And now we're out of business. You see this all over the place in the Canadian economy, whether it's the auto workers, whether it's other types of big unions. They're willing to sacrifice the jobs of all to protect the jobs of the union executive. Here in Ottawa, quite a few years ago, we had a transit strike over the issue of scheduling. Here, with this Goodwill article, the same type of thing. The issue was over scheduling, who would get the most hours. Do you know who the #1 victim is when it comes to these types of union actions? It's young workers. It's newly hired workers. This entire fight was that the union wanted to lay off the most recent hires and protect the jobs of those who've been around. So it's younger, new entrants into the workforce. These are the actions of unions. Time and time again across the country, the very people that they claim to help, the young workers, people entering the workforce, people trying to start a living and raise a family, those are the ones that lose first when these types of actions come about. Anyway, I want to go back to the main point just before I wrap up. I think this bill is wrong because it takes away disclosure, it makes unions less accountable, and most importantly, it takes away the most fundamental principle, one of the most fundamental principles of Canadian democracy, and that's the secret ballot.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting listening to the member and his comments. Let's put it into a perspective of this Conservative private members' bills that were introduced a little while ago. And let me remind the House that there was no one calling for the legislation. You didn't have business, management, unions coming to the Conservative government saying, we want this legislation. In fact, it was a Conservative-driven bill, Mr. Speaker. And if you want to have good labor relations in the country, we should be promoting harmony and consensus building and so forth. If you want to come up with a way in order not to develop legislation, take a look at the way in which the Conservative government brought in this unfair labor legislation from over a year ago, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is, would he not at the very least acknowledge that in bringing in the legislation in which the government did, that it forego a lot of normal procedures in terms of what ministers are obligated to do, not the procedures in terms of the House, but what ministers are obligated to do, and recognize that what this bill does is it rectifies a wrong that the government did against Labour prior to the last election.
For Regina Capel.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague at having an opportunity to speak in the House. I know it's not something that he's able to do often. So the House is always happy when it's graced with one of his interventions. But I do want to say, he's again getting trapped in this process argument. He's living in the past, live in the now. We're looking at a bill that is doing something right now to our legislation that will have an effect on unions right now. It's irrelevant to me how we got here, or whether it was a private member's bill or a government bill. It's what this bill will do right now. And he talks about, who was asking for it. I know lots of members of unions, Mr. Speaker. My mother was a member of the nurses' union. She would get all kinds of garbage in her circular, in the quarterly newsletter about what the union was up to. And some of these unions, they spend time in union dues on anti-Israel boycotts, on all kinds of political posturing, taking political statements on things that have nothing to do with labor relations. And I can tell you, my mom, many of the steelworkers in Regina who don't want to see their union dues go to those types of things, supported our legislation in the previous parliament.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I think it's interesting that he mentions the trades that he has as members of his riding, and I'd like to draw attention to something that the Canada's building trades unions put forward around this piece of legislation. So Canada's building trades unions are very pleased with the introduction of the repeal legislation for Bill C-377 and C-525. They are pleased that this is one of the first pieces of government legislation introduced in the 42nd Parliament. So I'd like to ask him, will he stand with unionized workers in his riding in the building trades, repeal this regressive legislation, and help grow the Canadian economy?
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is confused that because a union executive, because a union entity has made a statement that it in any way reflects the views of its members. And that is what we're talking about today, is the disconnect between the executive and the workers. The individual workers, you know what they want, Mr. Speaker? They want jobs. They want the ability to ply their trade. They want to weld those two pieces of pipe together and make those electrical circuits work. They want to be able to put steel together in the form of pipelines. In my riding, Mr. Speaker, I had unionized members who were telling me when I got to the door, and they said, you know, I think about voting NDP. My union executive invited the NDP candidate to our local and, you know, talked about kind of labor laws and stuff like that. And I said, well, you know, there is only one party in the House of Commons that supports new pipelines. You work for a company that makes pipelines. You're going to vote NDP, and yeah, you're going to have great labor legislation. There's going to be very powerful union executives, and your union bosses will be able to do a whole lot of things maybe that they weren't able to do before. But you'll be out of a job. Your union executives will still have a job, and that's the irony here, is that the last person to lose their job at a facility or a plant is usually the union bosses that negotiated themselves right there in the first place.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill C-4 as a member who was elected to this House right off a job site and a proud member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I'm very pleased to be speaking to this legislation. We've heard a lot in the debate about, well, the honourable member was just talking about the executive and the membership. I can tell you I come from a union where the rank and file were quite upset with Bill C-377 and Bill C-525. They wanted to see it go. They go to their monthly meeting. They discuss what kind of spending is going to happen at the executive level, right down to approving the credit card bill of the various people who work in the office on a monthly basis. And I don't think there's any doubt in the mind of most members at my union that they have the opportunity not just to get the information about how their local union is spending money, but also to have a say in approving it on a regular monthly basis at open meetings. So I really do think that there's a fabricated argument for transparency for those who need the transparency because it's their money, their dues money being spent. They have access to that information and have had access to that information. And in that sense, this bill really was a solution out looking for a problem, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you also that the executive in my union knows well that the powers that they have when it comes to working with industry and going out and finding those jobs for members and making sure that members get a fair pay for the work that they do and that they get good benefits for the work they do don't come from any particular piece of legislation. Obviously, just like any other good institution, you need enabling legislation, and you certainly need to not have persecutive legislation, as I would say Bill C-377 and 525 were. But the power of the executive in my union comes from the membership. It comes from the good work that we go out and do every day. It comes from the quality product that we produce on site. It comes from the extra training that our union provides to our members so that we're out there being the best in the industry, Mr. Speaker. And that's why our contractors, when we've had issues, the electrical contractors in Manitoba have worked quite collaboratively with my local because they know that our union is providing value added to the projects that they do, and frankly, that we're making them more money. And that's what we hear in the dialogue with our contractors. So I'm in a tight spot, Mr. Speaker, because of course I don't want to be unparliamentary. I don't want to attribute ulterior motives to any particular party. But the level of ignorance that you would have to attribute to people making some of the arguments that I've heard in the chamber today, ignorance about the way unions work, about the relationship in the building trades between the unions and contractors, verges on unparliamentary. And so I'm just feeling in a bit of a tight spot. And of course I don't want to do any of that. So maybe what I'll talk about instead is the degree and extent to which this legislation has to be seen not just on its own, because if you consider it on its own, Mr. Speaker, then some of the red herrings that we've heard today may be effective. But when you consider it in the context of a government program, Mr. Speaker, that brought in Bill C-377, that brought in Bill C-525, that brought in Bill C-59, and then when railroad workers were going into negotiation with their employer, when Canada Post workers were going into negotiation with their employer, threatened, sometimes before they'd even have the strike vote, Mr. Speaker, to legislate those workers back to work, when you consider it in the context of a government, some of whose members were making comments, and we've heard it again today, Mr. Speaker, from those in the Conservative Party who are criticizing the RAND formula, who are criticizing mandatory union dues. When you consider it in the context, Mr. Speaker, of a government that limited access to EI so that workers had to be more afraid of challenging their employer because in the case of a layoff, they wouldn't be able to pay their mortgage and feed their families. When you consider it in the context of a government that refused to talk to provinces when they asked to talk to provinces to increase the Canada Pension Plan so that employers that were ready to retire couldn't leave the workforce, putting more downward pressure on wages and blocking opportunities for young workers to be promoted within their companies. When you consider it in that context, Mr. Speaker, not just the individual bills, I think it is impossible to say that those bills were not designed and meant as an anti-union program. And it had very little to do with anything that was coming from the rank and file of labour unions and everything to do with a government that was working hand in hand with employers to put downward pressure on the working conditions and the wages of Canadian workers. And that's part of why these bills were so shameful, Mr. Speaker. It's not just for the content of the bills. We've heard a lot about what was wrong with the content of the bills, Mr. Speaker, but it's because they were part of a deliberate and sustained program to make life harder for Canadian workers so that corporations that were already over that time frame, Mr. Speaker, making record profits could add a little more to their margin. In a time when corporations were seeing their tax rate go from 28 percentage points to 15%, Mr. Speaker, they could squeeze a little bit more out of their workers. So when the economy is working well, I would say, Mr. Speaker, it's when we have labour peace. We have labour peace, not when employees are being held under the thumb of their employers, but when they're free to negotiate collectively with their employer and work for fair wages and fair benefits. We know that the union movement over time and today contributed to that, does contribute to that. And we know by the behavior of many employers, and I dare say even some governments, that if we did not continue to have a strong labour movement in Canada, Mr. Speaker, that we would soon lose those gains that were hard fought and hard won over the last 100 or 150 years. And that's why we're concerned on these benches to see a legislative environment that allows the union movement to thrive. We hear sometimes that, oh, well, you know, times were tough and, you know, we maybe needed some unions to help with workplace conditions, but by and large, really, prosperity just sort of spontaneously came out of the Industrial Revolution. But what's forgotten in that account, Mr. Speaker, is that the organization of workers went hand in hand with that. And it wasn't until workers were organized that those gains actually came, Mr. Speaker. So I think we need to be careful that we not give credit for the accomplishments of the labour movement to employers that would still be, and we know that they would still be treating their workers in the way that they treated them in the 19th century, Mr. Speaker, because in parts of the world, the very same employers operating in Canada in some cases are treating their workers in other parts of the world as if it was the 19th century. So you'd have to be very naive to believe, indeed, Mr. Speaker, that if there wasn't the legislative framework and if there wasn't the strong labour movement that we've had in Canada here, that those same employers wouldn't get the idea that maybe they could treat their Canadian workers that way too. I think we need to be very careful that we not attribute the good conditions and the good wages that some Canadian workers continue to enjoy to the benevolence of their employer, but acknowledge that those were gains hard fought and hard won. And I would say that in their more enlightened moments, some employers, like some of the employers that I'm glad we have in the electrical industry in Manitoba, know that that has been overall good for them, that it's created a customer base, that having employees that have disposable income and can afford their home and aren't worried about their family and have childcare, or, I mean, we can get into all the issues, Mr. Speaker, but largely workers well paid, well fed, well housed are more productive. And that's good for Canadian employers. And again, I think it speaks to the shame of the previous government that they would have sought unsolicited, except maybe by some employers, I don't know who, but certainly not by a groundswell of Canadian workers, to disrupt that partnership that had developed, not always easy, but I think we had arrived at a place in Canada where at least some workers, and usually unionized workers, were getting a fair return on the work they did, and that employers were benefiting from having those productive workers. And I don't think it's the place of a government to go and intentionally disrupt that. I think, as I said, you can talk about what's in the particular context of those bills. I don't think it's very good, but certainly when you look at the larger context, that seems to me to be the case. It's one of the reasons I ran, Mr. Speaker, because I didn't think we could tolerate having a government that was that bent on disrupting that relationship between the labour movement and employers and making sure that workers got their fair share. And it's why I can hardly wait, Mr. Speaker, to stand in favour of this bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
So I've been listening to the debate this afternoon, and I keep hearing the reference to the secret ballot. And in fact, in the speaker just before I rose spoke about the need for a secret ballot so you could curtail certain activities of a union, political activities, advertising activities, even the setting of dues. And I went to the union that there was referenced, and I'm reading from their bylaws, which are available on Google. And in fact, every single person making a decision in that union is elected by secret ballot. I was wondering if the member opposite could provide further detail as to the use of the secret ballot, as prescribed in both international and local and national organizations, how extensive the use of the secret ballot is in establishing union policy, union dues, union membership, as well as union executive who make the decisions on behalf of the delegated authorities ascribed to them through a secret ballot, which will not be affected by this legislation in one way, bit, or another.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Oh, thank you very much to the Honourable Member for the question. I can assure him that in my union and any one I've ever heard of, the leadership of the union is elected by secret ballot. And so that's the other thing. I mean, we hear about this alleged disconnect between the executive and the members, and certainly in any democratic institution, in fact, it may well have happened with some governments, there can be disconnects between those elected and the people who elect them. I'm not going to deny that that doesn't happen from time to time. I think that can happen between shareholders and the board of a corporation. It can happen in all sorts of democratic contexts, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's important not to lose sight of the fact that in that context, just as in the general context, members have recourse. They can, if they don't like what they see in their newsletter, Mr. Speaker, they can get involved with their union. They can elect a different union executive, Mr. Speaker. And that is the recourse that we have. And at any time when they want to ask about how that money is being spent, they can ask that question. They can have access to that information. So there's no substitute when you belong to a democratic organization for being involved with it. This isn't getting rid of secret ballots in unions. In fact, it's not even necessarily getting rid of votes. It's just creating an option not to have one to avoid what we know sometimes are abuses by employers of employees.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of this crossed the aisle discussion between the Liberals and the NDP. It seemed like one party on this, and I found the comments from the member from Spadina, Fort York, as somewhat interesting, saying there's secret ballot sometimes. It reminds me to play on a Mackenzie King quote, secret ballot if necessary, but not necessarily secret ballot. Why would secret ballot be okay for some votes for executive and not for the certification vote itself? It is kind of fundamental to a democratic vote and the social democratic norms that the union movement tends to promote. But my question for the honourable member after his speech is, I've listened to this debate intently and spoken to many union members and labour leaders in my riding. I've still not heard one cogent argument to suggest why, in this modern age when transparency and disclosure is the norm, that for expenditures above $5,000, which is a reasonable threshold, that the bright light of transparency would not be appropriate for this movement that people, as previous speakers have said, are required by law to pay dues into. What is feared by the bright light of transparency, Mr. Speaker? I've not heard. This is not the previous bills of the last government did not attack any of the fundamental rights of belonging to a union and didn't say that unions haven't made some progress. But why is this one organization exempt from basic fundamental transparency? And I still wait to hear an answer from that honourable member.
Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I mean, I find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that you would say that this one organization would be exempt. In fact, there are, by the Conservative argument, it's in part because there's a tax write-off on the dues, and so unions are being publicly funded, essentially, and this is why they need to disclose this information. We provide tax write-offs to all sorts of businesses. They're not required to disclose any purchases over $5,000. So to say that somehow unions are being getting special treatment by not having to disclose expenses over $5,000 just strikes me as kind of rich, frankly, Mr. Speaker. And I think there are good reasons, frankly, for why, in some cases, for instance, divulging the contents of your strike fund, a union may not want to do because, you know, if you want to be the hard-nosed economics people that the Conservatives often claim they are, when there is a labor dispute, we know, Mr. Speaker, that employers that knew they had to wait only 3 months for that strike fund to run out versus having to wait 6 months to a year could plan and prepare to ride that out, and that wouldn't be fair to the workers that are withholding their labor in order to get a fair deal for the work that they do. And so I think it makes all kinds of sense, just in the way that I'm sure the honourable member would be up, you know, red-faced on his feet if we suggested that private companies ought to disclose any purchase over $5,000. So.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak on Bill C-4. We heard a lot from the other two parties about the importance of unions and the union environment, and I agree. Unions play an important role in our society and in our economy. But they also have to keep up to pace with the modern society and with the modern economy that we have now in the 21st century. I'm proud to have been a long-time union member. I was a member of the PSAC, the Public Service Alliance of Canada. I was a member of the Canadian Association of Professional Employees, and I was a member of CUPE. So I know firsthand being a member of a union and the benefits that union membership does bring to a number of people in the workforce. But at the same time, it's also essential that unions are subject to a fair and effective regulatory process to ensure that unions serve their members and not just their union bosses. Bill C-4, however, removes such regulations and protections, and that is why I will not be supporting it. This Liberal government brought in Bill C-4 to repeal two private members' bills passed by the 41st Parliament, Bill C-377 and Bill C-525. While the other parties make some obscure claims that these bills are attacks on unions, when one actually reads the bills, it is very clear that that is simply not the case. Bill C-377 amended the Income Tax Act, requiring union management to file a standard set of financials each year to be posted on the CRA website. These requirements are not unreasonable. In fact, if a union boss was proud of the work they were doing, they should be more than willing to showcase their strong financial management within their union environment. This bill, Bill C-377, was carefully examined by Parliament through the PMB process. It went through the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, where many groups expressed their support for the bill, including groups such as the Canadian Taxpayer Federation, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, and Merit Canada. The transparency requirements introduced in Bill C-377 do not weaken unions. In fact, they empower union members. Union members are able, and all Canadians, able to receive quicker and easier access to information on how their mandatory union fees are being used. This is essential. Union fees are not optional, they're mandatory. What else is mandatory? Canadian taxes. We as parliamentarians all spend Canadian tax dollars with our expenses, with our expense claims. And we as parliamentarians post our expenses online for our constituents to see. Union dues are the same way. They are forced mandatory fees, and the Canadians and those who pay fees should have access, especially when these fees are being used to undertake political activities. Mandatory union fees should be used to support and protect the wages, the rights, and the benefits of their members. But for purposes beyond this, beyond that, members should be entitled to know where their money is going and how it's being spent. It's imperative that those who are forced to pay union fees have easy access to that information so they can hold their representatives and their directors accountable. It allows members to ensure their union leaders are spending their money, their hard-earned money, in a way that is responsible and not for the personal or political gain of union leadership. As I said at the outset, I'm a former union member. And in 2012, I was a member of PSAC, Local 610. And in that year, 2012, we saw a provincial election in Quebec. And PSAC came out and openly endorsed the Parti Québécois in the Quebec provincial election. Here we have PSAC, a federal government union supporting tens of thousands of federal public servants, openly endorsing a separatist party in Quebec. I, as a union member, was disgusted by that. I was disgusted by the fact that my union would go out and openly support a party that had no other alternative or no other raison d'etre except for ruining and breaking up this country. It was unconscionable that happened, but it did. During the 2014 provincial election in Ontario, my wife is a nurse, so she was a member of a local union. Our home voicemail was constantly flooded with union messages telling us who we should not be voting for. They didn't go so far as to tell us who we should be voting for, but they simply told us that one particular party was going to cause all kinds of job losses. Of course, now we're seeing those same job losses under Kathleen Wynne in Ontario, but the union seems to be quiet on that particular subject. But here's the fact, Mr. Speaker. These unions need to be accountable to their members on how they spend and how they spend in a clear and transparent manner, especially when we're talking about political activities undertaken by union membership with forced and mandatory union dues. I want to talk briefly now about Bill C-525, which amended the Labour Code, Canada Labour Code, to require certification and decertification votes to be held by secret ballot. This protects individuals from undue pressure and intimidation, and it allows the secret ballot for workers to decide how they want to be represented and not be pressured by their workers, their co-workers, or union bosses. I've been listening very closely to the arguments on the other side against the secret ballot, and I've yet to hear one single coherent answer on what's wrong with the secret ballot for certification and decertification votes. You know, we've heard our other members suggest how secret ballots are used in other types of union activities and why there's such an inherent challenge with using secret ballots for a certification vote. We just simply haven't had an answer on that. The secret ballot is a fundamental element of a fair and democratic process and something that I, as a parliamentarian, am proud to stand for and proud to endorse. These bills, Bill C-525 and C-377, were not attacks on unions, but Bill C-4 is an attack on accountability and transparency. In his letter to Canadians on November 4th, 2015, the current Prime Minister said, and I quote, "That is why we committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency." This government across the way claims to be all for openness and transparency, but if they were really for that, they would not be going ahead with the repeal of these two bills. It's very clear that openness and transparency is a mushy subject for the Liberals across the way, and how they selectively choose to define it is really up to them, it seems. Finally, I want to talk about that canard that we've been hearing time again from the Liberals across the way, that private members' bills are somehow a way of getting legislation in through the back door. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a member of this House. I worked hard to get to this place. We knocked on over 30,000 doors in Perth, Wellington, and I'm proud to come in through that front door and to represent my constituents here in Perth, Wellington. I'm proud to have the ability as a private member to introduce legislation that I feel supports the people of Perth, Wellington, and supports the people of Canada as a whole. It's disgusting that the Liberals would refer to this as going through the back door of legislation. We have rights as parliamentarians. I'm proud to stand on behalf of those rights. I'm proud to be a member of a party that saw, under the Conservative government, more private members' bills passed in the 41st Parliament than at any time before then. And I'm proud that our party allows free votes on private members' business, and on votes of conscience for that matter, unlike the members across the way. I'm proud to be standing in this House representing the people of Perth, Wellington, and I'm proud to be voting against Bill C-4, which is a step backwards for openness and transparency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, once again, I Googled the Constitution of the members, the member referenced in terms of PSAC, and once again it found provisions for secret ballots all the way through the Constitution. And if a member of a union disagrees with the position taken by the executive through secret ballot, they can change that. Unless, of course, the majority of the union disagrees with that individual. And the reason that we refer to this as a backdoor process is not because it's a private member's bill. It's because the changes that were being brought to independent democratic organizations were being done not through a full parliamentary process, not through the full parliamentary debate that government bills are subjected to, but through a truncated one that the private members' bills go through. And it is a different process. And to pretend otherwise is to pretend that this place doesn't treat private members' bills differently than government business. So my question to the member opposite is very simple. Private members' bills, private and secret balloting was available to him to change the platform and the policies of his union. Why did he choose to come to Parliament to affect the union business rather than stay in the union and affect it through the process guaranteed in the Constitution that he has signed on to? Why didn't he stay in the union and change that with his membership, unless, of course, the members disagreed with them and disagreed with the bill that his party brought forward?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be here in this House and no longer in the union, because I'm proud to stand here on behalf of all Canadians and work on behalf of Canadians to further their rights of openness and transparency for all union members. Now, he talks about the secret ballot in PSAC, which leads to the question, well, if the secret ballot is throughout the Constitution of PSAC and many other unions, why not for certification and decertification votes? And it goes back to, private members' business. I want to go back to that subject. Methinks the honourable member doth protest too much. Perhaps that's the way their government's going to run their private members' business, just using it for matters that aren't of great concern and, shuffling anything off to the side that they don't feel like discussing through private members' business. But I'm proud to be part of a party that encourages all sorts of private members' business, and not just the ones that the honourable member opposite might think are appropriate to discuss as a private member's bill.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert.
Member opposite has mentioned a few times how proud he is to be part of a party that has democracy and transparency as a tradition, and I commend him for that. I'm a Democrat as well, so I was just wondering, Mr. Speaker, how does he feel about omnibus bills and the practice of the previous government in that regard? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on bills, and as part of parliamentary procedure, there's any number of bills that can come forward, including omnibus bills. The fact of the matter is, I often hear people discuss the 460-page budget bill. Well, we as parliamentarians should be more than willing to read through 460 pages of legislation if we're here to do our job as parliamentarians. I'm more than happy to read through any number of documents that come before the House, and I try to read every bill that we vote on, including Bill C-4, and I've read through it from cover to cover, and I know it's a bad bill, and it's not going to be reflective of the hard-working union members in my riding and hard-working union members I've spoken to throughout the campaign and since the campaign afterwards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the member talk about the fact that his union in 2012, he found out that they were spending his money to support a separatist party in Quebec. I'd like to know if his union consulted him personally as to what they intended to do with his money.
Speaker, and the answer is no. I was not consulted on whether or not I thought my union dues or my union should be endorsing a separatist party in Quebec. Clearly, my answer would have been completely different from my union. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we're resuming debate with the Honourable Member for Prince Albert. I'll let him know there are only about 5 minutes remaining in the time allocated for government orders for the afternoon, but I'll give him the usual signal at the 5 minutes. Of course, he'll have the remaining time when the House gets back to debate on the question. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity, even if it's going to be just 5 minutes and I'm going to get cut off. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've been listening here all day, and I've been really curious and trying to understand a few things. And something that's come to mind of the constituents in Prince Albert in my riding that I represent is the first question, which I asked my colleague from Durham, is why now? Why would the Liberal government in this scenario, in our environment of unemployment, job losses, you know, the issues going on with ISIS, security issues here in Canada and abroad, Syrian refugee issues, why would they say this is going to be one of their marquee first bills? Why now? What's so important? You know, when I go back and talk to my union members, they're glad to have this piece of legislation in place to protect them. So why now does the Liberal Party want to remove it? Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously the question or the answer to the question is there's been some backroom deals made with between the Liberal Party and some union bosses. Because reality is that we go back to 2 weeks ago with Elections Canada's finding that you know, the union bosses were putting in people into the Liberal campaign to make sure that he looked good for his pictures. The photo ops, they're convicted, tried, done. So why now? Obviously there's something in that legislation that really bothers those union bosses. So what would that be? What don't they like? Accountability? What's wrong with accountability? I have to be accountable. Mr. Speaker, you have to be accountable. We all have to be accountable as Member of Parliament. We have to tell our memberships what we're doing, our constituents in this situation. They get to see my expenses and what I spend money on. They get to see how I vote in public, as they so should, because I am a public representative of them. So who benefits? The members don't benefit. Absolutely not. They lose all sorts of ability to see exactly what their union bosses are up to. They don't get to scrutinize the balance sheets to see what's going on. They do with our piece of legislation, but after what they're proposing, they won't have that opportunity. So who benefits? Well, it's obvious. It's the union bosses. And why do they benefit? What's their rationale behind that? Well, you know, the other thing that has been in the background with the union bosses has been their known support for the NDP. If we go back to the previous convention of the NDP, it was the union bosses that funded a good chunk of that convention. Again, there was no transparency there. And it wasn't until Elections Canada got involved, and actually they settled out of court, so we never did see how many thousands and thousands of dollars was spent on that convention by the union bosses for their NDP colleagues. You know, again, here's a party that has vested interest in seeing this legislation go forward. Both the Liberals now, because of what they've done with Mr. Trudeau and the way the unions have been supporting them, and the NDP, because of previous actions and commitments they've made in the past to their union bosses. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, you can start to see exactly what's happening here and why there's an urgency to cover up what's going on with these unions. The other question I had here, Mr. Speaker, is the secret ballot. To me, that's a no-brainer. We do secret ballots. Parliamentary associations did secret ballots. When we elected different presidents and vice presidents of our parliamentary associations, we did it by secret ballot. When you were voted into this office, it was done by secret ballot. So why would the union bosses not want a secret ballot? Well, I'll tell you why, and I've heard this from different members of unions, is they want to have the ability to intimidate the outcome of the vote. They want to be able to shame a person into voting a certain way. They want the membership to just follow the party line. If you're an NDP member, that's what you do. You follow the party line or the union line. If you're there to question, and this has happened in the past where members have questioned their leaders, all of a sudden you're not representative in a dispute with your labor or with your boss. All of a sudden they don't show up. They don't provide the service and support that they should be providing as being their representative, their union. What else do they do? We've heard of different intimidation tactics in the past where they've gone into workplaces and during lunchtime and basically said, you are going to go in and vote for this party because this party is our party. Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate use of their power as a union boss? Like, a union boss to me is supposed to be there to represent the members of that union. So when they got a dispute on a work condition or labor standard or on a wage, that's what your union boss is there for. He's not there to put on political activity and what's going on in Israel or to go to a junket in Brazil or South America to look at some labor Congress issues. No, he's there to represent that member. Well, what are they doing with that money? Well, you don't know because you have no transparency. And you will never know because of this piece of legislation that the Liberals are bringing forward. So if you look at what's going on here, Mr. Speaker, it's a cover-up. First of all, the Liberals don't want the union members to understand how their money's being spent. so that the union bosses can spend it as they see fit, whether it's supporting the NDP party or the Liberal Party. They don't want to see that. Let's look at the other thing. The Liberals want to make sure these union bosses stay in place, so they want to make sure the secret ballot stays in place, because again, it's pretty close and tight-knit, that group. So again, you look at all the options and what's going on here, obviously there's some other things going on in the back.
The honourable member for Prince Albert will have 4.5 minutes remaining in his time when the House next resumes debate on the question.
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made, moved, and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to come back to an issue that I raised in January to ask the current government a question about bilingualism and the issue of respect for official languages and that act. There are problems that have arisen recently, and one of these is, of course, the problem of the Translation Bureau. We've heard more and more about the concerns at the Translation Bureau. There have also been problems related to language tests for new immigrants, which of course are more expensive in French than in English. And so we're wondering, amongst other things, talking about the Translation Bureau, as you know, the Conservative government have a very poor record in terms of official languages. Over the last 4 years, they've done away with 400 positions for translators. From here to 2017, 2018, if they continue along the same path, they plan to cut another 140 jobs, which means that represents about 17% of the staff at the Translation Bureau. So that is very much of concern. Moreover, the Translation Bureau is calling more and more on freelancers for translation of documents, which has an effect on the effectiveness and, of course, the quality of the work that is translated. And so the Liberal government, unfortunately, did not mention its intention to deal with complaints that they've received concerning the Translation Bureau. So this is the question I asked of my honourable colleague. And I would ask the parliamentary secretary if they intend to do anything differently regarding those complaints, because all we're seeing is complaint after complaint after complaint year after year, whereas we need a strong Translation Bureau to maintain and respect the Official Languages Act.
And therefore, this is the question that I am putting to my honourable colleague. That being said, there were also questions raised recently concerning the new automatic translation tool, which has been implemented, or which will be implemented as of April 1st, if I remember correctly, and that has raised a number of questions concerning the operation of the Translation Bureau on the part of the union and the employees, but also various partners and players who work in the sector of official languages. Linda Cardinal, who is a specialist in minority languages with the Department of Political Studies at the University of Ottawa. That is it's an excellent department at the University of Ottawa, which has long done research on this matter, on official languages. And what she said with regard to the automatic translation tool that will be implemented, especially computers, is that she said, and I'm quoting her obviously, "In my opinion, this type of translation does not reflect the spirit of the Official Languages Act, which is to foster the equality of French and English in Canada." She adds, "However, this technology is seeking to replace human beings, and it does not seem to me to serve the ties between the two linguistic communities." So, as we can see, Mr. Speaker, this is very troubling. And specialists, people in academic circles, people in the sector have been raising this concern. And that is why I am rising again in this House to ask the parliamentary secretary what is going to be done to ensure that official languages are respected, that French continues to be protected across Canada, and that is why I am awaiting a response on the part of my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And we had a very fruitful encounter this morning on a number of questions that were raised here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I am a Franco-Albertan, and I am very proud of Canadian heritage and Canadian Francophonie. Our official languages is a resource that our country is proud of, and our government intends to reinforce the strength and the value of official languages. We are proud of its diversity.
Encourage and promote the use of official languages within Canadian society, and the development of official language minority communities is particularly close to my heart as a Franco-Albertan and that of our government. Afin d'appuyer ces valeurs fondamentales.
In order to support these fundamental values of our Canadian society, our government has pledged to develop a new multi-year plan to foster the thriving of official language minority communities, establish free online access to the learning of English and French as second languages, to ensure that all federal services are provided in full compliance with the Official Languages Act, to modernize and reestablish the Court Challenges Program, reestablish and increase the annual funding of CBC Radio-Canada, further to consultation with the broadcaster.
Honourable member, and you can count on the full commitment of all ministers in this government in this regard. In particular, the Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement gives full attention to the quality of linguistic tools available to the public service. The
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage has the mandate to develop a new multi-year plan for official languages to ensure that official language minority communities thrive, and the development of a new plan, and our approach will be based on openness, transparency, and cooperation with all key partners. An announce on the upcoming consultations will be made in the weeks to come. The Minister is also exploring the best ways to offer greater access to online learning services so that all Canadians can develop their linguistic skills in their second official language. Our government is ensuring the leadership necessary for the thriving and the development of official languages. That is our duty, and we take it seriously. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, I sincerely appreciated the meeting we had this morning. It was very productive. It was a good first step. It's important to work in collegiality in order to further the rights of official language minority communities. So I will continue to work in that regard. However, the situation of the Translation Bureau in particular is still very problematic. I understand that there are action plans that will be announced in the medium term, but I think that in the short term we have to think about what's happening at the Translation Bureau, and we need very clear and very swift answers. I received an email from a public servant who wrote to me and who said that the Translation Bureau was created to serve public servants. It is not there to compete with private translation firms. Since 1995, departments can have their text translated anywhere, and they often deal with private sector firms that cost less. However, our translations are generally more exact and of better quality. Obviously, that costs more, but we are experts. However, a lot of departments don't care about that, and they look elsewhere. They look for something that is less expensive. Now, that is an employee of the Translation Bureau who sent me this email to show that that we must act very urgently. And that is why I'm asking my colleague if there is an intent to act swiftly with regard to the Translation Bureau in particular. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I accept my colleague's invitation to cooperate, and that is at the heart of our government's mandate, to cooperate with colleagues from all parties. And as concerns the Translation Bureau, it is important that we work with all departments to ensure a high-quality translation service, and that also that it is fiscally efficient. So we have responsibilities to official language minority communities to provide services and activities in their languages.
Style of leadership through open collaboration with members from both sides of the House, parliamentary committees, the civil service, and all our partners. Et nous établirons un dialogue.
And we will establish a dialogue with all Canadians, with civil society, and all interested parties. We are proud of these commitments. They are at the heart of the type of government that we want to form, and we are determined to implement them while respecting the laws for people who live in official language minority communities and with regard to official languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a few weeks now, Quebec is going through a tragedy with regard to our young women. Almost every week we are learning that children have run away from youth centres, and this reminds us that human trafficking is a real phenomenon in Canada. No region has been spared, whether it be in Laval or Jonquière. We are not immune from this situation. Fighting sexual exploitation and human trafficking requires constant attention and combat, especially by prevention and supporting our children and with law enforcement services. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has a role to play, that is to make life more difficult for sexual exploiters. The former member, Maria Mourani, a criminologist, did remarkable work to move forward a bill concerning human trafficking. This bill seeks to punish particularly sexual exploiters and to amend the criminal code for three purposes. It will allow for heavier sentences for people who exploit sexually by giving them consecutive sentences. Today, people who have a number of charges only replies to the most serious charge. With this new bill, these people will receive sentences for all of the charges. Secondly, this new bill will call for reverse onus with regard to the sexual exploitant. In the opinion of police forces, it is difficult to charge these people because the evidence is very difficult to establish, and it is very difficult to have the children exploited testify. And they can also seize now, under this bill, the proceeds of the crimes regarding human trafficking and sexual exploitation. We know about the proceeds of crime from drugs. It seems only logical to apply the same punishment when we are talking about human trafficking. Sexual exploiters know the limits of current legislation, and they take advantage of this system, and they unscrupulously exploit our young women. It is up to us to stand up and to say enough is enough. Bill C-452 was studied and adopted by Parliament. All parties voted in favor of this bill, including the party that is currently in power. All we need now is a cabinet order in council to enact this bill. It is simple. We're just calling upon the government's will. Yesterday, Ms. Marjolaine Aubé, the mother of a young runaway who has been entrapped by pimps, tabled with the Prime Minister's office a letter calling upon us to enact this bill, C-452. The letter was signed by 5 other parents of residents of youth centres, is a cry for help. The parents say the current situation cannot be tolerated. We are talking about sexual predators who are attacking vulnerable young women. And the bill is now ready. We are addressing you as Prime Minister and as a father to ensure that Bill C-452 is enacted without delay. Mr. Speaker, what is the government going to say to the parents? Is it going to act to protect our girls? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is monitoring the situation in Quebec very closely, where young women have disappeared. Our thoughts and prayers are with these young women and their families. We are taking human trafficking and sexual exploitation of women and young girls very seriously, and we are determined to step up the efforts that we are making to fight this scourge, to ensure that the most vulnerable members of our society are better protected. And that is why we pledged to undertake the missing and murdered Indigenous women inquiry.
Children for the purposes of sexual exploitation and human trafficking remains a serious concern. It's a tragedy when a child disappears, particularly in circumstances that suggest the possibility of exploitation. The whole country shares the relief of parents whose daughters have been safely recovered in recent weeks. We are committed to working with provinces and territories, Indigenous communities, law enforcement, and community organizations to combat exploitation and to support victims and potential victims. While we support the principle of Bill C-452 to strengthen our criminal justice system's approach to human trafficking, there are some parts of the bill that raise concerns. Si l'entrée en vigueur le projet
the enforcement of the bill, it talks about the serving of sentences consecutively based on crimes of the same fashion. But the enactment of this provision, combined with the mandatory minimums, which were established in 2014 for human trafficking offenses by the Safer Streets and Communities Act, former Bill C-36, it could violate the Charter. These provisions, along with mandatory minimums applied jointly, could give rise to sentences that would be disproportionate with regard to the conduct of the offender and the approach of the justice system with regard to offenses. This disproportion could breach the rights of people to protection of people against cruel and unusual punishment guaranteed by Section 12 of the Charter. Therefore, there is a genuine risk that the bill be unconstitutional.
Committed to carefully review changes to the criminal code brought in over the last decade with a view to determining their compliance with the Charter and consistency with our values. We take this commitment very seriously. We will therefore take the necessary time to review the bill to ensure that we don't enact anything that may, in the end, be found to be unconstitutional. We will strengthen our efforts to address human trafficking, which is a complex issue that impacts on some of the most vulnerable members of our society. But we must do so responsibly, in a way that reflects our values and respects the Charter. Accordingly, we are currently examining new ways to address this very important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we want the Constitution to be respected, but I'm seeing that this is a legal argument right now. The Canadian Bar Association wants to issue reservations, and the government lawyers appear to be saying something different. So while the lawyers are fighting among themselves, our children are falling through the cracks. We're not looking after them. We're not giving them additional resources or to the police forces who are trying to help these children. The public is calling for concrete action, and with Bill C-452, we can act now. Will the minister finally enact Bill C-452? All it takes is a signature to provide additional support instead of continuous infighting. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to take measures in order to better protect the victims of exploitation and people who risk exploitation. We are also determined to guarantee that human traffickers respond commensurately with the crimes they commit against the most vulnerable members of society. We support the significant objectives of Bill C-452, and we are studying it in a priority fashion in order to determine whether the amendments it contains can be implemented. This study calls for an in-depth examination of the consequences of this bill with regard to the Charter. While we examine these important questions, I would like to underscore the fact that current criminal law provides for harsh sentences for such offenders, including heavy and mandatory minimums. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order. The motion to adjourn this House is now deemed adopted. Therefore, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.